Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Gaowu, Awakening Time-Based Abilities at the Beginning. Chapter 1. Blue Star, Luokang in China. It was time for self-study class in Luokang No. 1 Middle School. From the back window of Class 3, a sneaky Mediterranean slowly poked out, quietly watching the students who were sneaking around or sleeping on the table. He was holding a small notebook in his hand, still recording something. If nothing else, this is their class teacher Li Mingyi. The teacher is here. The noisy voice was mixed with a thunderous voice. After a while, the noisy sound disappeared, leaving only the sudden sound of turning books. When he came to the classroom, Li Mingyi stood on the podium angrily. "Everyone whose name I called, please move out. Get out and stand." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the small notebook he had just recorded. Jang Yi, arrive. Li Dapeng. Teacher, I didn't say anything. I have been doing questions and reading books and looking up information. Haha, you wrote the math questions according to the Chinese textbook. Helplessly, a fat young man stuffed half a bag of potato chips left in his desk pocket into his mouth, pouting and walked out. Next, Luo Yichang, well, just keep sitting. Next time you see the teacher taking names, don't remind some sleeping classmates. Oh, those who bully the weak and fear the strong. Many of the students cursed in their hearts. What's more, they thought with jealousy in their hearts, apart from being more beautiful, her father having a higher official position, her personality being gentler, and her talent being better, what else does she have? What is she? Li Mingyi glanced at Jang Yu, who was sleeping next to Luo Yichang. You say so, Jang Yu. Hulu. Ha, Jang Yu, get up. Li Mingyi angrily took out a piece of chalk from the chalk box, broke it, and threw it towards Jang Yu. Whoosh! A broken piece of chalk came towards Jang Yu, who was sleeping on the table. It struck like breaking through the air, with a fierce momentum, like a missile. Well, then it hit the air next to Jang Yu. As we all know, chalk is only found in schools, but it's hard to see it outside. Li Dapeng poked his head out of the door and raised his eyebrows at Li Mingyi. Shut up. Get out and stand still. Li Mingyi glared fiercely at the door, which frightened Li Dapeng and put his little head back. Jang Yu, stop sleeping. Li Mingyi yelled, walked up to Jang Yu's desk, and slapped him on the desk. Boom. Jang Yu was so frightened that he trembled, and subconsciously hit Li Mingyi's face with his sinuses. Sao, I'm giving you face, right? You dare to hit the teacher. Jang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and slapped Li Mingyi's big face again. In my dream, you, an old bachelor, can still be bullied. I already disliked you 10 years ago. After 2 slaps, Jang Yu still couldn't get over his anger. He picked up Luo Yichang's thermos cup again, opened the lid and threw it at him. Jang Yu, please stop, that's just boiled water. Ah! For a moment, screams like slaughtering pigs echoed throughout the classroom. After doing all this, Jang Yu seemed to have noticed something. He squinted his eyes slightly, held the back of his head with both hands, leaned into Luo Yichang's arms, and checked the extra memory in his mind. You won't know until you see it, but you will be shocked when you see it. This is Blue Star, a parallel world. Where is the dream? More than 200 years ago, Blue Star began a global revival of spiritual energy, and mankind began a global awakening. At the same time, it also ushered in the invasion of alien biological species. However, more than 100 years ago, the first human broke through to master level, which gave humans the right to speak and signed a truce agreement with the beast species. It's just that the big war will not be triggered, but small-scale wars will continue. Humanity has also ushered in intermittent peace and development. In this world, people travel in groups, and each group consists of 5 people. Luo Yisheng and Li Dapeng's father and parents are all comrades in the same team. In memory, my mother is a healing assistant, my father is a damage dealer, Li Dapeng's father is a tank, and Luo Yisheng's father is a mage. But an assassin is missing. My thoughts came back. I seem to have given the class teacher 2 big sinuses, and poured boiling water on him. Jang Yu's eyes twitched. Isn't this a fool's errand? Then he thought of something again and asked Luo Yichang with a slightly serious expression. Didn't you awaken your ice power? Why do you still need to get hot water? Could it be that you, well, before Jang Yu could finish his words, Luo Yichang, who had a red face, conjured an ice cube out of thin air and stuffed it into his mouth. In the entire senior year of high school, only his classmate Luo Yichang was the only one who had awakened his powers. He was an SS-level ice mage but had control skills. It's equivalent to a mutation awakening. From water type to ice type. Jang Yu, not only did you beat the teacher, you also poured hot water on the teacher. Do you even know what it means to respect teachers? Li Mingyi took out a few pieces of paper from the table next to him and wiped the boiling water Jang Yu poured on his head. If the awakened person's physical quality was not higher than that of ordinary people, he would have been burned off. This little brat was so cruel. Although he couldn't get any injuries from the burn, it still hurt. Today you must follow me to the teaching office to meet Director Han. Only Director Han can treat a naughty student like you. Li Mingyi grabbed Jang Yu's arm and pulled him out of the classroom with all his strength. Teacher, don't be angry. Others suffered from sinuses when they were 3 years old. You are now in your 40s and you have suffered from sinuses. You are rejuvenated. Li Mingyi, you mean to beat me like a grandson, right? Jang Yu, yes, it's even harder to explain this time. The furious Li Mingyi picked up Jang Yu's collar and carried him to the teaching office. On the desk of the teaching office, sat a young woman of about 25 or 6 years old. The woman was wearing a white shirt, a hip-covering skirt, and half of black stockings on her legs. She had a pretty face and he has a pair of half-rimmed eyes rimmed with gold. She held a ruler in her hand, looking like a royal lady. Teacher Li told me what you did, insulting and beating the teacher, right? How brave you are. I haven't encountered a naughty student like you for a long time since I became the director of the school. In Jang Yu's memory, the woman's name was Han Han, who was the dean of high school and had a rather aggressive personality. It was said that many disobedient students became well-behaved and unusually well-behaved after being punished by her. Han Han raised the ruler in his hand and signaled Li Mingyi to go out. Then he continued to speak. There are no rules and no rules. In school, you must abide by the school's rules. Don't you think so, Jang Yu, who has SS-level talent? In this world, humans are able to use a type of particle called the awakening factor. The greater the affinity to the awakening factor, the higher the talent level, and Jang Yu was detected to have SS-level affinity. Li Dapeng also has the same talent. Teacher, you have mistaken the person. My name is Li Dapeng. Han Han ignored Jang Yu who kept quibbling, picked up the tea on the desk, took a sip, and smacked his lips. Seeing this action, Jang Yu recited the great compassion mantra in his heart. The teacher decided to impose a small punishment on the students who violated the rules. Jang Yu should be able to realize his mistake and accept the punishment proposed by the teacher. Han Han raised his eyebrows, and for a moment the teaching office was full of charm. Haha, why don't you give me a big demerit? I have deeply realized my mistake. A restless person like me should be given a big demerit. Jang Yu curled his lips and said, just kidding, God knows what kind of inhumane experiments you did on them, and you even punished them a little, but you were fooling them through it. Moreover, there is a saying circulating in the school that it is better to go to the principal's office to receive a punishment than to go to the teaching office to receive a punishment. Oh, really, I can't bear to be remembered as a teacher. After all, you are an SS-level talent. The teacher can't do anything to ruin your future. As he said that, Han Han put his hand on Jang Yu's shoulder with a threatening look on his face. Jang Yu slapped Han Han's hand away, spread his hands and raised his eyebrows. I won't accept your punishment. I won't pretend anymore. My dad is a great master and I'm going to show his strength. If you dare to do some inhumane experiments on me, you won't have the juice to eat. On the contrary, hey, teacher, if you can ignore this matter, my dad will definitely thank you very much. Maybe you, the dean, will suddenly become the principal, don't you think? In Blue Star, the ranks of awakened people are bronze, brass, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and grandmaster. There are 7 major ranks, and each rank is divided into 5 ranks, for example, silver 1 to silver 5. And Zhang Tiancheng is the master of the ceiling level. Hearing this, Han Han chuckled with a playful look on his face. Jang Yu was surprised by this expression. Shouldn't she be looking shocked and trying to please me? This is different from the plot in the novel where you pretend to be 13 and get slapped in the face. Han Han picked up his mobile phone from the table, pulled out a call recording and filmed it on the table. A familiar voice came. Hey, hello, Teacher Han, I am Jang Yu's father, Zhang Tiancheng. Yes, I am Zhang Tiancheng, one of the 8 great masters of China. Hey, it's just a Grand Master. You can go up there and fight casually. It's not a big deal for me. That little Zhang Yu didn't cause you any trouble. If he causes trouble for you, just slap him with the 7 wolves, as hard as you want. This kid has been itchy since he was a child. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't get beaten twice. Ah, there's nothing else to do. Do you have time after get off work tonight? Let's go eat together, do. Let's go have dinner together. Definitely want to ask her out for dinner. Good on you, Zhang Tiancheng. This matter can't be settled without a few $1,000s. Zhang Tiancheng, how dare you harass our great dean? I have to go back and tell my mother, there will be no good consequences for him. Zhang Yu slapped the table twice angrily. Teacher, don't be angry, I'll tell my mother right now. My mother and I will help you whip him and let you vent your anger. Don't worry, I guarantee that he will never dare to harass you again in the future. After saying that, Zhang Yu turned his head and walked out the door with an angry look on his face, as if he was going to complain to you. He completely forgot about his threatening face before. Stop. Seeing Zhang Yu's hypocritical performance, Han Han burst into laughter, it was so beautiful. However, Zhang Yu was not in the mood to watch. Ding. The system has been formatted successfully and the host Zhang Yu has been bound. Please ask the host to set a power on password. Do you want to skip YN? You still know how to wake up. Zhang Yu got angry when he mentioned the system. Before traveling through time, Zhang Yu was excited to go for a night run. When he passed by the lake that night, he picked up a luminous necklace with a system bound to it. When the system saw Zhang Yu, it said it had successfully identified the host and asked him to enter the activation password. What password does he know? After several attempts at typing errors, the system told Zhang Yu that if the host forgot the password, the system could be reformatted and started. Once formatted, the password will no longer exist. But who would have known that not only was the system formatting, but he was also asked to format it by the system. How do people format it? Of course, delete the account and reopen it. In this way, despite Zhang Yu's extreme reluctance, the system thoughtfully arranged a large truck to help him, and helped him complete the formatting while Zhang Yu was cursing. Ding, the skip was successful, the system has been automatically set up, and you have received a selection gift package. Is the host enabled? Ding, after successful activation, the gift package will be distributed as follows. Zhang Yu, when did I say it was turned on? 1. Hug Han Han's leg, beg her for mercy and beg her to let him go, and get the reward, the title of coward. The title's effect. Even dogs will bully you when they see you while walking on the road. 2. Tell Han Han, I will stop if you tell me to stop. Then wouldn't I be very shameless? I insist on kneeling. The host can stretch and bend and receive rewards. Talent +1 to reach SSS. 3. Look back at her affectionately, stare at her with eyes full of love, hook her chin with your hand, and say to her, Woman, are you teaching me to do things? The host behaves domineeringly and gets a reward, a cemetery and a title, not dead at the grave. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched. Was this the choice? It's not a matter of choosing what reward you want, but do multiple choice questions. Is this still a choice? If it weren't for the fact that the first reward wasn't very good, I would have to choose the first one. Thinking about it, Zhang Yu secretly took a look at those long legs in black silk stockings and swallowed secretly. No wonder his father liked it. Who would be confused about this? Thinking of this, Zhang Yu turned to Han Han and said, Oh, you told me to stop and I stopped. I don't want to lose face. Then, under Han Han's surprised eyes, Zhang Yu knelt down on the ground in shame and anger. I insist on kneeling. Ding, it has to be your host 666. Ding, just say it, you don't have to actually kneel down. Zhang Yu, didn't you tell me earlier? System, you are really a. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes angrily, neither standing up nor continuing to kneel. When Zhang Yu was embarrassed, suddenly, as the system rewards were distributed, the awakening factor in the surrounding air also shook, as if calling for something. Jang Yu instantly felt that the awakening factor in the air was much kinder to him. Han Han seemed to feel something, with a lot of surprise on his face, but even more excitement in his eyes. Is this talent evolution? Okay, it's useless even if you kneel down and beg me. Today's experiment, you have to accept this punishment. If you don't accept it, you have to accept it. Jang Yu. Under Han Han's threat, Jang Yu had no choice but to add his WeChat account and repeatedly promised that he would be there on time at 9 o'clock in the evening before letting him go. Opening the location sent by Han Han, it showed the location of a hotel named Qingyuan Hotel. If you look closely, you can see that there are a few small words, beast species space, written in the upper right corner of the location. After returning to the classroom, Jang Yu lay on the desk with a look of despair. Behind him, Li Dapeng, who had come back from being scolded by the head teacher, poked Jang Yu a few times, with a trace of pity on his face, and asked with a sense of gloating. Brother Yu, what did the old bachelor say to you? This is not like you. Can Li Mingyi conquer you? Next to her, Luo Yichang was writing her homework and quietly put her ears close to her. You, is it just him? What I'm worried about is that a lady in a hip-covering skirt and black stockings wants me to accompany her for a small punishment. I'm wondering whether I should go or not. Jang Yu stood up and straightened his messy clothes, with a somewhat tangled look on his face. Li Dapeng, holy shit, is it really true? So exciting. And a small punishment. I have a friend and I want to know her WeChat account. Look, can I share it with you? This is not good. If you bring another person without their permission, it would be a bit disrespectful. Jang Yu naturally rubbed his 2 fingers towards Li Dapeng. I understand, my friend said, I'll treat you to fried chicken after school. Jang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and kept rubbing his fingers. She is not only my first teacher, but also my supporter. I need to pay more. Teacher enlightenment, I understand, a meal of fried chicken, plus 500. Make a deal. Jang Yu accepted the 500 yuan sent by Li Dapeng with a look of embarrassment, and pushed Han Han's WeChat message to him. Opening Jang Yu's recommended contact, Li Dapeng was overjoyed. The avatar was a photo of Han Han's figure without showing her face. That figure made him look at him intently. Li Dapeng clicked apply for friends with a hint of apprehension, half excitement, and half excitement. Good brother, you are really my good brother, I love you so much. From today on, you will be my god, Li Dapeng. Jang Yu's mouth twitched, and he mourned for Li Dapeng in his heart. Brother, I didn't lie to you. She is really our first teacher. Well, that's what she told us on the first day of school. Kneel down. That's not wrong. What nonsense are you talking about? What little punishment? What did you do? Why are you being punished? Luo Yichang scratched his little head with the cap of his pen and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Xiao Shenger, children, don't worry about adults' matters. We just made some mistakes. Yes, Sister Yisheng, don't you trust us too? The 3 of us have grown up together. Don't you know who brother you and I are? Li Dapeng also followed Jang Yu and said. Luo Yichang nodded, and then said nothing more. The 3 of them grew up together. She knew very well who they were, and they must have some hidden and embarrassing secrets. According to their personalities, it would be useless to ask them. They would just follow them secretly after school. Jang Yu and Li Dapeng looked at each other and nodded slightly. They both understood a sentence from each other's eyes and reached a consensus: find a way to get rid of Luo Yichang, who wanted to follow secretly after school. They also knew what kind of person Luo Yichang was. As long as she didn't get to the bottom of it, they would have to secretly follow him to figure it out. Because the 3 of them have been here since they were young. At this time, there was a sound from Li Dapeng's cell phone. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han. I approved your friend application, come and chat. Dapeng spread his wings. Hello beauty, I heard that you like to issue small punishments. Is it true? Quote. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han. How do you know? What do you want to do? Dapeng spread his wings. Hey, beauty, you don't want this matter to be known to everyone. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han. You threaten me. Don't you just want to come together? Come by yourself at 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Han Buahan sent a location message. Han Han in the office couldn't help but shook his head when he looked at the contacts recommended by Jang Yu displayed on the WeChat homepage. Jang Yu, a little scoundrel, actually used this method to find experimental subjects for her. It was really great. Han Han immediately decided to reduce Jang Yu's punishment. In the classroom, Li Dapeng looked at the 4 characters of Qingyuan Hotel displayed on the location information sent to him by Xiaohan Bui Han and shouted, "You Daddy Niubi. Father Yu is the eternal God." Xiao Chang'er asked Uncle Fu to drive us to a fried chicken restaurant after school. "My eldest son is treating us. Let's eat hard, it's so good." Jang Yu patted Luo Yichang on the shoulder. "If you let Uncle Li know that you called Dapeng that way, he will chase you with a belt." Luo Yichang capped the pen, brushed his hair with his hand, rolled his eyes and continued, "I won't give you any medicine then." Jang Yu rubbed Luo Yichang's hair vigorously with his hands and said, "You stinky girl, you still talk about me. Oops, I just combed my hair after class, and you messed it up for me again." Luo Yichang took off the small rubber band from her hair and brushed the hair that was messed up by Jang Yu with her hands, saying with a hint of complaint on her face, "The seats in the class are all ranked according to their grades. The first ranked one is next to the last one. Jang Yu's cultural class score is the last one, but Luo Yichang is the first one in the class and the top 3 in grade. How is it appropriate to touch a girl in public? Besides, you don't know what your identity is. His father can kill you with just a word. As the squad leader, I now order you to take your hands off." Zhang Yi behind him saw this scene and his eyes almost burst into flames. He gave Luo Yichang a look that said, "He's here, don't be afraid," and roared at Zhang Yu. "Oh my god, why are you talking to my father Yu?" Li Dapeng leaned out and took Luo Yisheng's thermos cup filled with boiling water from her desk. "Open the lid and sprinkle it on Zhang Yi's crotch." He kept cursing in his mouth. "On the street, dogs don't dare to bark when they see my father Yu, but how dare you?" Ah! Suddenly, the whole classroom was filled with roars like killing pigs. "Ah! It's cooked! It's cooked! How dare you! Just wait, I'm going to cut off yours and feed them to the dogs." Zhang Yi covered his crotch with both hands, his face was livid, and he roared at Li Dapeng. "Hey, you still want to cut me off?" Li Dapeng picked up his stool and hit Zhang Yi hard on the crotch. For a moment, the bench was smashed to pieces. Zhang Yi was also lying on the ground rolling in pain. "Xiao Shang'er, use the stool to him." Zhang Yu waved towards Luo Yichang, picked up the stool on his seat and threw it at Zhang Yi who was lying on the ground. "Zhang Yu, Aunt Yan said that girls should be gentle and not so rude." As he said that, Luo Yichang picked up the stool covered with pink cartoon stickers from the classmate sitting next to him and smashed it at Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yu, Aunt Yan also said that girls who like pink cartoon stickers are gentle girls." As they said that, the 3 of them punched and kicked Zhang Yi until he was covered in bruises and bruises. "Dare you mess with our 3 good young men? You got kicked in the head by a donkey." Zhang Yu kept hitting his hands and muttered from time to time, that's right, who gave you the courage to plot against Sister Yisheng?" The corner of Luo Yichang's mouth twitched. Well, it's this familiar reason again. When the students around him saw this scene, they all complained about Zhang Yi. However, due to the brutality of the 3 men, no one dared to fight back. Aren't they bullying others? 2 against 1, bah, shameless. Students around. Isn't it 3 against 1? That's right. Zhang Yi's father is a diamond-level expert, so he's not afraid of revenge. Besides, what's the point of 2 against 1? What about Luo Yisheng? It must be a fight. As the Grandmaster's daughter, how can she still bully others with her? The classmate who just spoke. Looking at Luo Yichang over there, who was swinging the stool out of the sparks, the classmate fell into deep thought. Yes, it was just a fight. Zhang Yi was squirming on the ground in pain under the beatings of the 3 men. The scene was like a maggot. "It's awkward, I can't even hit it." Luo Yichang muttered in a low voice, "Ice." As the voice fell, Zhang Yi's legs and feet were frozen in the ice by Luo Yichang. Sure enough, Zhang Yi was frozen and unable to move at all. This is the control skill that comes with the ice system. Then the 3 of them continued to beat Zhang Yi. For a moment, the screams sounded again, and tears and snot covered his face. "Stop it, Li Mingyi, who quickly ran over after receiving the notice before the three of them could fight for a while, saw this scene and his face was ashen. Depend on. What kind of beatings have been made to the children? Stop it. Why are you beating up your classmates? These ancestors. Why can't it stop? Jang Yu doesn't dare to scold him now. He just received a notice that his father is Grandmaster Zhang Tiancheng. Luo Yichang couldn't even scold her. His grandmaster's father came over before school started and said, whoever dares to touch a hair on his daughter will be prepared to face the wrath of a grandmaster. After much deliberation, the final word fell on Li Dapeng. Li Dapeng, who gave you the courage to beat up your classmates in public? Do you still have school rules in your eyes? Is there still law? Besides, Zhang Yi's father is a diamond-level powerhouse. Aren't you afraid of people taking revenge on you? Li Dapeng, no, brother Yu and sister Yisheng have already taken action. Why do you just talk about me? Li Dapeng curled his lips and said with some dissatisfaction. Why are you talking about you? Luo Yichang's father is a grandmaster, and Zhang Yu's father is Grandmaster Zhang, the head of the 8 sects today. They are not afraid of revenge. What about you? Zhang Yu's father is the leading master of the contemporary era. Saying this sentence shocked the surrounding students, including Zhang Yi. They had always thought that Zhang Yu was just a child from an ordinary family with poor academic performance. It was just that he was lucky enough to have SS-level talent. The Zhang Yu who traveled through time never mentioned his father's name to anyone at all. As a result, no one knew Zhang Yu's background. Did he not want to say it? No, it was my father who refused to let me talk at all. Before awakening the power, even if you have good talents, it will still be a waste of talent if you awaken a very helpful power. Well, at least that's how the classmates around me comforted myself. I just said that my brother Yu had a reason to hit people. You still don't believe it, but you should believe it now. Brother, didn't you just say that 2 versus 1 is unfair? Nonsense, I knew brother Yu was here to start a fight. How could a character like brother Yu join others in beating others? Students around. TCH, isn't he just a grandmaster dad? It's like no one else. Since brother Yu doesn't pretend anymore, I'm going to show my hand. My father is Li Yikong, the master of flesh armor. After saying that, Li Dapeng put his hands behind his back and looked out the window with a somewhat lonely look in his eyes. Then, so what, can a grandmaster's son bully others? Can a grandmaster's son just beat up his classmates? Although Li Mingyi was already panicking, he still had to continue to hold on, otherwise wouldn't his classmates all think that he was a bully and afraid of the strong? Then how the hell do you manage the class? The students around him were all stunned. Is this the same teacher Li who always follows the crowd in their minds? Why are you so tough today? You go and wait outside now. I'll take care of you later. Zhang Yu, tell me, what's going on? Li Mingyi gave Zhang Yu a look whose meaning was self-evident. Zhang Yu understood immediately, his eyes turned red and his voice trembled. Teacher Li. You are here, you don't know, Zhang Yi actually wanted to touch Xiao Chang'er. If Dapeng and I hadn't found out in time, Xiao Chang'er can just. But just. You have to take care of it. Xiao Chang'er almost lost her innocence. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was so angry that he almost carried it in one breath. You fart. That's not the case at all. You have wronged me, and all my classmates can testify for me. Zhang Yi's eyes fell on many classmates, but everyone ducked and lowered their heads after meeting his gaze. No one wanted to defend him. Just kidding, my dad is a master. Who dares to talk? Classmate Yisheng, is this really happening? Everyone's eyes turned to Luo Yichang, waiting for her answer. Yes, Zhang Yi, he. Speaking of this, Luo Yichang stopped just in time. Although the traces of the performance were too obvious, who dared to say anything in this situation? Zhang Yi's eyes were red with anger. I was not only beaten, still have to bear the charge of attempted molestation of a woman. Fart, I stood up for you. Now you are here to accuse me unjustly. More important than anger is heartbreak. What, do you think a girl would use her innocence to frame you? Zhang Yu said. How dare you, Zhang Yi? How dare you do such a shameless thing? You are really being cultivated by the school. After saying this, Li Mingyi gave Zhang Yu an appreciative look. You are bullying people too much. Zhang Yi's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse as he shouted, I'm going to Junlong Division to report you, just wait for me. You still dare to bark, don't you? Outside the door, Li Dapeng lifted the classroom door frame and revealed a small head, saying with a fierce expression. Seeing Li Dapeng's fierce look, Jang Yi was so frightened that he put his head in his hands, his body trembled, and he subconsciously curled up on the desk. Dapeng, we are three good young people. Be gentle with your classmates. Be gentle, understand, you have to learn more from Xiao Chang'er. As he said this, Jang Yu picked up the stool covered with pink cartoon stickers that Luo Yichang had just put down. Ahem, okay, although classmate Jang Yi was wrong first, you also started to hit someone. Both sides made mistakes. This matter is over here. How about it? After saying that, before the two of them could answer, Li Mingyi waved his hand and walked out of the door. This group of ancestors, if they offend one of them, his life in his later years will be ruined. He really can't afford to offend him. How come all these ancestors were assigned to his class? As Li Mingyi left, Jang Yu in the classroom rubbed 3 fingers at Jang Yi and said, Monitor Zhang, you don't want Master Luo to know that you are plotting against Xiao Chang'er, right? Zhang Yi's face turned green when he heard this. He was beaten, and he still had to apologize to the other party. If a few people really told Grandmaster Luo about this, then none of their family would have good juice to eat. In order to stand up for Luo Yichang and the other two got beaten up. Now you still have to compensate Jang Yu. Seeing Jang Yu rubbing his fingers back and forth, Jang Yi was angry. Just wait for me. Wait until I awaken good powers, wait until I am admitted to a prestigious university. When I reach the big background, I will definitely come back with revenge. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully young people into poverty. Burn, it's on fire. Zhang Yi kept moaning in his heart, as if he could already see himself stepping on Li Dapeng, holding Luo Yichang in his arms, and Zhang Yu massaging his shoulders behind him. What are you thinking about? You're smiling so obscenely. You're not thinking of how to take revenge on us, are you? Seeing Zhang Yi's YYY smile, Zhang Yu said with disgust. How dare I? I have already realized my mistake deeply, and I hope Master Yu will ignore the faults of villains and don't be as knowledgeable as me. With that said, Zhang Yi directly transferred all the remaining balance of more than 3,000 in the card to Zhang Yu's account. A good man can stretch and bend, Zhang Yi thought. Zhang Yu looked at the more than 3,000 yuan transferred from his account with a strange expression. Brother, you almost have it written on your face that I want to take revenge on you. The young man nowadays really can't hide things in his heart. Since you want to take revenge on me, don't blame me for being heartless. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu gave Luo Yichang a look. Luo Yichang looked at Zhang Yu's eyes and understood instantly. Although Zhang Yi was standing up for himself, it didn't stop her from cheating him. That. And my mental loss fiha, or tell my dad to go. After saying this intermittently, Luo Yichang turned her face away. Although she had done this kind of thing with Zhang Yu many times, she still couldn't say it without blushing and her heart beating. The students around him almost dropped their eyes to the ground when they saw this scene. Is this still the Luo Yichang they know? No matter how you look at it, it looks like an intern who just joined a fraud gang. You heard me, Monitor Zhang. Before 6:30 after school, I want to see Xiao Chang'er's mental damage compensation, otherwise, you just wait for Grandmaster Luo to come. Hearing this, Zhang Yi, who had just become excited, almost broke his guard. I stood up for you, and you want to blackmail me. This is too much. This can no longer be called repaying kindness with hatred. Just wait for me. I will endure. I can bear it. Outside the door, Li Mingyi held Li Dapeng's hand. Dapeng, there were so many people in the classroom just now. The teacher wants to apologize to you. What happened just now was because the teacher was wrong and spoke harshly to you. I don't want to blame the teacher, but what the teacher said made me so sad. As he said that, Li Dapeng rubbed his fingers. I understand, teacher understands. How about I treat you to breakfast tomorrow morning? You're sending beggars away. At least 550. This is my bottom line. Make a deal. Li Mingyi. Ring ring ring. As the school bell rang, the school became lively, with some joking and some making shots with their hands in an attempt to attract the attention of the little girls. The entire campus is filled with youthful atmosphere. Jang Yu and the three of them walked together on the playground. Of course, Jang Yu is in the middle, holding Li Dapeng on the left and Luo Yichang on the right. The three of them kept talking and laughing as they walked on the way home from school. Their friendly feelings made others envious. $12.50. $17.08. Jang Yu's face turned dark when he saw Li Dapeng, who was paying the bill at the fried chicken restaurant, taking out steel coins one after another. You said that if you use steel, just use steel. That's not enough. This guy must be hiding money again. According to Jang Yu's understanding of him, if this guy had no money, he would definitely not be able to say something like treating guests to dinner. I have money, I brought it with me. Don't rob me of any of you. I must buy this order today. Li Dapeng continued to take out the steel coins from his pocket, and glanced at Jang Yu and the others from time to time. I've embarrassed you so much, why don't you come over and pay the bill? Every time this guy goes to check out, he takes out a pocket full of steel coins and counts them. Those who don't know it must feel that it's a loss of face and go up to buy the order for him. And who is Jang Yu? He is a good young man. Seeing others insisting on buying the order, how can he make a move? Li Dapeng looked at the two indifferent people and knew that his plan had failed. Helpless, he could only take out his small coffers, buy the items, and stuff the steel coins he had been counting for a long time back into his trouser pocket. Seeing this scene, the girl at the front desk twitched her eyes. What weird things are these? In order to avoid Luo Yichang following him, Jang Yu agreed to meet in front of his house after 8 o'clock. After the three of them finished eating, they began to disperse and go back to their respective homes. After Jang Yu got home, he opened the door, threw his school bag randomly, said he would go home later, and walked out of the house. The same goes for Li Dapeng next door. After the two got together, they took a taxi and drove straight to the Qingyuan Hotel. Master, follow the car in front. After returning home, Luo Yichang took a pair of masks and a hat at home, then went out and took a taxi to wait for the arrival of Jang Yu and the others. How could she not know that Jang Yu's agreement to meet in front of his house at 8 o'clock was just a cover-up? It must be to get rid of her. In this way, the three of them drove on the road to the Love Hotel, with their own agendas. Young man, you know what that is for, right? Isn't it a bit dangerous to go there at your age? In Jang Yu's car, the driver persuaded them with a serious face. Hee, we understand, that's why we're here. Li Dapeng chuckled and said, it's just for excitement, nothing else. We will be careful. Well, you have to be careful, especially be careful of being deceived. Talents are the least trustworthy in a place like this. The driver still persuaded these two people with serious words. Don't worry, master. Don't look at me because I'm young, but I'm also an experienced driver. I've read a lot of information, and I understand everything. Jang Yu's mouth twitched as he listened to the conversation between the two. The two of them didn't realize that they were not talking on the same channel. As the driver braked, the four characters, Love Hotel, appeared in front of their eyes. Sure enough, the two of them are going to do something shameful again. Behind him, Luo Yichang hid under the steps nearby, so that the two of them did not notice her arrival. Let me catch you and send it to Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li. Feather God, we're here. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han. Okay, I'm here too. Jang Yu, who had just received the news, saw Han coming towards him. The woman put on a white shirt, and her lower body was still in a hip-hugging skirt and black silk. She wore a pair of high heels, which made a tapping sound when she walked. He wore half-gold glasses on his face and still held the black ruler in his hand. Seeing this person Li Dapeng, his anus tightened instantly. I almost even peed out a few drops. Don't tell me that Xiao Han Bui Han on WeChat as Director Han. Jang Yu shrugged and spread his hands. Otherwise, what do you think? Seeing Han's half-smiling look, Li Dapeng was almost scared out of his mind. Who didn't know that the little punishment given by Director Han of Los Angeles No. 1 middle school could cost half of a person's life? He actually threatened her with a small punishment. Brother Yu and I are heart to heart, but Brother Yu is using his brains on me. Han, Teacher Han, I said I was just here to see Jang Yu off. Do you believe it? Li Dapeng said with a trembling voice. Hateful. The black stockings mistook me. If God could give him another chance. Believe it, the teacher believes what the classmates say the most. Han Han conjured a candy from his hand like a magician and stuffed it into Li Dapeng's hand. Then he threw it into the entrance of the beast space and clapped his hands. Let the teacher see if there are any other followers who want to participate in the teacher's little punishment. As he said that, Han Han casually grabbed Luo Yichang, who had sneaked away for 2 kilometers after hearing the sound. Hey, it's Xiao Shenger. Why do you run away without saying hello when you see the teacher? This is rude. Jang Yu, Li Dapeng, didn't he already throw her away? Why are you still following me here? Teacher Han, I said I was here to catch the heartbroken man, do you believe it? Seeing that she couldn't break free from Han Han's restraints, Luo Yichang simply stopped breaking away and tried to pretend to be pitiful to escape his clutches. Jang Yu, you can really betray your teammates at critical moments. Oh, really? What a pitiful child. Just watch how the teacher punishes him. Be good, and the teacher will vent your anger for you. George Han rubbed Luo Yishang's little head and comforted her. Well, actually, there is no need to punish Jang Yu. Just punish Li Dapeng. He must have led Jang Yu into evil. Li Dapeng. Then I leave. Okay, teacher knows, let's enter. Han Han waved his hand and led the 3 of them directly into the beast space. This experiment itself is aimed at the awakening of unawakened people between life and death. What level must the unawakened people reach before they can awaken between life and death? It also tests whether the awakened people between life and death will be stronger than the awakened people who use instruments to awaken. How many? After recording all the data, the awakening instrument can be modified. As a result, the strength of the awakened people generally increased. This is also Han Han's current research topic. Therefore, awakened people like Luo Yichang who have naturally awakened their talents have no experimental value for this subject. Han Han simply let him watch the show with him. This is the only brass-level beast space in Los Angeles. It is usually used to hold the Los Angeles University competition after all the college members have awakened in the semester after the 3rd year of high school. As he spoke, Han Han casually threw out a black sharp blade and passed through the bronze-level beast fire-tail snake that sneaked up from behind. Then, the black sharp blade that passed through the fire-tailed snake turned into a thick water-like substance and dived into its shadow. Suddenly, the fire-tailed snake with only 1 breath left was fixed here by the black sharp blade that penetrated into the shadow. Go and kill it. Han Han threw Jang Yu a jet-black shadow knife about half a meter long and gave Jang Yu instructions. Are you kidding me? This thing is thicker than my thigh. Jang Yu was stunned and said in disbelief. Han Han didn't say anything, just grabbed Jang Yu and threw him next to the controlled fire-tail snake. Jang Yu stabbed the fire-tailed snake twice with a knife, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was completely under control. Then he calculated the length and stabbed the knife directly into the fire-tailed snake's 7 inches. With a piercing scream, the fire-tailed snake fell directly to the ground and died. Oh, by the way, you must be careful about your back in the beast space, and try to go to places with less vegetation, because you don't know if a fire-tailed snake will suddenly come out of the grass and bite you. Han Han didn't take a second look at the fire-tailed snake lying on the ground, and directly led the 3 people towards the deepest part. Chirp! A piercing cry appeared in the sky, and a large bird about 2 meters long swooped down towards the 4 people. This is a bronze-level flame griffin. Well, it tastes pretty good. After saying that, Han Han condensed a shadow blade and directly pierced the shadow below the swooping flame griffin. The flame griffin in the sky fell heavily to the ground as if it had lost its balance. Not surprisingly, it was also immobilized by Han Han. Now, you go this time. Han Han regrouped and handed a half-meter-long shadow knife into Li Dapeng's hands. Teacher Han, what kind of superpower do you have? You're so handsome, aren't you? Jang Yu looked at Han Han, who was condensing a shadow sword with his bare hands, with gleaming eyes. He was about to burst with envy. The shadow blade immobilizes the body, and the sword is condensed with bare hands. He's so handsome. Oh, really? Han Han waved his finger, and the shadow under his feet was decomposed directly. He turned around and sneaked into the shadow under Jang Yu's feet, and used the shadow to lift Jang Yu's shadow up. Jang Yu himself was also lifted up directly through the shadow. Jang Yu, so stupid. Doesn't this mean you can control others without even knowing it? He had no doubt that as long as Han Han wanted to, he could control his shadow to kill him directly. Li Dapeng walked towards the immobilized flame griffin with his shadow knife in hand. 1 step, 2 steps. 5 minutes later, Han Han kicked Li Dapeng, who was still standing in place, into the arms of the flame griffin. Ah, oh my god. Feeling the furry touch on his body, Li Dapeng screamed in shock, and slashed at the flame griffin with his knife. The poor flame griffin died under Li Dapeng's random swords. Okay, don't cut it, it's already dead. Han Han stopped Li Dapeng, who was still slashing at the flame griffin corpse with a knife. Huh, are you dead? Li Dapeng opened his eyes and saw that the body of the flame griffin had been hacked to the point where it looked like a beast. Immediately, Li Dapeng stuck the shadow knife on the ground, put his hands on his hips, and laughed wildly. How dare you, a mere little bird, dare to act arrogantly with me? This is the result of opposing me. Ha ha ha. Jang Yu on the side covered his face. Brother, there are only 4 of us here, who are you pretending to show to? Han Han looked at the scene in front of him with a look of satisfaction. After all, this group of students who usually wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, now killed a species of beast with their own hands. Although they looked cowardly when killing, their mentality was well adjusted. Judging from the appearance of the 2 of them, it's time to complete the experiment. Good performance, now, I'll reward you. Han Han casually threw a candy to Jang Yu and urged him to put the candy in his mouth and eat it. Where's mine? Li Dapeng stretched out his hand to Han Han. Have you already eaten one? It's gone. Li Dapeng. Okay, let's go. Your task today is to kill a bronze-level beast alone with your own strength. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this space, Han Han said to the 2 of them. Teacher Han, are you kidding me? ×2. Han Han ignored the shocked 2 people and took Luo Yichang deeper. Teacher Han, they haven't awakened their powers yet. Is it too difficult for them to kill the beast species alone? Luo Yichang asked Han Han with a look on her face. Han Han shook his head and asked Luo Yichang, Xiao Chenger, do you still remember how you awakened? Are you planning to awaken them through stimulation? But isn't it too cruel to let them directly fight against the beasts? Luo Yichang still couldn't bear it. The training between life and death is an indispensable step for every awakened person. It is the same for everyone. If you don't receive training today, you may lose your life tomorrow. Han Han's expression suddenly became stern, different from his previous charm. The color is completely different. Bronze-level animal species, wooden monkey. Which of you comes first? Jang Yu and the others looked at the wooden vine monkey that Han Han was carrying in one hand, and their expressions twitched. The 2 of them took a step back at the same time. He came first, ×2. Dapeng, I have to let my younger brother take care of me this time. I won't compete with you this time. You come first. With that said, Jang Yu pushed Li Dapeng forward. Brother Yu, judging from what you said, you give in to me every time. I really can't bear it this time, so you should go first. Seeing the 2 people pushing and shoving, Han Han slapped each of them directly on the head. Jang Yu, you come first. Oh. Jang Yu walked slowly towards Mutang Monkey with a shadow knife in one hand, and kept rubbing his head with the other hand. Needless to say, this slap really hurt. Hey, what is that? Jang Yu pointed behind Mutang Monkey and said with a frightened expression. The Muto Spirit Monkey scratched his head. He didn't know what the human in front of him saw, but he had a look of horror on his face, and immediately turned his head to follow his gaze. Good chance. Jang Yu slashed directly at Mutang Monkey's neck. With a click, the neck of the wooden monkey was broken. Until its death, it still didn't understand what this human had seen that caused him to look horrified. Han Han. Ah, this doesn't count, it doesn't count. The notebook she just opened hasn't recorded a word yet, and this is the end. How can this work? Why doesn't it count? Just tell me if I killed it myself. Jang Yu pouted and said with an unconvinced look. Li Dapeng on the side opened his mouth in disbelief. Is this okay? On the other side, Luo Yichang covered her mouth and snickered. It was indeed Jang Yu. He would never confront someone who can be mean to someone behind his back. I don't care, it just doesn't count. You have to fight it head on. You, an SS-level talent, attack from behind. Are you so embarrassed? Han Han was so angry that Jang Yu saw this devil director lose control for the first time. I'm sorry, I have to work hard, what should I be embarrassed about? Jang Yu curled his lips and said. Ah, I'm so angry. Han Han's face turned red with anger. He grabbed a brass-level beast and squeezed it hard, turning it from male to female. Bronze-level beast species. Jang Yu and Li Dapeng were so frightened by this scene that their faces turned pale. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the selection task. 1. Kneel on the ground and admit his mistake to Han Han, and cry loudly, "You are so cruel, I want to find my mother, woo woo woo." Obtained the title, A Mama's Boy, his fist becomes 10 times bigger and his strength is strengthened 10 times. 2. Directly challenge the bronze-level beasts and tell Han Han that I will fight 10 of them. Obtain reward, S-level time power, and obtain skills, time stop, archive and load. Note, because the time system is too powerful, awakening god level abilities will cause talent levels to drop. Author's note, however, it was promoted back soon. You need to reduce your combat power a little at the beginning, otherwise the time-based combat power system will collapse too quickly. But it won't affect any plot. 3. Shouting loudly to Han Han, what's the point of crushing it? You can crush me. Get a reward. A bottle of girl perfume for the leader. Note, using this perfume can increase the attraction to males. Jang Yu's mouth twitched when he saw several choices in front of him, and he decisively chose the second one. Don't get too excited and don't do anything stupid. I'll challenge you again. This time I want to challenge the bronze-level beast species, and I will fight 10 of them. Luo Yisheng. He is crazy. You haven't awakened your powers yet and want to challenge a bronze-level beast. If he dies, he won't be able to guard, he won't be sad to die. Hearing this, Han Han's expression turned from anger to joy, and he threw a candy to Jang Yu again, telling him to hold it in his mouth during the battle and not to swallow it. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The S-level time system reward has arrived. As the sound of the system disappeared, the awakening factors around Jang Yu swept toward him. This is, awakened your superpower. Han Han opened his mouth wide and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. Is this a natural awakening or an awakening after stimulation? Something's wrong. Why are there not as many awakening factors around me as when my SS level talent first awakened? She remembered that in the afternoon, in the teaching office, Jang Yu's talent was improved by another level, it should be SSS level. The talent will not be downgraded just because of an experiment. Thinking of this, Han Han's face turned pale. Because of her experiment, the SSS level talented students became S level. Then she is truly a sinner. He is the sinner of the whole world. If you want a person with SSS level talent, he can determine the world pattern when he grows up. Feeling the aura emanating from Jang Yu's body, Luo Yichang's face was not good looking either. The amount of awakening factors would definitely not reach the SS talent level. She was really worried that after awakening, Jang Yu would give up on himself after seeing that his talent fell to S level. Only Li Dapeng looked confused and didn't know what happened. Why did it feel like Brother Yu sat down on the ground, Teacher Han's face turned pale, and Sister Yisheng's face looked so ugly? As the aura around Jang Yu tightened, his tightly closed eyes opened. Ha ha ha, I want to fight 100 brass beasts. Jang Yu shouted. There was excitement on his face. Jang Yu, tell the teacher, what talent have you awakened? Why did your talent change from SSS level to S level? After seeing Jang Yu wake up, Han Han quickly grabbed Jang Yu's hand and asked eagerly. SSS level. Jang Yu, it doesn't matter, it's just a loss of talent, don't get carried away. Luo Yichang also quickly grabbed Jang Yu's other hand and comforted him. Jang Yu broke away and scratched his head with one hand, and asked with a puzzled expression, what's wrong with you? Isn't it a good thing that I've awakened my powers? I'm sorry, it's because the teacher was bad and insisted on taking you to do experiments, which caused your talent to drop. Han Han grabbed the hand that Jang Yu broke away from and said with a look of self-blame. Did you misunderstand something? Isn't it normal to lose some levels after awakening a more powerful power? Jang Yu explained. Can you still level up after awakening a superpower? What superpower did you awaken? Jang Yu said nothing and waved to Li Dapeng, Stop. In an instant, a golden clock appeared above Li Dapeng's head. The golden light emitted by the clock enveloped Li Dapeng. As the hands of the clock clicked to stop at 9:48, Li Dapeng's scratching of his head froze. Li Dapeng was frozen at 9:48. Then, after 2 or 3 seconds, the clock turned into a golden hourglass and began to leak sand. About 3 seconds later, all the sand above the hourglass drained out, the golden light disappeared, and Li Dapeng resumed scratching his head. Han Han. Time. This is time. Jang Yu grinned. Look at you, you look like you have never seen the world. Immediately afterwards, Jang Yu pointed at the fire-tailed snake on the branch, save. Immediately afterwards, he threw the shadow knife in his hand towards the fire-tailed snake. Time to stop. The golden clock appeared above the head of the fire-tailed snake, and with a swish, the shadow knife passed directly through the stopped fire-tailed snake. After the time stopped, the fire-tailed snake fell directly under the tree and made no sound. Read the file. As Jang Yu shouted loudly, the fire-tailed snake's broken body began to recover. In just an instant, it returned to the physical state before it was penetrated by the shadow knife. The fire-tailed snake was confused. What just happened? Holy shit. Holy shit. Brother Yu is awesome. Li Dapeng looked at Jang Yu with a face filled with enthusiasm. Don't get me wrong, he just feels that he will have a big hug in the future. Luo Yichang also had a look of relief on her face. Well, it's better for my man to be stronger. Jang Yu immediately opened the introduction to the ability. Time power. Not affected by time, organs will not age or die. Note, being injured or dying due to illness is not affected by time. Skill. Time stop. After selecting a target, you can pause the passage of time in its body. Skill duration and times are affected by the releaser's mental power. Archive. After selecting the target, the current physical state and mental power storage can be recorded. Note, 5 targets can be recorded at the same time. There is no mental limit. Read archive. Restore the archive target to the current moment of its archive record. Note, the longer the time between loading and archiving, the more mental energy is consumed. Han Han was so surprised when he saw this scene that he didn't even close his mouth. That's time. It can be controlled by humans. It seems that my experiment still has merit. Let's go, let's fight 10 bronze-level beasts. Jang Yu pulled Han Han with excitement and rushed towards the depths of the beast space. Luo Yisheng. Deep in the beast space. Under a towering tree, Jang Yu lay on the grass next to the tree with his butt stuck out. In his right hand, he held Han Han's recondensed shadow knife. He scratched his butt twice from time to time with his left hand, looking at it with a lewd expression. A wolverine nursing her cubs. Han Han and the other 3 looked speechless. Brother, you have awakened your time power. Shouldn't you be so arrogant that you confront Wolverine head-on and defeat him with overwhelming force? Jang Yu, are you kidding me? Am I just a little bronze scumbag who has awakened the time system, facing off against a brass-level Wolverine? No, there is only a 99% chance of winning this battle. What is the difference between that and seeking death? Sneak attack is still suitable for me. Thinking of this, Jang Yu made a purring wild boar sound. Wolverine, who was nursing his cubs, heard the sound and walked slowly towards Jang Yu's direction. His footsteps were very light, for fear of disturbing the wild boar in the grass. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Wolverine pounced fiercely, and Jang Yu also released Shiji. In an instant, a golden clock appeared above Wolverine's head, freezing his entire body at the moment he was about to pounce forward. Phew. Jang Yu's hand holding the shadow knife stabbed Wolverine's phantom. Is it an experience to be stabbed more than 30 times in 5 seconds? As the golden hourglass disappeared, Wolverine was dealt with by Jang Yu without even uttering a whimper. What do you think of Jang Yu's actions? Han Han asked Li Dapeng. I think the last knife should not be pierced in Wolverine's mouth, but in its heart. Li Dapeng said. I think so. After all, Jang Yu's sword was empty and did not cause any substantial damage to Wolverine. Luo Yichang nodded, agreeing with Li Dapeng's statement. Han Han, it's true that you have grown up. The 3 of them were carved from the same mold. Then thinking of his sister, Han Han shuddered hard, hoping that his sister would not become like this. After Jang Yu finished dealing with Wolverine, he waved to Li Dapeng and the two men behind him and walked towards Wolverine's cubs. Why are you three going? If you cut the grass without eradicating the root, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Doesn't Teacher Han know this truth? Han. Looking at the wolf cubs whose eyes had not yet opened, Han was speechless again by Jang Yu's operation. Even if these little wolf cubs grow up to be adults, they won't be more than bronze, right? Besides, even if it reaches bronze, it will be more than 10 years later. Ouch! As soon as Jang Yu grabbed the little wolf cub's neck, he heard an angry wolf roar from the distance. Moreover, the wolf roar was getting closer and closer to the three of them. The male beats the female. Or King Wolverine with a golden head. Do you need my help? Han licked his lips and said, looking at the scarlet-eyed King Wolverine running towards Jang Yu in the distance like crazy. No, it's just a wolf king at the peak of brass. Jang Yu waved his hand with a look of disdain. Although he said this, in fact, he was almost nervous to death, frantically filing files for himself and Luo Yichang. Ouch! As soon as Jang Yu finished speaking, Sha's voice came from the surrounding grass, accompanied by several wolf howls. 1, 2, 5, 10, a total of 12 brass-level wolverines. There is also a brass peak wolverine king. What, you really don't need help? Han raised his eyebrows at Jang Yu and the others and said. No need, it's just 12 brass wolverines. Li Dapeng imitated Jang Yu and waved his hands, showing a look of disdain. Jang Yu, Luo Yishang, Mud, who gave you the courage to face 12 wolverines and continue to pretend to be 13 without changing your expression? Looking at King Wolverine who was less than 10 meters away from them, Jang Yu knew that there was no time left to ask Han for help. Moreover, if he didn't believe that Han would let them die like this, she would definitely have a backup plan. If nothing else happened, she would still be able to read the file. Thinking of this, Jang Yu suddenly raised his eyebrows and put the shadow knife directly on the little wolf cub's neck. Seeing this scene, King Wolverine immediately stopped running. Whoever dares to take a step forward, I will kill this little wolf cub first. As he said this, Jang Yu winked at the two of them. The two of them understood instantly, and they grabbed a wolf cub and held the shadow knife against their necks as a wolf hostage. Ouch! King Wolverine seemed to understand Jang Yu's words and roared angrily. The other wolves stopped one after another. Jang Yu felt happy in his heart. Sure enough, he held the wolf cub in order to make the wolf king use this trick. It is indeed something that Boss Cao has researched, and it will be easy for whoever uses it. Looking at King Wolverine with scarlet eyes, Jang Yu walked over and slapped it on the head. You still dare to bare your teeth at me, don't you? King Wolverine had a look of humiliation on his face, and as soon as he took a step, he wanted to rush over and tear the human who kicked him into pieces. But when he saw Jang Yu put the shadow knife across the little wolf cub's neck again, he was so frightened that he quickly stepped back from the step he had just taken. Jang Yu and the three of them looked at each other, and the tacit understanding between them was self-evident. Time to stop. Jang Yu unleashed his skill on a wolverine next to Luo Yichang. Instantly, a golden clock shrouded the head of the wolverine next to Luo Yichang. Luo Yichang quickly stabbed the shadow knife in his hand into its heart. Ouch! With a scream, the wolverine died tragically in Luo Yichang's hands. Seeing that the wolverines around him were about to explode, Li Dapeng yelled and raised the little wolf cub high with the shadow knife across his neck. Ouch! Seeing this, King Wolverine quickly roared and stopped the ones that were about to attack. Only this time, the surrounding wolverines were staring at Jang Yu, for fear of being controlled by him again. If we can't afford to offend, we can't hide anymore. Luo Yichang and the three of them looked at each other and exchanged another look. Ice! With Luo Yichang's shout, a wolverine next to Jang Yu was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Pu Kai! After more than a dozen cuts, the wolverine lost his voice without even letting out a scream. King Wolverine! Ouch! King Wolverine roared, signaling the other wolves to pay attention to the two of them. Don't be held captive. Ice! Time to stop. Before it could complete its signal, the two controls hit the two wolverines next to Li Dapeng respectively. Li Dapeng raised his knife and slashed the two controlled wolverines to death. King Wolverine saw his little brother being killed again and stamped his paws angrily. Ouch! If they continue to kill like this, they will all be killed by our tribe. Come on, little ones. We can't bear it anymore. Immediately, King Wolverine gave instructions to the only 7 remaining brothers except him. What are you doing? Do you not want your son anymore? Seeing the wolverines around him rushing towards the 3 of them like crazy, Jang Yu put a little force on the shadow knife in his hand, and blood overflowed from the wolf cub's neck. Ouch, Owu, the little wolf cub in pain immediately let out a milky cry. This also restored a lot of sanity to King Wolverine. Ouch, the kids all stopped. King Wolverine looked up to the sky and roared. The wolverine who had just rushed up around him retreated with a frustrated look on his face. Time to stop. Ice. Hearing the sound, the surrounding wolverines looked at Li Dapeng in horror. Not here, Poochie, Poochie. With the sound of 2 shadow knives entering the body, the number of wolverines around Jang Yu was reduced by 2 again. Another wolf. Seeing this scene, King Wolverine was so angry that he spun around in circles. But looking at the little wolf cub held in Jang Yu's hand, it felt helpless towards the 3 of them. Bullying a wolf is too much. Just when King Wolverine couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, Jang Yu and the others grabbed the little wolf cub and retreated outside. Lord Wolf King, you don't want your child to die tragically with a knife, do you? Jang Yu stepped back and said to the Wolverine King, if you are sensible, why don't you let us out obediently? Looking at the half-killed wolves around him, Jang Yu knew that if he continued to kill the Wolverine King, he would really go berserk. Moreover, they were able to kill the bronze-level Wolverine mainly because Han's Shadow Blade, with their own strength, could not break through the bronze-level Wolverine's defense. Ouch, you despicable and shameless human being. If you didn't have wolf quality in your hands, I would have to tear you apart. Wolverine King grinned at Jang Yu and the others and shouted. Jang Yu and the others looked at King Wolverine who was on the verge of losing control. They did not choose to continue killing, but chose to retreat strategically. Jang Yu and the others retreated outside the encirclement of the Wolverine pack, directly placed a wolf cub on the ground, and directly released Shi Ting to kill a Wolverine on the spot. The meaning is obvious, one life for another. King Wolverine saw this scene but did not move or get violent, but fell into thinking. It is not a loss to exchange the life of one son for the life of one of his subordinates. It now has 2 children in Jang Yu's hands, and he has 4 other men besides it. 4 minus 2 equals 2, which means that after all his sons are rescued, he will still have 2 men left. Enough. After the 3 humans in front of me release all their wolf qualities, I will definitely tear them apart. My dead brothers, I will avenge you right away. Thinking of this, King Wolverine's eyes became more fierce and he howled twice, agreeing with Jang Yu's statement. Jang Yu signaled Luo Yichang to put down the wolf cub in his hand, and then the 2 of them released their skills directly, killing 2 more wolverines on the spot. King Wolverine, isn't one life exchanged for another? You killed too many people. I will endure. They only have 1 wolf quality left in their hands. When they let the last one go, their lives will be ruined. It thinks so, but its subordinates don't think so. Looking at the 11 compatriots around him except King Wolverine, now only 2 of them are left. My own life is in danger, but I want to save a woolen child. Thinking of this, the remaining 2 wolverines whimpered and flew towards the distance. There was only 1 Wolverine King left among the wolves around who dared to come. And Jang Yu still had a little wolf cub in his hand. Seeing the fleeing men, King Wolverine let out a loud cry and rushed towards Jang Yu and the others. But screw it, this human doesn't tell the truth, and all his men are gone. What is it like to be killed as a polished commander? Seeing King Wolverine's rage, Jang Yu stopped pretending. His original intention was to kill them all. He crushed the little wolf cub left in Li Dapeng's hand to death. Ouch! King Wolverine looked at this scene with dismay. Jang Yu gave Li Dapeng a look, telling him to kill the wolf cub he had just put down, and then released Shiji towards the Wolverine King. It's too early. Jang Yu looked at the Wolverine King who was still 5 meters away and cursed. Before he could react, Luo Yichang let out a scream, and an ice seal hit King Wolverine directly on the head. It's a pity that the ice seal did not last for a second before it was broken by King Wolverine. At this time, because the 2 people who had released many control skills before were at the bottom of their mental strength, the remaining mental power was not enough to support the 2 of them in releasing a wave of control skills. Jang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at King Wolverine, who was rushing towards him. He was not in a hurry to use the save file, but was waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for a distance that can be absolutely controlled. Ouch! Ouch! As the little wolf screamed, King Wolverine glanced subconsciously and saw Li Dapeng punching and kicking the little wolf. Han Han on the side covered his face when he saw this scene. Xiao Shenger was okay, these two people really have no lower limit. Good chance. Taking advantage of King Wolverine's distraction, Jang Yu shouted and read the file, only to see that the mental power of Luo Yichang and the two of them had been restored by half. There was no way, with Jang Yu's remaining mental strength, he could not support them to directly return to their heyday. However, it is enough. Time to stop. Ice. Ice Thorn. As Jang Yu and the two shouted loudly, a golden clock appeared above King Wolverine's head, and his body was quickly frozen. There was also a frost-covered spike in the ground that only hit King Wolverine's lower body. Immediately afterwards, Jang Yu and the other two stabbed directly into King Wolverine's heart and head with one knife. Only a wailing sound was heard, and King Wolverine was killed on the spot. After seeing the death of King Wolverine, Li Dapeng not far away also stabbed one by one, and the remaining two wolf cubs also died under Li Dapeng's sword. Han Han on the side also showed admiration for the performance of the three people. Although these three-person dogs have no martial ethics and are a bit shady in style, they are really easy to use. Even the protective device she gave them was not triggered. The three of them were not even attacked at all, and were solved without any injuries. That's right, that candy is a protective device. When it is fatally injured, it will form a protective film that lasts for 1 minute. This protective film cannot be broken by a platinum expert. 1 minute was enough for her to save the day. That's right, I didn't expect that you three brats who have never even killed a chicken can cooperate so well. Han Han praised the three of them without concealing his admiration. A mere 12 brass-level wolverines. Sprinkle some water. Li Dapeng waved his hand and scratched his head with the other hand, looking humble on his face. But his arrogant tone showed off his pretense. Oh, really, classmate Li Dapeng, you still haven't completed the teacher's experiment. Han Han raised his eyebrows and said, do you want to kill a brass one by yourself? Or do you want to kill one by yourself? Where's the one at the peak of brass? Hearing this, Li Dapeng's face fell. Can you bring me another wolf cub? What do you think? After saying that, Han Han reached out and grabbed it, and a bronze-level beast appeared in his hand. With a bang, Han Han casually crushed the bronze-level Spirit Flame Dog and threw it in front of Li Dapeng. Spirit Flame Dog. No more. Gone. Ah, human, I will kill you. The Spirit Flame Dog rushed towards Li Dapeng like crazy. You can crush my head, but not here. Li Dapeng. Seeing the furious Spirit Flame Dog Li Dapeng, he jumped up and dodged its attack, then turned around and ran away. Why are you running? Hey! Han Han was so angry that Li Dapeng stretched out his hand and caught Li Dapeng, who was running away. There were so many students who were deceived by her to do the experiment. Except for those who saw the beast's hind legs go limp and unable to move, which one didn't fight the beast to the death in order to awaken their superpowers. How come their style of painting is so outrageous when they come here? Either he was plotting behind someone's back, or he was tricking someone into carrying out a sneak attack, or he was facing someone who just ran away without being hit. Where did this bunch of old guys come from? Li Dapeng. Isn't this nonsense? There is only a 99% chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. What's the difference between that and courting death? With that said, Li Dapeng once again dodged the attack of the Spirit Flame Dog, turned around and ran behind him. You run away again. If you run away again, you and Xiao Chenger will be sisters. Han Han threatened with an angry stomp of his foot. Hearing these words, Li Dapeng tensed up and stood up suddenly. Thinking of the scene just now, Han Han shivered with fright. I'll fight with you. Shouting, Li Dapeng rushed towards the Spirit Flame Dog desperately. Spirit Flame Dog, shouldn't it be the one who is so angry? Before he could think about it, the Spirit Flame Dog was startled by Li Dapeng, who rushed towards it and slashed with a knife. He hurriedly avoided Li Dapeng's attack range and found the right opportunity. The Spirit Flame Dog pounced at Li Dapeng and scratched Li Dapeng's arm. Li Dapeng, holy shit, it hurts so much. Do you need to get rabies vaccine? Thinking about it, the air around Li Dapeng burst into flames, and the rich awakening factor rushed toward him overwhelmingly. This aura is much stronger than when Jang Yu awakened his powers. As the awakening factor around Li Dapeng became more and more intense, the spirit flame monkey seemed to sense something and rushed straight towards Li Dapeng. You dare! Han Han casually waved his hand, and a jet black shadow blade hit the shadow at the feet of the spirit flame monkey. In an instant, the spirit flame monkey was immobilized by the shadow blade released by Han Han. The awakening factor around Li Dapeng was shocked. Then it calmed down. I awakened the SS level shield power, which is better than my father's. Li Dapeng said with excitement before anyone could ask. Ha, shield, your powers have also mutated. Han Han opened his mouth slightly and continued to record something in his hand. Hee. Li Dapeng scratched his head shyly. Really? It's just a mutated superpower, sprinkle it with water. Isn't this a fire in the crotch, a crotch burning? As he spoke, Li Dapeng opened his big hand, and a strong spiritual power gathered in his hand. In an instant, a dark gray shield condensed in his hand. Shield thorn. As soon as Li Dapeng finished speaking, 3 half-meter long shield thorns condensed directly on the back of the shield. Phew. Ouch. I saw the 3 half-meter long shield thorns directly piercing Li Dapeng himself. Ah, it's gone. It's gone. It's broken. Brother Yu. Father Yu. Quick, read the file for me. With a bang, the shield fell directly to the ground. Li Dapeng lay on his side on the ground and covered his crotch with his hands. Jang Yu and the other 2 people looked on happily. If you hold the shield backwards, there will be no one left. Make you feel so good. 2 meals of fried chicken, plus 500 yuan. Otherwise, there's no need to talk. Jang Yu raised 2 fingers and waved at Li Dapeng. Ah, why don't you go and grab it? What do you think I'm doing? Jang Yu spread his hands and said. Okay, no problem, isn't it just 2 meals of fried chicken? That's all I'll pay. Li Dapeng's face turned red and he agreed. Anyway, it's not like he hasn't done this kind of thing before, and he will just regret it when the time comes. Okay, this is what you promised. If you dare to go back on it. Jia. Jang Yu casually saved a file for Li Dapeng to record the current state, and then stretched out his hand a little more to restore Li Dapeng's physical condition to the time when he was fighting Wolverine. Dapeng, we agreed, 3 meals of fried chicken, plus 1,000 yuan. 3 meals. Why don't you go and grab it? Originally, I wanted to treat you to a meal. Since you want to blackmail me, I'm sorry, you can't eat the fried chicken but. Li Dapeng spread his hands and looked indifferent, said. Anyway, everything has been cured, and I still want to invite a woolly customer. Oh, are you going to regret it? For some reason, Li Dapeng felt a little panicked when he saw Jang Yu's half-smiling eyes. This is not a regret. Who told you, the lion, to open your mouth and ask for a random price? Read the file. With Jang Yu's finger, Li Dapeng returned to the state of nonsense. Li Dapeng. Ah, brother Yu is wrong, father Yu, I am just kidding you, please. You must please. Li Dapeng collapsed to the ground again, shouting heartbreakingly. Jang Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a half-smile to Li Dapeng, what about the 5 meals of fried chicken we agreed on plus 3,000 yuan? Why did it become 5 meals again? See, I'll give it now. With that said, Li Dapeng reluctantly took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and transferred 3,000 yuan directly to Jang Yu. Read the file. Looking at the 3,000 yuan that arrived on the phone, Jang Yu smiled and helped Li Dapeng restore it to an intact state. This time Li Dapeng didn't dare to be harsh or show off. Looking at the account that was missing 3,000 yuan, Li Dapeng huddled in the corner and secretly wiped away tears. Okay, 2 living treasures, our experiment is over and it's time to leave. With that, Han Han closed the notebook he had recorded and left with the 3 of them. Luo Yichang and the 3 looked at each other. Time to stop. Ice, shield binding. The 3 skills Li Dapeng awakened are shield armor, shield thorn, and shield armor binding. Shield is a defensive skill, escape is an offensive skill, and shield binding is to select a target and surround it with a layer of armor to restrict movement and gain high defense power. Han Han, who had just taken 2 steps forward, was directly restrained by the 3 men. Among them, Shi Ting takes absolute credit. But the three of them forgot that Han Han's strongest one was his shadow. I saw the shadow under Han Han's feet quietly coming behind the three of them. The three of them were still wondering how Shale should deal with her. I suggest that we rob Teacher Han of all his money. What do you think? Li Dapeng said first. Get the hell out of here. What if she takes off her control and beats us up later? Jang Yu slapped Li Dapeng on the back of the head and said, listen to me, let's just beat her a few times each, and then follow him. It was said that it was hit by a beast clock. How about it? I don't agree with your point of view. How can there be a beast clock in this space that can hurt Teacher Han? Otherwise, let's just say that it was shot by other people who came to explore the beast clock space. Luo Yichang shook his head and said directly retorted. Good idea. Times 3. Times 3. Where did the third voice come from? Jang Yu turned around and looked behind him, only to see Han Han standing behind the three of them with a dark look on his face. Jang Yu and Li Dapeng were so frightened that they both peed a few drops. Teacher Han, let me report this. These were all plotted by Li Dapeng alone. Jang Yu and I were both threatened by Li Dapeng. Luo Yichang said with a frightened look on his face when he saw Han Han standing behind him. Li Dapeng, oh, really, are you and Jang Yu threatened? Han Han stood calmly behind the three of them, with no expression on his calm face. Well, actually, it was Jang Yu and the others who conspired, and it has nothing to do with me. If I can't protect Jang Yu, then I can only protect myself. Big deal, I'll give him medicine for a few more days. Luo Yichang glanced at Jang Yu with a fearful expression, and said in a weak tone, that little look makes me feel pity for him. Haha, that's right, it turns out that the cute little Changer can also lie. The teacher is so sad. Han Han walked towards the three of them with a calm face. 1 step. 2 steps. Every time they took a step, their hearts stopped. There was no ray of sunlight in the dim beast space, and at first glance, the sky was filled with chaos. The flame griffin in the sky is constantly wandering, seeming to be looking for some prey. As a heart-piercing scream came, in just a moment, all the birds and beasts in the sky disappeared, and a swarm of birds flew away in the woods nearby. As the second scream came, the group of wolverines that were looking for food not far away trembled. As a result, all the food they were targeting ran away. That's right, it was Jang Yu and the two who screamed. As for Luo Yisheng, he was dropped directly on the swing on the treetop next to him. After half an hour of beating, Jang Yu and the other three squatted under a big tree with their hands and knees wrapped in aggrieved expressions. What? You've just awakened your superpower and you're floating away. You dare to attack the teacher. You're so brave, Han Han said, crossing his arms and wandering between the three of them. Li Dapeng covered his bruised head and said with a look of dissatisfaction, Teacher Han. My brother Yu said, 30 years to the east of Hedong, 30 years to the west of Hexi, don't bully the young man to be poor. Do you dare to hit him today? Wait 30 years, no, 3 years later, he will be able to beat you, you shrew, with one hand. Jang Yu. As Han Han's eyes turned to Jang Yu was so frightened that he quickly stood up and cursed at Li Dapeng. If you want to find a reason for Teacher Han to beat me, you can just say it. I can do it if you spread rumors, but you can't spread rumors about our beloved Teacher Han. Teacher, I'm reporting that Li Dapeng secretly read villain books in class, and secretly said that you are a tigress who can't get married even if you are almost 30. Xiao Shenger can testify. After saying that, Jang Yu quickly called Luo Yisheng winked. Ah yes, I can testify. ... The two of them were quarreling with red faces, completely ignoring Han Han, who had a purple-black face on the side. What the hell? I am only 25 years old this year, but you are calling me a fast-moving person. Jang Yu, you dog. Why are you acting like a dog? Just forget about scolding Teacher Han. You're still scolding me, right? Seeing Li Dapeng cursing, Jang Yu was angry and said directly to him, read the file. In an instant, most of Jang Yu's mental energy was drained away, and he looked weak. He was stunned to have recovered to the time when the chicken was flying and the egg was beating more than half an hour ago. Then Jang Yu thought of something and used a loader directly on himself, directly restoring his mental power to full state. Jang Yu, can it still be so buggy? Wouldn't that mean that you let your skills go freely? Ah, you can't afford to play with me. Li Dapeng knelt down on his knees in pain, with a few drops of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Hurry up, brother Yu, I was wrong. I won't scold you anymore. Read the gear for me quickly, choo-choo. Okay, let him recover. It's time for us to leave, Luo Yichang advised from the side. Jang Yu looked at the dark-faced Han Han and nodded. If he didn't leave, Han Han would probably beat him again. When he was about to read the file to Li Dapeng, Jang Yu's expression froze. I seem to have forgotten to save him. Han Han. Luo Yishang. Hearing this, Li Dapeng's eyes turned red. I'm so hot. Quick, take me to the hospital. Didn't you save a file for him before? Luo Yichang asked with a puzzled look. Jang Yu shook his head and said, no, the time interval is too long. Han Han. Outside the beast space, Jang Yu was carrying Li Dapeng on his back, and Luo Yichang and Han Han were in front of him to clear the way for them. After running all the way, I finally arrived at the hospital. As the red light in the emergency room was turned off, several doctors and sisters with healing powers came out of the emergency room with their hands spread out in disgust. Okay, nothing happens. You can take the patient and leave. Remember to tell the patient to reward yourself less in the future. After saying that, the doctor's sister quickly went to the sink and washed her hands over and over again. Li Dapeng walked out of the emergency room tremblingly, his legs weak and swaying. Facing the weird expressions of Jang Yu and others, Li Dapeng blushed. He couldn't say that after the treatment, he came out after being casually touched twice by the doctor's sister, right? The few people didn't say anything, but returned to their homes. You brat, where have you been? After Jang Yu returned home, he heard the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen. Mom, Mom, Jang Yu called softly twice and saw the woman in the kitchen sticking her head out. You brat, next time you come back so late, we'll eat first without waiting for you. If your sister hadn't said that she had to wait for you to come back, we would have finished the meal long ago. Jang Yu's eyes turned red as he looked at the familiar figure in the kitchen. In his previous life, Jang Yu's parents were terminally ill and died one after another when he was in his third year of high school. He remembered that he hadn't seen his parents in more than 10 years. Jang Yu didn't answer, but walked to the kitchen door silently, staring closely at the woman who was less than 40 years old in front of him. You brat, have you never seen your mother? Why are you so close to me? Zhao Yan pushed Jang Yu away with a look of disgust and rolled her eyes. No, I just feel like Mom has become more beautiful. Jang Yu leaned against the kitchen door, resting his chin on one hand and looking at the woman in front of him. Zhao Yan felt happy when she heard this. Why is this child so sweet-mouthed today? For the sake of your good attitude today, my mother will forgive you for coming home so late. Go, wash your hands and tell your sister to prepare for dinner. Zhao Yan knocked away Jang Yu's hand that secretly reached out to the plate and scolded with a smile. Oh yes, in my memory, I have a sister named Zhang Han who is 1 year older than me in this world. Dirty brother is back. A soft voice came from the house next to him. As the door opened, a sweet-looking girl walked out of the room. The girl had fair skin, a slim figure, long black hair over her shoulders, and was wearing a white dress, looking like a Jiangnan water town. Compared with Han Han, the girl in front of her is not inferior to her in appearance, but just looking at her personality and appearance, they are completely two extremes. She has an extremely gentle appearance and voice, like a gentle sister next door. The other one, no matter in appearance, voice or personality, has a hint of charm, as domineering as a queen. Outside the door, Zhang Tiancheng, wearing a plaid shirt, came angrily. The first time he saw Jang Yu, he pulled out 7 wolves. You, it's already midnight. You just came back. I'm so sorry for what you did to me. Do you know that your Uncle Li and Uncle Luo and I are going crazy? Let's see if I don't beat your ass to 8. Valve. Oh, okay, the children are back. Just be fine. Go wash your hands and eat. Zhao Yan put the food in the kitchen on the table and said to Zhang Tiancheng. He dares to come back so late today, and he dares to stay up all night tomorrow. He dares to deny me as his father the day after tomorrow. Zhang Tiancheng took the 7 wolves in his hand, waved them in the air, and made a snapping sound. Jang Yu. Seeing this scene, Jang Yu instantly felt that he didn't miss his father so much. Dad, I bought you this belt for your birthday last year. Are you using it to beat me? Is that okay? Why is it bad? You bought this belt yourself. It's the easiest to use to whip you. With that said, Zhang Tiancheng made a move to hit Jang Yu. Seeing this, Zhao Yan quickly stopped Zhang Tiancheng, who was blowing his beard and staring, and winked at Zhang Han. Zhang Han understood and followed Zhao Yan to stop Luo Tiancheng and persuaded him, "Dad, don't blame me. What if he has something serious to do?" "You were right, brother." "Yes, I also have business to do." Zhang Yu echoed. "You kid can still do something serious." "Ang, I went to awaken my powers today. It's normal to be late when I come back." Zhang Yu shrugged helplessly and said, "Huh, have you awakened your superpower? Is it true?" Hearing this, Zhang Tiancheng threw away his belt, grabbed Zhang Yu's hand, and tested it with his mental power. "Why is this S level? Aren't you an SS talent?" "Forget it, S level is S level. Is it the same awakened thunder element as your father and me?" Zhang Tiancheng had some disappointment in his eyes, but he did not show it. After all, every parent hopes that their children will become successful, right? Moreover, Luo Yichang awakened an SS level talent, or mutated from the water element to the ice element. Seeing that Zhang Yu only awakened an S level talent, he was somewhat disappointed. "I'm telling you, Dad, it's normal for the awakened power to be stronger and the talent to drop a level." After saying that, Zhang Yu used a time stop directly on the food, and then, a golden clock appeared above the food, freezing the steaming food instantly. The golden hourglass disappears and the time stop ends. Seeing the three of them with their mouths open in shock, Zhang Yu waved his hand disdainfully. "I just like how you look like you have never seen the world. Okay, good boy. You have awakened the time system," Zhang Tiancheng said with a look of amazement. "Smelly brother is awesome. Come to Tito University directly after you finish the college entrance examination. Then I will protect you, sister." Zhang Han waved his fist and said to Zhang Yu, "Okay, don't be poor. Let's talk while eating. The food is getting cold." Yang's mother rolled her eyes at everyone and said. At the dinner table, the family chatted happily, and the tense atmosphere just now disappeared. Looking at the familiar dish of fried pork with green pepper on the dinner table, Zhang Yu gently picked up a piece of green pepper and put it into his mouth. The taste was exactly the same as it had been all his life, and it had not changed at all. Feeling the familiar taste, Zhang Yu's nose felt sore and he hurriedly took 2 mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. "Smelly brother, eat slowly. You'll choke later." Zhang Han took a glass of water from the table and placed it next to Zhang Yu's rice bowl, saying in a soft voice, "You brat, do you want to choke yourself to death? Even if you finish eating the fastest, you still have to wash the dishes." While eating those familiar dishes, I watched my mother pick up a piece of meat for myself and Zhang Han from time to time. The father next to me happily stuffed it into my mouth while constantly talking to Zhang Yu, nagging. Still the same familiar parents. Zhang Yu felt that the warmth at this time was so unreal that he would not have dared to do this even in his dreams in his previous life. I pinched my thigh secretly. Well, it hurt. This was not a dream. Zhang Yu was the last one to finish eating, and he had basically wiped out all the food on the dinner table. "Smelly brother, are you a loser? You actually ate so much today." After Zhang Yu also finished eating, Zhang Han immediately put away the bowls and chopsticks on the table. "Ah, sister, I'll just take care of it." After saying that, Zhang Yu was about to carry the dishes and chopsticks. "Go, why are you so polite to me?" Zhang Han slapped Zhang Yu's outstretched hand away, picked up the dishes on the dining table and went to the kitchen. Looking at Zhang Han busy in the kitchen, Zhang Yu touched his nose unconsciously. This sister of his is really too gentle. It's totally different from those sisters on the internet who want to beat their younger brothers as soon as possible. Okay. Zhang Yu returned to the door of his bedroom and looked at everything. Well, the style was still the same as in his previous life. Then he thought of something. As soon as Zhang Yu stepped into the bedroom, he turned around and left. In front of my parents' bedroom. Boom, boom, boom. Dad, the most beautiful teacher in our school said that she agreed to have dinner with you. Let me tell you, she also said that it is her honor to have dinner with Grandmaster Zhang, whom she has admired for a long time. You brat, what are you talking about? No, my wife, listen to me first. As Zhang Yu returned to his room, he locked the door behind him. Snapped. A crisp sound came from the parents' bedroom. The late-night tranquility in Luo City was broken by a scream. Ah! Following screams, Jang Yu covered his ears and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Jang Yu, who was still sleeping, was awakened by the knocking on the door from Luo Yichang and Li Dapeng. What time is it? Jang Yu glanced at the alarm clock and jumped out of bed. Holy shit, it's 7:50. Doesn't that mean you'll be late for school in 10 minutes? It seems that you will be deducted 5 points for being late. Remember. So if I just skip school, don't I need to deduct points? It seems that according to the school rules in my memory, there is no penalty for truancy. Instead, students are sent directly to the teaching office and the dean will determine the punishment based on the degree of truancy. Isn't the dean Han Han? Since it was Han Han who was punishing him, why did he go to hell? Isn't this equivalent to no punishment? As we all know, late equals 5 points deducted. Truancy equals Han Han's punishment. Han Han's punishment is no punishment for him. Punishment by going to beast space. Then I was so panicked. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the selective reward. 1. Although you are late, as a good student, you must insist on going to school even if you are deducted points. Obtain reward. Chinese proficiency. 2. As a good student, how can you be late? He directly took Luo Yichang and Li Dapeng to skip school and received rewards and a small increase in spiritual power. 3. As a good student, you will never be late no matter what. Arrive at school on time before classes start at 8 o'clock and get a reward, a 20% increase in speed. Looking at the 3 choices, Jang Yu fell into thinking. That's right, I just fell into thinking. Immediately afterwards, Jang Yu slapped himself in the face. I'm really nothing, but I hesitated just because of the reward. I have already traveled through time, and yet I still restrain myself to do something bad. Skip school. Must play hooky. After thinking about it, Jang Yu picked up his phone and sent a leave message to Han Han. You, my gentle and beautiful sister Han, I have to take a day off. I was too energetic and stressed yesterday. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han. Okay, do you want to invite Xiao Shenger and Li Dapeng too? I see they haven't arrived yet. You, well, please give Xiao Shenger a day off, Li Dapeng doesn't need it. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han, okay. System. At the door, Li Dapeng and Li Dapeng were still knocking on the door. Oh, stop knocking. I asked for leave directly for us, and teacher Han agreed. Get some sleep quickly, Xiao Shenger. Sleeping in the cage is good for your skin. After saying that, Jang Yu lay on the bed again, covering himself up. I got on the quilt and fell asleep. Li Dapeng, who was knocking on the door in a daze, immediately became energetic when he heard what Jang Yu said and shouted, Father Yu is awesome. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection task and receiving the reward, a small increase in spiritual power. At noon, the sun rises 3 poles. Li Dapeng, who was still sleeping, was awakened by a phone call from Han Han. He rushed to school without even having time to brush his teeth. Jang Yu, the thief, has done me a lot of harm. Li Dapeng, who was running on the road, was dealing with Jang Yu in his heart. If this thief hadn't lied to himself and said he had taken a leave of absence for him, how could he have ended up like this? Single quote. In the teaching office, it was a bright and sunny morning. With an aggrieved look on his face, Li Dapeng wrote a 10,000-word self-reflection in the teaching office. Hurry up and write. After you finish writing, go to the classroom and read it aloud to me. How dare you skip school? Do you think you don't take me seriously? Han Han gestured twice at Li Dapeng with his pointer and said. Haha, if you have the ability, can you give me a try? Who are you trying to scare by gesticulating there for a long time? If you dare to slap me, look at me and see how uncomfortable I am, well, I'll cry for you. Hearing the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen, Jang Yu jumped up from the bed. When you pass by the living room, you can smell the aroma of cooking in the kitchen. Sister, what are you doing? It smells so good. After opening the kitchen door, he saw Jang Han who was constantly busy. Ah, you brother, you scared me. Seeing Jang Yu pushing open the door, Jang Han suddenly jumped back half a step. It looked like he was really startled by Jang Yu who suddenly pushed open the door. Hey, Didn't you go to school today? No, I took a day off from the teacher today. Oh. Why did you cook so many dishes at noon? It seems that you will have a delicious lunch today. As he said that, Jang Yu picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and stuffed it into his mouth, was burned and made a shushing sound. Didn't Dad always say that Junlongwei's canteen is not delicious? I finally came back once, so I thought about cooking some food myself and sending it to Dad. Zhang Han said as he stir-fried the braised fish in the pot. Dad, the wild boar can't eat fine bran. It would be a waste to give him such a good thing. Don't give it to him. Xiao Shenger is also at home. I'll call Xiao Shenger later and the three of us will eat. Zhang Yu he mumbled something in his mouth, picked up the chopsticks and went to pick up the freshly cooked braised fish in the pot. Oh, it's hot. Zhang Han took the chopsticks and slapped Zhang Yu's hand away. He took a large piece of meat from the belly of the fish and put it on the plate. He let it cool before passing it to Zhang Yu. Now, eat this piece. This piece has less thorns. Eat it slowly. Don't get stuck. Seeing this scene made Zhang Yu feel warm in his heart, but he was not pretentious. He took the fish meat handed over by Zhang Han and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhang Han watched Zhang Yu devouring the food without saying anything, but silently picked up a few pieces from each dish and put them into the lunch box. Braised fish head. Green pepper fried meat with green pepper. There are also a few crayfish tails. Well, this should be enough for Dad. My brother is still growing, so let him eat more. After packing the lunch box, Zhang Han ordered it online and sent it to Junlongwei. Zhang Yu also called Luo Yichang and invited her to come to his home for dinner. At the same time, inside Luokang No. 1 Middle School. In that case, Teacher Han wants me to go on stage and say a few words, then I will say a few words. These few words have also gone through a lot of thought. Today, I will say these few words first, Ang. If you think that there is something wrong with these few words of Li Dapeng, or if they are not comprehensive enough, please point them out in time. What about these words? After listening to Li Dapeng's nonsense, Han kicked him directly from the podium to the teaching desk. Li Dapeng. UDU. The joys and sorrows of human beings are not the same, and there is a sharp contrast between Li Dapeng, who is being disciplined, and Zhang Yu, who is enjoying himself at home. At this time, in Junlongwei's office, Zhang Tiancheng, with his hands behind his back, walked around various departments with an air of dignity, saying he was inspecting. When employees from various departments and team leaders saw Zhang Tiancheng's arrival, they immediately straightened up and sat upright at their workstations. Good afternoon, Brother Zhang. What brought you, a busy man like you, to my intelligence department? Not far away, a man with an inch hair walked towards me. It was Sun Tian, the director of the intelligence department. How do you know that my son has awakened time powers? Sun Tian. Really? Then congratulations to Brother Zhang. Sun Tian looked at Zhang Tiancheng speechlessly. Although he was speechless at this approach, his heart was still full of shock. After all, that is the time system. You must know that the time system is unique in each era. Only when the person who awakened the previous time system dies can someone awaken a new time system. The time system is known as the strongest auxiliary. Although the attack of the time system cannot compare with the pure output of those S-level ones, it cannot be underestimated. Thinking of this, Sun Tian also had other thoughts about Zhang Yu, and couldn't help but said to Zhang Tiancheng, by the way, Brother Zhang, have you eaten? Why don't we eat something together? My daughter, she is afraid that I am in Junlongwei. It's not good to eat in the cafeteria, so it's specially made for me. Take a look. With that said, Sun Tian picked up the lunchbox prepared by his daughter and opened it. At that moment, the alluring aroma wafted through the entire intelligence department office. My daughter doesn't have any special advantages. She is just a little filial, pretty, good at cooking, and most importantly, she is very good at taking care of others. Brother Zhang, you don't know that my daughter's cooking skills are incredible. She has 3 meals a day, and none of them are the same. My clothes and shoes at home are all washed by my daughter. Moreover, my daughter said that if she gets married, she will definitely take care of her parents-in-law as if they were her own parents. Sun Tian picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. Zhang Tiancheng watched as he swallowed and spit. Look at other people's daughters, and then look at your own sons. What is the gap? This is the gap. As for why not compare Zhang Han? That's his little cotton-padded jacket. Even a hangnail on his hand would make him feel distressed. Why are you willing to let her cook? As for the son, it's okay, he's thick-skinned, and he didn't even utter a sound when he was hit by 7 wolves twice. Besides, his daughter was as gentle as water, well-behaved and sensible, which made him, as a father, want to pick all the stars in the sky and give them to her. So the food chain at home was formed. Zhang Han dotes on Jang Yu, Zhang Tiancheng dotes on Zhang Han, but my mother is killing them all. Back to business. After stuffing a mouthful of meat into his mouth, Sun Tian then praised his daughter to Zhang Tiancheng. The envious Zhang Tiancheng almost asked Zhang Yu to go to his house to propose marriage tomorrow. Hello, is Mr. Zhang Tiancheng here? Ms. Zhang Han placed the takeout order for you. Please give me a 5-star review, dear. Zhang Tiancheng's face was filled with a fatherly smile when he heard that Zhang Han had prepared the meal for him. The daughter must know how to be filial to his father. Haha, did you see it? My daughter, who is an SS-level talent and is currently studying at the Tokyo Metropolitan University, prepared this for me. I can already smell the fragrance before I even open it. When Zhang Tiancheng said this, he also deliberately bitten the SS-level talent very hard. Master Zhang, you see, I have a son, forget it, he doesn't deserve it. Feeling the envious looks from the people around him, Zhang Tiancheng smiled like a chrysanthemum, like a child who just got a new toy and showed off everywhere. Under the gazes of several people, Zhang Tiancheng opened the lunch box with a proud expression. Then I saw it. Green pepper, shrimp head, shrimp tail, braised fish head. Everyone, haha, my daughter still understands me and knows that my favorite food is, well, the fish head with green pepper head and tail shrimp. It's really my favorite food, right? At this time, Jang Yu and the others were eating enthusiastically. Luo Yichang's eating appearance was even more unladylike, her mouth was full of oil when she ate. Zhang Han, on the other hand, would occasionally give Zhang Yu a piece of meat with chopsticks, blow it to cool down, and then put it in his bowl. Just when he was about to stuff the braised fish that Zhang Han had put in his bowl into his mouth, Zhang Yu was suddenly startled and quickly took out his cell phone from the bedroom as if he remembered something. Come on, 321 eggplant. After Zhang Yu fixed the phone, with the sound of eggplant and the scissor hands raised by the 3 people, the phone clicked and the picture was fixed here. You sent a picture. Daang spreads its wings. Good guy, I'm just good guy. I am being scolded and scolded here, but you prepare such a big table of food and drink at home. That's not fair. Li Daang angrily slapped his hand on the table in the teaching office, making a bang sound. Your skin is itchy again, right? Han Han frowned and said to Li Daang with a look of disgust on his face, what, is it still reasonable for you to skip school? Do you want to be fair? I still have a mouth, do you want it? Seeing Han Han who looked disgusted with him, Li Daang pursed his lips aggrievedly, but did not dare to say anything more. Just now, Li Daang was kicked all the way by Han Han because he was reading nonsense self-examination on the podium. He suddenly exerted force at the last kick and kicked Li Daang into the women's toilet. Not only did he see nothing, but he also received another beating. And this matter is increasingly spreading in the school. The thief Zhang Yu made me play truant and ruined my innocence. I can bear this hatred as long as I can. Thinking of this, Li Daang's heart was full of anger towards Zhang Yu. In the end, the matter ended with Li Daang searching the internet for a 10,000-word review and using it as a reference for his own book. At this time, at Zhang Yu's home, the 3 of them also finished their sumptuous lunch. Moreover, before Zhang Yu could get up, the 2 girls had cleared the dining table. It's time for school to end in the afternoon. Zhang Yu and Luo Yisheng walked into the fried chicken restaurant with Li Daang's aggrieved expression. Seeing the 2 people sketching wildly on the menu, Li Daang felt so distressed that he almost bled. Daang, why don't you order it? Zhang Yu laughed inwardly when he saw Li Daang's expression of pain. I'm too full from lunch. I'm not very hungry. Just drink some boiled water. Li Daang picked up the boiled water and poured 1 cup after another into his stomach. The dinner lasted for more than half an hour, and the pot of boiled water beside Li Daang's table had been replaced by pot after pot. After eating, Jang Yu casually took a toothpick and put it in his mouth, and the two left with a resentful Li Dapeng. Not far after the three of them had just gone out, an old man holding a cane and a snakeskin bag in the other hand walked towards Jang Yu and the others tremblingly. "Brother Jang, what are we going to do next? What are you doing? Let's go back to our homes and see our mothers. What else do you want to do?" Jang Yu rolled his eyes at Li Dapeng and said, "Well, what I mean is, if we don't go to Zhang Yi for blackmail, let's borrow some money to spend. Who do you think I am? A gangster boss? A gangster leader? I'm a good young man. Besides, at this point, he should have gone home long ago. Quote, let's borrow it when we go to school tomorrow. Don't forget, we are all classmates. The teacher said that classmates should help each other. Now we are in need of help. I believe Zhang Yi will not refuse." Quote, "Good guy, you are really both responsible and upright." Li Dapeng kept scolding Zhang Yu for this behavior in his heart, but on the surface he nodded in agreement. The main theme is a violation of one's will. While Zhang Yu and the two were discussing the details of tomorrow's action, Luo Yichang, who was standing by the side, had an argument with the old man holding a snakeskin bag who came behind him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu and Li Dapeng kicked the old man to the ground without saying a word. Without even asking why, the two of them beat him up. "I am a good young man, so it is normal for me to kick an old man. Why are these people like this? They went to beat an old man. That's right, he looks like he's still a student. Today's students really don't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young." There were more and more people eating melons around, but no one stepped forward to stop them. At most, some kind-hearted person called the police. "What are you looking at? You don't mind watching the excitement, do you?" Zhang Yu took 2 steps toward the crowd of onlookers with a fierce look on his face. The onlookers also followed Zhang Yu's steps and took 2 steps back. "Young man, how could you be so harsh to an old man? It seems that you are all still students. How do you teach them in your school? There is no virtue of respecting the elderly and caring for the young." An inappropriate voice came out from the crowd. Zhang Yu fixed his eyes and looked towards the voice. It was a middle-aged man with a big belly. The man was in a suit and leather shoes, holding a briefcase in one hand, and holding a woman with heavy makeup on the other hand. Zhang Yu calmly took out his cell phone, clicked a photo of this person, and then said, "I am Zhang Yi from Class 1, Luokang number 1 Middle School. My father's name is Zhang En. He is a diamond-level expert. It shows that you are capable, right? I've already taken your photo, just wait for your father to come to you and ask for an explanation." As soon as the words came out, the man was frightened. "Give yourself a hard mouth. Make your mouth dry. Now you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Little brother, I was wrong. I was joking with you. Let's discuss it carefully if we have something to do." A strong smile appeared on the man's pale face, and he said to Zhang Yu in a flattering manner. Chapter 11. Okay, then come over and help fight. We'll leave first. Zhang Yu waved to the man and left with the 2 of them. After Zhang Yu and the others left, the man replaced Zhang Yu and the others, and the number of onlookers at this time also increased. Some kind-hearted people rushed over to pull the man away and posted the incident online. As for Zhang Yu and the others, except for being informed by a few onlookers, they have already escaped. "By the way, Xiao Cheng'er, why did you quarrel with this old man?" Zhang Yu asked Luo Yichang on the way home. "He insisted on asking for my mineral water bottle. I said I hadn't finished drinking the water yet, so he asked me to finish it quickly and then give him the bottle. I didn't do what he said, so he said I didn't respect the old and the young. I had a few arguments with him, and then you guys came over." Luo Yisheng shook the still more than half bottle of mineral water in her hand and said helplessly, "In this world, it is not the old who become bad, but the bad people who become old." After this episode ended, the 3 of them returned to their homes. On the internet, this incident gradually became a hot event as it was spread and fermented by major marketing accounts. Shock. A man did this to an old man on the street. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? Single quote. Recently, a man beat an old man on the street. Let's take a look at the truth of this matter. Single quote. Taking a hot bath after practicing is so uncomfortable. Zhang Yi, who was wiping his hair, looked at his perfect figure in the mirror, narrowed his eyes slightly, and sighed with narcissism on his face. The person I am today is no longer the person I was yesterday. Now I have awakened the mutant SS level King Kong ape. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for this. If you hadn't insulted me so yesterday, how could I have woken up so quickly? Just wait for me. Jang Yi, who had just finished wiping his hair and was about to relax, turned on his phone and saw a video of a man punching and kicking an old man in the street. Tisk, people nowadays dare to beat the elderly like this in the street. I really don't know where the respect for the elderly and the love for the young that we learned in primary school classes have gone. At this time, Jang Yu, who returned home, found a small wooden box on the table with a small note on it. Smelly brother, sister is going back to school first. There are some cultivation resources on the table, and there are warm meals in the kitchen. Remember to practice on time and eat on time. After Jang Yu opened the box, he saw 5 bottles of dark red liquid in test tubes neatly arranged in the box. Jang Yu touched his nose unnaturally, feeling an indescribable warmth in his heart. My cheap sister is so kind to me. Although they are not biological children, they are better than biological children. Jang Yu took out the food in the thermos box from the kitchen and placed it on the dining table. He got up and went to the kitchen to serve himself a bowl of steaming rice from the pot. After eating, Jang Yu took the bottle of dark red liquid to the bathroom, filled the tub with water and put a bottle in it. The dark red liquid is called beast blood, and it is said that only 1 drop can be extracted for every 10 bronze level beasts. At the brass level, 1 drop can be extracted for every 3. When it comes to gold, platinum, and diamonds, each one can only refine 1 drop. In short, the higher the rank, the purer the animal blood extracted, and the faster the external service can train the human body. However, do not use animal blood across levels. If you use animal blood across levels, it will easily cause the body to be unable to withstand the infusion of too many awakening factors and cause the body to explode and die. For example, a bronze level awakened person cannot absorb the beast blood extracted from a bronze level beast species, otherwise the body will not be able to bear it. Ah, it feels so good. Jang Yu let out a sigh of relief as he felt the awakening factors around him entering his body. After soaking for an unknown amount of time, Jang Yu woke up and found that the awakening factors around him had gradually quieted down, and he also took advantage of the opportunity to break through the second bronze star. Am I leveling up a little too quickly? Jang Yu clenched his fists, feeling the increased strength in his body, and then thought of the part of the spiritual power the system had rewarded after completing the mission yesterday. This should be the reason for his breakthrough. I looked at the alarm clock and saw, well, it's only 7:45 in the morning, which is still early. 7:45. I almost forgot that I was still a student and had to arrive at school at 8 o'clock. How fast can a boy reach? Jang Yu only remembered that it took him less than 5 minutes to get dressed, and he did it while going to the toilet, brushing his teeth and washing his face. This kind of speed was only experienced when I was asked by Li Dapeng to surf the internet when I was a child. I didn't expect to think about it now. Jang Yu quickly took a piece of bread from the refrigerator and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as he went out, he saw Luo Yichang holding out his hand at the door, about to knock on the door. Jang Yu was so frightened that he suddenly jumped up, and the remaining 3 points of sleepiness disappeared in an instant. The same was true for Luo Yichang, who was so frightened by Jang Yu that he trembled. Where's Dapeng? He hasn't gotten up yet. I don't know, I haven't called him yet. Luo Yichang patted her startled little heart, and then the two of them arrived at the door of Li Dapeng's house. As soon as they knocked on the door twice, Li Dapeng's voice came out. I've asked for leave for all 3 of us. You can go back to sleep. You just asked for leave yesterday and you ask for it today. That's not good, Luo Yichang said, looking at the door of her home. Jang Yu rubbed Luo Yichang's little head and signaled her to be quiet. Okay, thank you, Dapeng, let's go back to sleep. After saying that, Jang Yu glanced at the time and grabbed Luo Yichang's hand and rushed towards the school. Jang Yu, didn't Dapeng say he would ask for leave for us? At the school gate, Luo Yichang was panting and holding her knees with her hands, looking at Jang Yu in confusion. TCH, do you believe him? Maybe he didn't ask for leave at all and tricked us into skipping school. Jang Yu glanced at the time and walked to the classroom with Luo Yichang. It shouldn't be. I don't think he can think of such a routine in his mind. This kind of thing is almost like what you have done. Yes, that's how I tricked him yesterday. Luo Yishang. Hearing this, Luo Yichang also mourned for Li Dapeng. This honest boy, you said that you have been tricked by him since childhood, but how come you always use the same method to trick you after he tricked you? No normal person can be tricked by you. At this time, the door of Li Dapeng's house opened, and a sneaky little head was revealed from the crack of the door, looking around with a sly look. Li Dapeng breathed a sigh of relief after finding that Jang Yu and the others were not around. It seemed that Jang Yu still believed what he said. The corners of Li Dapeng's mouth curved, forming a smile like a dragon king. He was still so immersed in the success of his routine that he didn't realize that he was already late. He hummed a little tune in his mouth and walked leisurely on the way to class. Sometimes he used the buns in his hands to tease the stray dogs on the road, causing the dogs to chase and play with him, but he didn't care about his class at all. Already late. Anyway, there are two truants. As long as he is not the one with the worst circumstances, then he himself will not be severely punished. Thinking of this, Li Dapeng felt happy in his heart. He had finally tricked Jang Yu once since he was a child. He even felt that the air today was so sweet. Under the grinning gaze of the stray dog, Li Dapeng stuffed the buns in his hand into his mouth, bought a bottle of mineral water from a small shop on the roadside, took a sip in his mouth, and walked leisurely to school. On the way. By the time he arrived at school, it was already 8:15, and Li Mingyi's class on the podium had already been going on for 15 minutes. Report. Li Mingyi glanced at Li Dapeng at the door, and was no longer so worried about their backgrounds. Because Director Han told him that all the students in the class should be managed as he was told. If there was anyone who was using family background to pressure others, he should report it directly to her and she would negotiate with their parents. When Li Mingyi was talking to Han Han, he saw the medals that Han Han showed him, and the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared. Classmate Dapeng, why are you late? Even though Han Han said this, Li Mingyi still didn't dare to be as strict with them as before. Hearing this, Li Dapeng held his forehead in the air with one hand, and an angry look suddenly appeared on his face. Teacher Li, you don't know, I saw Jang Yu when I went out this morning, and he insisted on dragging me to skip school and go online. I sternly refused and scolded him. But he still forced me to go to the internet cafe. After all the hardships, I escaped from Jang Yu's clutches, teacher. You must ask Director Han to punish him by writing a review of 10,000, oh no, 30,000 words. For this kind of truancy, I, Li Dapeng, must fight against this bad trend to the end. With Li Dapeng's impassioned speech, he finally attracted everyone's eyes as if they were looking stupid. Okay, that's great. This voice seemed so prominent in the quiet classroom. Li Dapeng turned around and took a closer look. Zhang Yuzheng applauded him and cheered. Seeing Zhang Yu and Luo Yichang sitting in their seats, who were smiling but not smiling, Li Dapeng twitched the corner of his mouth and instantly felt that he was not going to die soon. Zhang Yu, oh carrot oh. It's over, I lost my pants and got beaten again. Under the gazes of Zhang Yu and the others, Li Dapeng sat down in his seat tremblingly. Brother Yu, I said I was joking, do you believe it? Then do you believe it yourself? Where is the usual place after class? Li Dapeng picked up the book and stuffed it into his crotch. Okay, stop stuffing yourself. Xiao Shenger is here too this time, so I won't flick you with a rubber band. PFF'd. Zhang Yi, who was next to Li Dapeng, laughed inappropriately at this moment. Seeing Li Dapeng and others looking at him, Zhang Yi was so frightened that he quickly covered his face with a book, pretending that he was studying and didn't know anything. Although Zhang Yi looked like he was giving in, how could Li Dapeng, a bully and fearless guy, let him go? If you laugh at you, I'll just you and wait for me. While cursing, Li Dapeng pretended to pick up the stool from under him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi subconsciously hugged his head and curled up into a ball. Li Dapeng, if you dare to bully your classmates in class, I will go find your director Han. Li Mingyi, who was giving a lecture, saw this scene and quickly moved out Han Han. Hearing these related words from Director Han, Li Dapeng completely withered and sat on his seat with his head hanging down like a defeated rooster. There is no way, Han Han is really afraid. Looking at Jang Yi, who was still lively and energetic next to him, and thinking that he was going to be beaten after class, Li Dapeng suddenly became very angry. I'm going to get beaten after the first period, so I'll beat you after the second period. The second period is still a big break, so I can beat you for 20 minutes. Hearing this, Jang Yi was so frightened that he almost got under the table again. There's nothing I can do about it, it really hurts when this hits someone. In this class, Jang Yi was so frightened that he didn't listen at all. Instead, he begged Li Dapeng for a class and begged him to let him go. However, Li Dapeng ignored him and was busy playing with himself, holding the phone like a villain. What a joke. I also sent Jang Yu a message begging for mercy. Have you looked at Jang Yu and ignored me? Li Dapeng has never looked forward to a teacher dragging the class so much, this is the first time. But it was counterproductive. As the bell rang, Li Mingyi picked up his textbook and walked out the door. Seeing Li Mingyi's figure fading away, Li Dapeng really wanted to shout, "Come back soon. Brother Yu, is there a possibility that you are reluctant to hit me?" Seeing Jang Yu's half-smile without answering, Li Dapeng said nothing more and walked tremblingly into the small woods next to the school playground. I still remember that before, he always pulled others in with an arrogant look. Now things have changed. Duh, holy shit, I promised not to slap you in the face. For a time, all the birds disappeared in the woods, and the stray dogs on the campus shuddered violently when they heard the screams. 5 minutes later, Jang Yu walked out of the woods with Luo Yichang, who had a sprained foot, followed closely by Li Dapeng, who had a bruised nose and a swollen face and a resentful look on his face. If he hadn't awakened his shield power and his defense had been increased countless times, he would have been beaten to the point where a few drops of urine would come out of him. After returning to the classroom, Jang Yu put the blushing Luo Yichang on the seat and leaned down to rub her already red and swollen feet. When the bell rang, the English teacher walked over holding a thick book of information. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Jang Yu applying medicine to Luo Yichang. "Yisheng, what's wrong with your feet? Li Dapeng beat me." Jang Yu wiped his hands casually with a tissue and pointed at Li Dapeng behind him. Hearing what Jang Yu said, the English teacher frowned on the spot. Luo Yichang was her favorite class representative. Was her class representative beaten? Then he looked at Li Dapeng, who had a bruised nose and face. The English teacher was a little confused on the spot. "Well, what did you use to hit her?" Li Dapeng's face darkened. "Use your face." After giving Jang Yu a hard look, the English teacher walked up to the podium and started the lesson. But he didn't notice Jang Yi, whose legs were shaking like a sieve next to Li Dapeng. After 50 minutes of boring English class, Li Dapeng, who was bruised and swollen, stood up from his stool with excitement, casually greeted Jang Yu and the two of them, then pulled Jang Yi, who was shaking all over, and walked towards the woods. "Li Dapeng, do you really think that I, Jang Yi, am easy to bully? Let me tell you, I am now an SS level awakened person." Jang Yi looked at it from a distance for a few times. After observing it again, he did not find Luo Yichang's figure, and he gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, her feet were sprained, how could she come over and beat herself up? As long as Luo Yichang is not around, it will not be a problem for him, the awakened one, to beat Li Dapeng and both of them. Given time, when his rank surpasses Luo Yichang, he will definitely make her regret it. Luo Yichang had awakened more than half a month earlier than him, and her current rank was already bronze 2-star, and he, the bronze 1-star who had just awakened yesterday, would definitely not be able to beat her. Thinking of this, Jang Yi kept getting tougher. "Let me go, you guy woke up early." Jang Yu rushed over with a frightened face, and then changed his face and said to Jang Yi, "Squad leader Jang, are we kidding you? Otherwise, we will forget it." "Forget it, ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have a cowardly side, Jang Yu, let me tell you, this is not over today. I have to make your urine come out and you are not allowed to change clothes and enter the classroom. I want you to die in front of your classmates." I believe Grandmaster Zhang won't pay too much attention to something as trivial as a fight between classmates. Ha ha ha. As he said this, Jang Yi seemed to have thought of the scene and laughed to himself. Li Dapeng stretched out his hand to grab it, and a dark gray shield covered with thorns condensed in his palm. He laughed evilly and walked towards Jang Yi. Jang Yi looked at the shield in Li Dapeng's hand and was suddenly confused. How come he was also awakened? It seems to be an SS level power. Haha, so what if you awaken? I'm not afraid of you at all if you play solo. Really, how about adding another one to me? Jang Yu waved his hand, and a golden clock appeared above Jang Yi's head. What followed was a violent beating between the two. Please stop fighting here, please. Jang Yi tightly covered his crotch, the pain already making his face livid. These two people are really wicked. They don't fight anywhere, but just hit him in the lower third. Get your hands away from me. Brother Peng doesn't want it. Li Dapeng kicked him happily one after another, and kept cursing, saying that he had to let him taste what it felt like to beat a chicken with a flying egg. I really have to tear off other people's umbrellas even if I get caught in the rain. Jingle bell bell. As the class bell rang, Jang Yu and the two walked out of the woods with comfortable expressions on their faces. A figure ran out from behind, crying and running towards the infirmary, holding a bunch of bloody things in his hand. Just now, after Li Dapeng's unremitting efforts, I finally heard a bang. As the saying goes, sincerity can make a stone break, not to mention the steely will and perseverance of Li Dapeng. And Jang Yu secretly saved a file for him. Doctor, hurry, help. The tattered clothes, the tears in his eyes and the sweat on his forehead were intertwined, dripping continuously on the tattered clothes in front of him, and he couldn't tell if he was out of breath because of pain or exhaustion. Several young nurses in the infirmary glanced at Jang Yi at the door after hearing the sound. They all showed curious eyes. Although it's the 21st century now, and no one will discriminate against your behavior, you are a bit too fierce. Showdown, don't talk nonsense. I think the hole in the big tree behind the teaching building has something to do with him. Jang Yi, I was beaten by someone. I was beaten by someone. I have never experienced anything like that. Ah, where's the doctor? Doctor, give me a cure quickly. It'll be too late. Jang Yi sat down on the hospital bed, his green and red face gradually turning into the color of pig liver. He didn't know whether it was pain or anger. Jang Yu, Li Dapeng, I swear to you that we will not be at odds with each other. When I become famous, that's when you will beg for mercy. Hiss, it hurts. Okay, don't move. While Jang Yi was secretly having, a middle-aged man in a white coat waved to Jang Yi, and a faint green light emitted from his hand and fell on Jang Yi's injured area. Ah, as the green light entered the body, Jang Yi couldn't help but hum. No wonder Li Dapeng was rude in the hospital. The feeling of being treated was so comfortable. His body was so warm, it was like soaking in a hot spring with just the right temperature. After a few minutes of treatment by the doctor, Jang Yi walked out of the infirmary with a pale face. Since he was just running away while being beaten, he didn't see clearly what kind of power Jang Yu had awakened. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that the aura he gave off was only S level. If he was only S level, how could he control himself for such a long time? Immediately afterwards, Jang Yi thought of the moment when he was arrested, and seemed to see a golden clock. Could it be the time system? No, how is this possible? I must have thought wrong. The time system is rare to see in 100 years. How could Jang Yu get it by such a coincidence? And you still have a grudge against him? Jang Yi shook his head and put all these thoughts to the back of his mind. If it was a time system, he would know if he went back and tested it. Although he might get beaten up, it would not be a loss if he could test whether Jang Yu was in the time department. Jang Yi lowered his head and looked at the shower he had just repaired. Well, it shouldn't be a loss. This classmate, which class are you in? Don't you know it's class time now? Hearing the shouts from behind, Jang Yi ran away without even looking back at him. Just kidding, you don't need to look at that voice to know it's the principal. Have you heard? Li Dapeng broke into the women's restroom yesterday and took a peek and was beaten. In the classroom, several girls were gathered together, and you and I seemed to be discussing something. Why did I hear that he was beaten because he went to the women's restroom to steal something when he was hungry? But why did he go to the women's restroom to steal something? Isn't there a men's restroom too? Haha, isn't that because the women's toilet smells different? Li Dapeng, who just walked in. This is too much. I was obviously kicked in by Han Han. And it was because of this misunderstanding that I was beaten. Those people have already apologized to me, okay. Jang Yu. Puff. Jang Yu, are you still laughing? Who did I become like this because of? You have no idea. Li Dapeng looked at Jang Yu, who couldn't hold back his laughter, and said with an aura on his face. Okay, everyone, be quiet and get ready for class. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the class suddenly became quiet, followed by the sound of turning books. Okay, students, turn to page 32 of the textbook. What we are going to talk about in this lesson is, who is Jang Yi in your class? Get out of here. A sudden voice at the door interrupted the teacher who was lecturing. The students in the classroom all looked towards the door and saw 7 or 8 strong men in black clothes standing at the door of the classroom with an old man with a bruised nose and face. It felt very oppressive for a while. I ask again, who is Jang Yi? Come out. You are so young and you are so cruel to an old man in his 70s. Why are you so cruel? Jang Yu and the others were startled when they saw the old man with a bruised nose and swollen face at the door. Isn't this the old man who was beaten by them for asking for mineral water yesterday? Didn't the guy in the suit take the blame? It must be that guy who is not doing his job well. I must teach him a lesson when I see him. Jang Yu secretly thought to himself. Fortunately, it was Jang Yi's name. If the man in the suit knew about it, he would have to cry out loudly. He had obviously given the money to the old man, and the old man had agreed to it. Little did he know that the old man insisted that 2 groups of people beat him up and wanted to make 2 pieces of money. Jang Yi, who rushed back from the infirmary, was thinking about how to get Jang Yu to show off his powers without beating him. As soon as he arrived at the classroom door, he heard these burly men calling his name. What's happening here? Jang Yi was confused. Isn't this the old man he saw while watching the video last night? Are you taking the blame? This classmate, is there someone named Jang Yi in your class? Seeing Jang Yi walking to the door of the classroom, one of the burly men approached and asked. Jang Yi, what Jang Yi? There is no one named Jang Yi in our class. Are you in the wrong class? Jang Yi looked at a few people pretending to be confused, then turned and walked into the classroom. Uncle, are you sure the person who hit you was a student named Jang Yi from Luokang number 1 middle school? You remember correctly, right? Yes, Dad, maybe someone just made up a random name to deceive you. What the second brother said is correct. Anyone who beats someone outside will report his name. Listening to several people saying this, the old man was also a little confused. Could it be that he really remembered it wrong? Uncle, do you still remember what they look like? The old man closed his eyes and thought carefully, and found that he had not looked carefully at who beat him. He only remembered that he was beaten so hard that he held his head and screamed. He was beaten so much that even the little girl who had quarreled with him at the beginning forgot what he looked like. I can't remember clearly. I only remember that 3 people beat me and a little girl. Hearing this, the corner of the man's mouth that had just spoken twitched. How could he find it? He knew that someone had reported his name, and he didn't even know whether the name was true or false. Under the surprised gazes of the teacher and many classmates, Jang Yi returned to the classroom with a blushing face. Although Jang Yi has a background and connections, he is a fool who rushes to take the blame when he has it. Zhang Yixian, who returned to his seat, glanced at the people at the door and felt secretly relieved when he realized that they didn't recognize him. Zhang Yu, is this a good thing you did? When he turned around and saw Zhang Yu's suppressed smile, he knew that this matter had something to do with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yi, do you want to listen to what you have to say? I, Zhang Yu, am a good young man, and you dare to slander me casually. Do you not want to live anymore? Zhang Yu patted Zhang Yi's desk with an angry look on his face, causing the surrounding students to turn their attention to the 2 of them. Hush, hush, keep your voice down. Zhang Yi was frightened when he heard Zhang Yu's roar and glanced sideways outside the door. Fortunately, those people have left. Zhang Yi, you must give me an explanation today. Otherwise. Jia. Before Zhang Yu could finish speaking, Li Dapeng laughed like a bad guy to dub Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, explanation. What explanation can I give you for coming out here alone? Zhang Yi shrugged and pretended not to care, but he didn't know that he was scared to death. In order to test Zhang Yu's powers, he gritted his teeth and hid this fear in his heart. Although his body didn't pee, in his mind he had. Zhang Yu, degree. You are very courageous. It seems that I have hit you too lightly recently. If you have the ability, would you like to hit me now? Done. It's almost done. As long as he uses his superpower, I will immediately kneel down and beg him. Jang Yi looked at Jang Yu's angry face and said with surprise in his heart. Please, it's class time now, do you really think that I will break the rules just to beat you? Besides, how could I, a good young man, hit someone during class time? Jang Yu spread his hands and looked at Jang Yi as if he were a fool. Then Jang Yu came close to Jang Yi's ear and spoke to him softly. After class, I will take you to the toilet and beat you. This time, I will beat the shit out of you. Jang Yi sat on the stool with excitement, his eyes lost their luster. It's done, I'm done. Li Dapeng laughed at him for being beaten so badly, let alone offending Jang Yu directly this time. Now I just hope that Jang Yu can use his superpower when he hits him. Although this is a loss, it can still be regarded as a bit of profit. Jang Yi kept comforting himself in his heart. Jang Yi, get out of here if you two are twisting your neck to talk. You don't listen to others, but you still do. As a voice sounded from the podium, the two fell silent. ... Jingle bell bell. As the bell rang for the end of get out of class, the quiet corridor gradually returned to its usual bustle. The chasing and fighting classmates formed a sharp contrast with the frowning Jang Yi. This makes some people happy and some people sad. In the men's bathroom of No. 1 middle school in Los Angeles. Brother Peng, I beg you, please stop kicking here. It will really get damaged if you keep kicking. Jang Yi bent over and leaned against the wall. Behind him were Li Dapeng and Li Dapeng, who were smiling ferociously. They were punching and kicking Jang Yi's butt. The classmates who were using the restroom around me felt a chill, and they warned themselves not to offend these two ancestors. Why is it that when others fight, you punch me and I kick you? The beating is called heroic and unyielding. How come they have this picture when they arrive? I thought Jang Yu would use his superpowers to beat him, but who knew that Li Dapeng would be defeated by him? What kind of perverted joke is this Miao awakened? Even if he has defense and control, he actually has attack skills. In terms of abilities alone, although Li Dapeng is stronger than him, he is definitely not much stronger. But who would have thought that Li Dapeng had been following Jang Yu in fights with others since he was a child, and he had never developed any fighting skills. His fighting experience was much more powerful than that of the nobleman he had pampered since childhood. Who can he ask to reason with? If God could give him a chance to start over again, he would never offend Jang Yu again. The weather in December has become a bit cold, and the breeze blows on people with a biting chill, causing everyone to shiver. Simply put, several yellow-haired boys standing guard at the door of the men's room shivered violently when a gust of cold wind blew by. The thin cropped pants and beanie shoes could not withstand the biting cold wind. For a while, several people were shivering from the cold, like grandchildren. And the pitiful screams came one after another from the toilet, which frightened the few people on guard to cheer up. And this miserable scream lasted until the school bell rang. Jang Yu rubbed his already red hands and stepped out a little faster. Following closely behind were Li Dapeng, who looked cheerful, and Jang Yi, who was being dragged like a dead dog. Without him, the person who was beaten would not be able to walk normally. With a look of disgust on his face, Li Dapeng threw Jang Yi to a few Huangmao at the gate, and told them to take him to the infirmary, and then followed Jang Yu back to the classroom. There are 4 morning classes in high school, and the last class is Li Mingyi's class. Before Jang Yu and others could rush back to the classroom, Li Mingyi walked to the classroom door with a thermos cup as the bell rang. When the bell ended, he immediately closed the classroom door. Okay, students who haven't returned to their seats on time by class time don't need to come in for this class. The classmates who were locked out gritted their teeth and scolded this old dog in their hearts. Where's the monitor? Why don't you shout stand up? Li Mingyi looked around the classroom, but did not find Jang Yi, and asked the students in the classroom doubtfully. But everyone under the podium was uniformly silent. There is no way. What you don't know is you really don't know. Even if you know, you don't dare to tell Jang Yu and Li Dapeng when they see their ferocious looks. Who knows if you might be dragged into the toilet and beaten up if you utter a single utterance. After opening the door and taking a look at the late classmates, Jang Yi was nowhere to be seen, not even Jang Yu and Li Dapeng. All 3 are missing. Li Mingyi's eyelids twitched a few times, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Doctor, vomit, come quickly. The two little yellow guys vomited all the way, and one of them dragged Jang Yi from the toilet into the infirmary by one arm. Note that he was dragged in with his face up and his butt down. The little nurses looked horrified when they saw Jang Yi spraying feces all over the floor. Who dares to touch this special cat? Last time I came to play with nonsense, this time I came to directly deal with the Anshi rebellion. Before he could stop him, the two little yellow hairs carried Jang Yi to the only hospital bed under the extremely reluctant eyes of several young nurses. The little nurses are going crazy. This is the bed they sleep on when they are on duty. Besides, don't they have to be the ones washing the sheets in the end? Hey, my mother, why do you smell so bad? A tone of disgust came from inside the infirmary, and then a figure in a white coat appeared after opening the door. Although he was wearing a mask, it could not hide the distorted expression on his face. Was he beaten this time? The doctor couldn't figure out why it was the same fight and the other students were left with bruises all over their bodies. Why did he get here? He was either peed on or spanked. Are all the students nowadays so passive in fights? At this time, the two culprits walked to the classroom door leisurely. Although the door was full of late classmates, they were not panicked at all. I was right. What should I be afraid of? Report. Li Mingyi, who was lecturing in the classroom, heard a familiar voice coming from outside the door and immediately put his textbook on the desk. Teacher, there is a reason why we are late. Student Jang Yi fell and was injured, so we sent him to the infirmary. Before Li Mingyi, who had just opened the door, could speak, Jang Yu spoke first. Did you fall? How did you get injured? Teacher Li, you didn't see it. It was such a terrible fall. All the shit came out. Thanks to Li Dapeng and I, we found out and sent Jang Yi to the infirmary regardless of previous suspicions, otherwise he would have been in a terrible situation. That's right, there aren't many good young people like us left. Li Dapeng also echoed from the side. After listening to what Jang Yu and the two said, Li Mingyi's mouth twitched. Were you two the ones who beat Jang Yi into co-writing? Then he was late after being sent to the infirmary. If Jang Yu knew that Li Mingyi thought this way, he would point angrily at Li Mingyi and question him. Are you that kind of person? A good young man like himself. Why send him to the infirmary? Return to the infirmary. The doctor in protective clothing opened the door and rushed to the shower room. He swore that this was the first time since he became a doctor that he had rushed to the shower room so quickly after an operation. Jang Yi, who had just woken up, was kicked out by several nurses with needles before he even had to change his clothes. Jang Yi will never forget the way everyone in the infirmary looked at him after he woke up. That can no longer be described as disgusting, okay. Then he looked down at his clothes that were full of shiete. Jang Yu. Jang Yi looked up to the sky and roared, and his voice of grief and anger resounded throughout the playground. He swore that before he grew up, he would never provoke Jang Yu again. Regardless of whether Jang Yu has awakened his time power or not, he will never provoke him again. The pain made him change his ways. These few beatings hit him deep in his heart. Let him remember it in his bones. By the time Jang Yi took a shower and changed clothes and came to the classroom, it was almost time for get out of class to end. The students who were forced to stand outside the door were also called back to the classroom by Li Mingyi, but they were standing to listen to the class. After watching all the students in the class return to class, Li Mingyi knocked on the blackboard to signal everyone to quiet down. Now, let me announce something to everyone. In 3 days, it will be World Awakening Day. It's also a day for all senior high school students to wake up. Don't think the teacher's words are unpleasant. Li Mingyi cleared his throat and continued. Whether it's a dragon or an insect, we'll find out in 3 days. At the same time, your social status, the school's resources, will also be redistributed according to your awakened powers. Wow. Although everyone knew that 3 days later was the day of awakening, hearing Li Mingyi say it still caused an uproar. Social status. Allocating resources. Hearing these two sentences, all the students in the class felt excited. Even Jang Yu and the others are no exception. Especially Jang Yi, his face turned red with excitement and his hands clenched into fists. I'm coming. This is what he wants most. You know, what he awakened was the SS-level Diamond Ape power, but Jang Yu only awakened an S-level power. As resources are tilted, the difference between the two will only grow. You know, China's resource distribution mechanism is the fairest among all countries. As long as you are an awakened person who is useful to society, no matter your family background. Regardless of origin, resources will be allocated according to talent level. No one is exempt. Revenge, just around the corner. In addition, students who have not awakened powerful powers do not need to be discouraged. You can pay more attention to your cultural classes and get into a good university. Even if you engage in clerical work in the future, you can achieve good results. Although I say this, who doesn't want to be a glorious awakener? After all, very few people can get ahead by studying. Not to mention the students who are not very talented and have poor academic performance. Although basically every senior high school student wants to become an awakener, liberal arts universities have the largest number of applicants every year. Because students with good talents are always in the minority, while most students' talents are more mediocre. The ones who are most worried are those students with poor talents, poor academic performance and no background. What Li Mingyi said next was more like pouring cold water on them, making their original sense of luck disappear. Some students who originally looked excited also became dejected. Yes, I was so excited that I forgot about my talent for stretching my hips to the point where I can no longer stretch my hips. Suddenly, nearly half of the people in the class began to emo. The afternoon passed quickly, and Jang Yu did not continue to beat Jang Yi during the rest of the class. For no other reason than the beating, his own hands turned red. If your hand hurts if you hit him yourself, just ask someone to do it for you. The bell rang, and the sound of students fighting once again filled the quiet campus. However, the senior high school students walked out of school with sad faces, as if they were only 3 days away from the college entrance examination and were afraid that they had not reviewed well. At the same time, Jang Yu and the others were still smiling. They have all awakened and are very nervous. Xiao Shanger, will Uncle Fu pick us up today? Luo Yichang rolled her eyes at Jang Yu. What do you mean by picking us up? You are obviously picking me up, but you two have to ride in the car, okay? Although she was complaining like this in her heart, she didn't have the slightest objection to the two of them having with each other in the car. Outside the school gate, Uncle Fu, who was sitting on the big G and playing with his mobile phone, saw the three people coming out. He quickly put away his mobile phone and got out of the car to open the door for them. Although this was not the first time he had seen it, Jang Yu was still envious and a little jealous. Look, they are both the children of a grandmaster. Why is there such a big gap between boys and girls? All the cheap ladies in my family drive sports cars, but I don't even own a bicycle. Although I have a small amount of 18,000 yuan in my hand, I snatched it bit by bit with my own hands. How could I just spend it on something like this? You have to spend it wisely. For example, spend 298 to redeem the soul of a young lady. He is really a good person. With the roar of the big G, the three people who arrived at their destination went back to their respective homes. You brat, how dare you come back? Seeing Jang Yu coming back from the door, Zhang Tiancheng suddenly jumped up from the sofa, making a gesture of untying the belt around his waist. This posture frightened Jang Yu into shouting for his mother while quickly opening the door and running out the door without looking back. You brat, you still want to run away, right? Zhang Tiancheng, who was bruised and bruised all over after being beaten by Yang's mother, had a ferocious smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Tiancheng looked at Jang Yu who was running away and didn't move, and casually grabbed him with one hand. A shocking thunder and lightning gathered into a palm around Jang Yu. Jang Yu was caught in front of Zhang Tiancheng before he could even run out. Old thief, don't hurt me, snapped. As the 7 wolves fell, a scream instantly swept over the community. Zhao Yan, who was cooking with headphones in the kitchen, posted an apology statement to the owner group with ease. Hello neighbors, I'm really sorry to disturb you. We are spanking our children at home, and the sound may be a bit loud. I would like to apologize to everyone in advance. 632 resident. Then let me beat him too, otherwise the child will cry too much and I won't bother everyone again. Very few residents. +1. 638 resident. It's okay. I'm bored anyway. Can the sister upstairs do a live broadcast? For a while, the community was filled with the sounds of children crying and parents beating and scolding. After Luo Yichang, who was next door, heard the sound, he skillfully took a few bottles of nearly half-used medicine from the medicine box, and after the screams ended, he trotted to Jang Yu's house. After so many years, she has been able to tell just by listening to Jang Yu's screams whether he was whipped by the 7 wolves or with the soles of his shoes. Probably a couple of slaps on the butt with the septwolves. Shao Shanger, your skills are really getting better and better. I didn't feel any pain this time. Hey, be gentle, you hurt me again just after I complimented you. Jang Yu lay on the sofa in the living room with a face full of pain, and behind him was Luo Yichang, who was applying medicine to him with a cotton swab. Haha, you are such an adult, how can Uncle Jang not even know how to hide when he hits you? Do you think I can hide from a grandmaster who is determined to beat me? Jang Yu curled his lips and said with an aggrieved look. Luo Yichang didn't say anything more, but the hand that applied the medicine became much more careful. Shao Shanger, do you want to eat braised pork? Zhao Yan in the kitchen leaned out half of his body and waved the pork belly in his hand. I'm not here to mess with you. Okay, let's add braised pork tonight. Before Luo Yichang could finish speaking, Zhao Yan retracted half of his body back into the kitchen. The sound of chopping meat in the kitchen made Luo Yichang blush. She really didn't come here to eat. She just came here to help give Jang Yu some medicine because she felt a little miserable. Well, it's definitely not because he came here because he felt sorry for her. Looking at Luo Yichang, whose face was red, Jang Yu chuckled. Hey, why are you blushing? Shao Shanger, this is not the time to bring your own bowls and chopsticks to eat when you were a kid. Hearing these words, Luo Yichang's already red face turned redder and redder, and the strength of applying the medicine in her hand became a little stronger unconsciously. Jang Yu cried for father and mother in pain for a moment. She was raised by Luo Yuming alone since she was a child. Her mother died unexpectedly when she was 3 years old. As for Luo Yuming, who was in a high position and had constant important things going on around him, he would be away for several days from time to time. Luo Yichang was only 3 years old at that time, and she was a little worried about hiring a nanny. Simply, every time he had important business trips, he would leave Luo Yichang at Jang Yu's house and let Zhao Yan, who was relatively free, help take care of her. Therefore, every time it was time for dinner, Luo Yichang would go home to get a pair of bowls and chopsticks, and then carry the bowls and chopsticks to Jang Yu's house to have a meal. It's just that when I grew up, I learned to be shy, so Jang Yu always dragged me over. After Luo Yichang had bandaged Jang Yu, Zhao Yan had already brought all the prepared meals to the dining table. Looking at the bandage wrapped around his butt, Jang Yu couldn't help but think of a question. I am already an awakened one, why not use my powers to save before getting beaten? It seems that I have to change my thinking. Now I am no longer an ordinary person. Whenever you encounter danger in the future, you must remember to save a file for yourself. Jang Yu kept telling himself in his heart. Okay, don't be stunned. Aunt Yan asked us to eat. Luo Yichang patted the stunned Jang Yu and helped him walk to the chair at the dining table. Humph, brat, if Shao Shanger hadn't been here, I would have spread your butt. How dare you spread rumors about me? Let your mother misunderstand you. Zhang Tiancheng shook the hands he had just washed and glared at Jang Yu fiercely. Haha, it's like you haven't beaten me in front of her. Besides, when did I wrong you? Just tell me, are you going to invite Han Han, our dean of students, to dinner? Seeing a few more veins popping up on Zhang Tiancheng's forehead, Luo Yichang quickly took a piece of braised pork and stuffed it into Jang Yu's mouth, signaling him to stop talking, for fear that he would be beaten again. Okay, who are you showing your airs to? You pretend to be powerful all day long. Let me tell the children. Zhao Yan glared at Zhang Tiancheng, and the angry expression on the latter's face instantly turned into a chrysanthemum-like smile, which showed the intimidation of the head of the family. If you see Han Han in danger in the future, remember to notify us as soon as possible. Speaking of which, you two should call Han Han's sister. Zhao Yan picked up the water glass on the dining table, took a sip of water, and his thoughts returned to the past. 14 years ago, a large-scale beast tide broke out on the southern border of China. The country sent gold level and above superpowers to suppress it. And your dad and I, as well as your Uncle Li, Uncle Luo, and Uncle Han, are all important candidates for the mission. Only when we got to the border did we realize how difficult it was to suppress them. Every species of animal was rushing toward humans like crazy. Even a bronze-level beast dares to attack a diamond-level awakener without any fear. How crazy can these beasts be? Even if you slash at their necks with a knife, they will continue to attack regardless, even if they can only replace 2 of your hairs. Everyone at the border is in danger. We have no choice but to each lead a team to rescue people as quickly as possible. And your Uncle Han died under the encirclement and suppression of 7 diamond-level beast species. He had just been promoted to diamond at that time. He killed those 7 species of beasts with his own life. When we found him, he was still holding a little girl in his arms who had just died. She was about 5 or 6 years old. Presumably, he sacrificed his life to protect this little girl. As he spoke, it seemed as if that day happened not long ago. Zhao Yan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, while Zhang Tiancheng ate heavily, his eyes red. Even though he didn't save the girl, he's still a hero. We sent Han Qing's body back to his home, but we found that there were only 2 little girls huddled together at home. The older one is in his early 10 years, and the younger one is only 5 or 6 years old. I asked them, "Where is your mother?" The older girl told me that their father was dead. When their mother found out that her father was dead, she went crazy with worry. She took a knife from the kitchen and went out, muttering about killing all the animals. By the time we found the person, her mother had already died in a gold-level beast space. Around her body, there were corpses of beasts everywhere, and the beast space was filled with blood. So, those 2 girls are my sister and Han, right? Jang Yu's expression was a little complicated. He really didn't expect that his gentle sister would have such an experience. It's so sad. You must use less bowls next time you eat, so that Zhang Han can lighten his burden when washing the dishes. How did you know it was your sister? Zhao Yan looked at Jang Yu with a bit of confusion in his eyes and asked. Do you even need to guess? Look at what my father did to my sister. I was afraid of dropping it if I held it in my hand. Look at how my father treats me. He takes out his belt and gives me a stir-fry. Zhang Yu pointed to the bandage on his butt. This scene made Luo Yichang, whose eyes were red, burst into tears and laugh. When I was a child, I always suspected that I was not my biological child. Otherwise, why would I get beaten at every turn? Only when I grow up do I realize that I would only be willing to hit my own child so hard. Ahem. Zhang Tiancheng choked as he shoveled the rice into his mouth and coughed twice. His face instantly turned red, and he didn't know whether it was from embarrassment or because he was choking on his food. Well, since Xiao Yu, you also know why I dote on your sister, you shouldn't resent Dad in your heart. There was a pause in his words. I beat you and scolded you before, and it was for your own good. Although I was also wrong, the main reason was still you. Who made you so disobedient? You won't secretly resent me. I was wrong too. The responsibility lies with you. Listen, what a familiar sentence. Dad actually learned to box. Haha, of course not. You are my biological father, how could I blame you? That's good, that's good. Dad, if you get old and I remove your oxygen tube, you won't blame me. Zhang Tiancheng, you brat, you are so filial to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianli immediately put down his chopsticks and put his hands on his waist again. Where's my belt? Haha, Zhang Yu sneered secretly, as long as you have a belt on your pants, I, Zhang Yu, would never be able to say such strong words. Okay, hurry up and eat. Zhao Yan patted Zhang Yu's shoulder angrily, and then looked at Zhang Tiancheng who was still looking for his belt. I didn't say you did you? If you find me your broken belt again, you don't have to eat it. Get out of here and sleep tonight. Zhang Tiancheng, Xiao Shenger is still here, can't you give me some face? You asked me to go out to sleep as soon as you spoke. I don't want to lose face. The 4 people at the dinner table were eating happily, except for Zhang Yu who choked Zhang Tiancheng from time to time. However, every time he saw Zhang Tiancheng choked and angrily trying to stand up and beat Zhang Yu, Luo Yichang would use his chopsticks to stuff a piece of braised pork into Zhang Yu's mouth to block his mouth. Just afraid that he would get beaten again. Looking at this scene, Zhao Yan's brows were frivolous, as if he had noticed something, and an ant-like smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After everyone had dinner, Zhang Tiancheng put down his chopsticks and leaned back on the sofa with a comfortable expression, squinting his eyes slightly. You lie down after eating, why are you acting like a pig? Get up and wash the dishes. Zhang Tiancheng, who had just closed his eyes, pointed in Jang Yu's direction reluctantly. Go, brat, wash the dishes. 3-2. Okay, I'll go right away. Hearing Zhao Yan counting, Zhang Tiancheng jumped up from the sofa, picked up the bowls and chopsticks on the dining table and rushed to the kitchen. It's going to be slow, but you have to sleep in the corridor. Mom, let me take Xiao Shenger to her. Seeing Luo Yichang about to stand up and leave, Jang Yu also stood up. Wait, what time is it now? It's only 8 o'clock, what's wrong? Jang Yu looked at his watch, his expression a little confused. You also know that it's only 8 o'clock. You lie down after eating every night. This is not good for your health. While it's still early, you can go downstairs to eat. Xiao Shenger will supervise him for me and don't let him be lazy. After saying that, Zhao Yan gave Luo Yichang an encouraging look, which made the little girl blush. Zhao Yan saw Luo Yichang's pretty red face and confirmed his inner thoughts. This girl must be interested in his son, but he just didn't know what he, a brat, was thinking. At this time, Luo Yichang was almost bursting with embarrassment. Did Aunt Yan see that she liked Jang Yu? Moreover, the look in his eyes just now seemed to be encouragement. He was encouraging himself to chase Jang Yu. For a moment, the little girl's mind was racing, and her body couldn't help but tremble nervously. It's like making up your mind to express your love to the person you like. Oh Mom, don't you know that the famous scientist Zhang said that if you lie down after a meal, you can live 18,000 years? As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Yu felt a cold little hand pulling his arm and walking out the door. The little hands were soft, and although they were cold, they were wet with sweat. One can imagine how nervous the girl in front of her was. You want me to change my shoes? At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and the original blue sky began to be replaced by thick black. Under the dark night, stars appeared in the sky. Downstairs in the community, in the park, Jang Yu crossed his arms over his chest, followed closely by Luo Yichang, whose face was red. Don't get me wrong, it's all freezing. Alas, I really don't know what Mom is thinking. She actually asked us to come down for a walk in such a cold weather. I didn't even have any clothes on, and you just dragged me down. In the weather that was 8 degrees below zero, Jang Yu only wore a thin sweater on his upper body and a summer tractor board on his feet. The cold weather made his toes curl up in a ball. Seeing the looks from passers-by around him like they were looking at fools, Jang Yu couldn't help but break his guard. Xiao Shenger, why don't we go back? Luo Yichang, who was always talkative, did not speak at this time, but silently took off his plush coat and put it on Jang Yu. Jang Yu rubbed Luo Yichang's little head with his hands, making her originally neat hair messy. A few wisps of cool breeze hit her, causing the girl to sneeze uncontrollably. Let's go back. It was too cold today, and Jang Yu didn't wear thick clothes. It was inappropriate to talk about love in this situation. Well, that's what Luo Yichang thought. After sending Luo Yichang home, Jang Yu also returned to his bedroom, threw himself on the bed and covered himself with a quilt. In this cold weather, the quilt is still comfortable. Then he took out his mobile phone from his clothes, edited a message for Luo Yuming and sent it. It's time to hire someone to enter. Jang Yu. In class, Zhang Yi needs a beating, do you understand? Luo Yuming. What did you take me for? Do you want to fight for me? Zhang Yu. He harassed Xiao Shenger, but I got rid of him. Luo Yuming. Haha, do you think I will believe it? Luo Yuming, who was sitting on the sofa soaking his feet, looked at Zhang Yu's news and smiled disdainfully. He had used the same reason 7 or 8 times. Is it interesting? Do you really think he is a fool? Zhang Yu. Okay, my dear father-in-law, Manuel Insidious. Luo Yuming. Are you threatening me? Zhang Yu glanced at the message but did not reply, directly leaving Luo Yuming aside. Luo Yuming. You win. Zhenlong Dormitory. Threatening me again. Luo Yuming angrily kicked over the foot-washing water, wishing he could rush over and beat that little brat Zhang Yu. She threatens him with the idea of picking up his daughter at every turn. The point is, it's not like he doesn't know that his daughter is interested in Jang Yu. He even felt that if Jang Yu insisted, his daughter would definitely give it to him. He doesn't want to have a grandson next year. Thinking of this, Luo Yuming put on his coat with a gloomy look, got up and walked towards Zhang Yi's villa. That night, heart-rending screams came from the villa. Some passers-by said they saw a middle-aged man walking out of the house holding 2 severed belts and looking happy. Morning. Jang Yu and the 3 of them still went to school together. But this time Jang Yu was the first to go out. After a few days, Jang Yu had adapted to the life of getting up early to go to school again. In the class, 3 or 5 students who arrived early gathered together, as if discussing something. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. As for what was discussed, it's just that my talent is not good and my studies are not good. Let me discuss with you what to do in the future. After all, as long as they awaken their powers, there is a limit to what they can achieve. However, there are also a few people with better talents gathered together to praise each other, and those who don't know think they are the proud ones of heaven. When Jang Yu and others returned to their seats, they realized that Zhang Yi hadn't come. It seems that Uncle Luo's movements are fast enough, Zhang Yu thought in his mind. Glancing at Zhang Yi's empty seat, Zhang Yu felt as if something was missing. The first class is the class teacher's class. Hurry up and prepare your textbooks. Class will begin soon. Luo Yichang next to her whispered a few words to Zhang Yu. After Zhang Yu's eyes turned to her, his pretty face turned red again. At this time, in the Zhang family villa, Zhang Yi was curled up in a small corner of his room, sobbing softly, his bruised and purple body constantly shaking due to pain. He couldn't figure out why he was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when he was suddenly woken up by a man in black with his face covered using a belt. He even couldn't understand why his body could withstand the beatings of 2 belts in turn, and he was still unconscious, even if the belt was broken. Has your physical fitness gotten stronger? However, Zhang Yi had no time to think about this at this time. What he was thinking about was why he was either being beaten or on the way to be beaten during this period. He even felt that if he continued like this, he would get used to it. 3 days passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the day when the whole school woke up. In the class, Li Mingyi put his hands behind his back and gave instructions to the students. Okay, students, please go to the playground and line up in an orderly manner. Don't crowd and play. As soon as he finished speaking, the excited students rushed towards the classroom door in a swarm, obviously not listening to Li Mingyi's last words. However, Li Mingyi didn't say anything else this time, because it's the same day for senior high school students every year, and it would be in vain. Zhang Yu, Luo Yisheng, Li Dapeng, Zhang Yi, the 4 of you, wait. The principal has something to ask you and asks you to go to the principal's office. After that, Li Mingyi went to the playground to organize the students to wake up. Only 4 people were left who didn't know what happened. After all the other students in the classroom had left, Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Yi, who looked wary and chuckled. Zhang Yi was so frightened that his heart was pounding, and he was even subconsciously ready to run away. Okay, stop making trouble, let's leave quickly. After speaking, Luo Yichang grabbed Zhang Yu's hand and walked to the principal's office. Li Dapeng followed behind him like a bodyguard. 10 meters away from Li Dapeng, Zhang Yi followed with a face full of shame and anger. No matter who saw the girl he liked holding the hand of another man, he couldn't help it. But Zhang Yi was different. This time he simply chose to close his eyes. Sure enough, after closing my eyes, most of the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. But before taking 2 steps, Zhang Yi suddenly let out a sigh and knocked his head against the corner of the teaching building. Puff, stop laughing at this fool and let's go. The principal's office is very simple, with a desk, a computer, a few chairs, a bookcase on the wall, several classics in the bookcase, and several banners on the side of the bookcase. Compared with other high schools, the principal's office in Luokung No. 1 middle school is much simpler. However, it can also be judged from the environment that the principal of No. 1 middle school is an honest and upright person. Are you all here? Feel free to sit down. Seeing several people entering the door, the principal placed a few chairs in front of the desk and sat on the other side. After a few people sat down, The principal looked at them a few times, took out a set of exquisite tea sets from the drawer and placed them in front of them. He took out a piece of tea cake from another drawer, broke off a small piece, put it in the teapot, and added hot water to the teapot. In nearly a month, we will have a holiday. This time I plan to give you only 7 days of annual leave. After the annual vacation is over, there will be a national martial arts competition soon. This time I plan to send the 4 of you to represent Luokang No. 1 middle school in the competition. With your talents and abilities, you are very likely to get a top 10 ranking in the national competition. By then, our school will be in trouble. Is it finally starting? This is what I've been waiting for. Jang Yi's heart is boiling with excitement. As long as he can achieve good results in the competition, he will skyrocket. When the time comes, I will be looking for a grandmaster to worship in his name, and that will be the time for me to feel proud. A scent of fragrance came from the teapot. The principal poured the tea into the teacups in front of the 4 people, his eyes full of expectation for them. Principal, this matter is not impossible. Jang Yu rubbed his hands at the principal, his actions self-evident. Hearing this, the principal almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Look at what a mess my office is in. You actually want to blackmail me. The 10th place in the competition will be rewarded with 10 bottles of blood essence of gold-level beasts, and 100,000 yuan. If. Jang Yu knocked on the table with his left hand, interrupting the principal who was speaking. Principal, you misunderstood me. I said it was not a reward for participating in the competition. You are making it difficult for me to do this. Hearing this, the principal sighed deeply, with a look of reluctance on his face. Hey, that's fine. Since it's difficult for you, forget it. It's a pity that I won't be able to regain my former glory in the first year of high school. The principal walked to the pennant next to the bookcase and touched it gently with his palm. His eyes turned red for a moment, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Think back to those days. My No. 1 middle school was also the best among colleges and universities, but now I have ended up like this. Luo Yichang couldn't bear it and gently kicked Jang Yu's calf twice with her little foot to signal him to be more serious. Jang Yu felt happy when he saw the principal crying and acting. You act again. Then he gave Li Dapeng another look. Li Dapeng immediately understood and started performing. Hey, little Jingjing, you miss me. Oh, you haven't come to see me for a long time. Headmaster. Jang Yu, classmate, I suddenly remembered that there is something that I need to talk about alone. Without waiting for Jang Yu to speak, the principal grabbed Jang Yu's wrist and pulled him out the door. Who knows about this matter? The principal changed his usual dignified attitude and asked with fear on his face. Isn't it, principal? Is that really you? We thought we saw it wrong. Jang Yu's face was full of surprise. He really just saw that the man looked like the principal. Did he not expect that it was really him? Now it was the principal's turn to be confused. Question mark. You blast me. Principal, don't be so angry, you don't want everyone to know about this. Jang Yu looked at the principal who looked annoyed and patted his shoulder gently. How much do you want? 500,000, I only have 200,000, if I get one more point, I won't have to talk about it. Jang Yu looked at the principal's desperate look and felt that this should be his bottom line. But whether it's the bottom line, you have to test it. If it doesn't work, just 200,000. It's better than nothing. 300,000. If it's 1 cent less, I'll go public with it. Make a deal. Depend on. If it's less, this comparison is also testing myself. Jang Yu said angrily in his heart, he is indeed an old fox, he can't play with him at all. The principal happily transferred 300,000 yuan to Jang Yu, turned around and walked towards the principal's office with his hands behind his back expressionlessly. Wait, we haven't calculated the change fee yet. What's the change fee? The principal froze on the spot. Although he didn't understand, he knew that this was definitely not a good thing. Jang Yu, you have to be honest and trustworthy. You can't go back on your word. Jang Yu shook his head and continued to rub his fingers at the principal. One code equals the other. You don't want Miss Jingjing to tell everyone you're not good at it when picking up guests. You threaten me. You win. In the end, Jang Yu gained another 20 Ws while the principal looked heartbroken. Don't mention how beautiful it is. But what Jang Yu didn't expect was that he would be greedy for so much. It seemed that 500,000 was not his limit. Principal room. I saw the sullen principal returning to his seat and not even pouring the brewed tea for a few people. Jang Yu grinned, picked up the tea made by the principal and poured himself a cup. Principal, the three of us are here to handle the martial arts competition. Don't worry, I, Jang Yu, promise that I will live and die with the glory of number 1 middle school. After hearing this, the principal's gloomy expression improved a little. He grabbed the teapot from Jang Yu's hand and poured a cup for himself, Luo Yichang and Jang Yi. As for Li Dapeng, haha, if I ask you to play me, I won't let you down. However, Li Dapeng didn't complain. He happily took the tea poured for Jang Yi and put it in front of him. Jang Yi's breathing became a little heavier. The principal glared at Li Dapeng fiercely, then took out a teacup and put it in front of Jang Yi to pour it for him. But don't be too careless. There are also SS talented awakeners in No. 3 middle school and No. 5 middle school. Be careful to push one of you down. Jang Yu drank his tea in one gulp, then took the tea that Jang Yi hadn't had a chance to drink and put it in front of him. Principal, make no mistake, I said there are 3 of us, not 4. Jang Yu took a sip of tea and said in a calm tone. Although it was calm, there was no doubt about it. Jang Yijung on the side was sulking because Jang Yu took away his tea, but he didn't expect Jang Yu to say such words again. This will ruin his future. Not letting me participate in the competition. Then how can I get a good ranking and find a backer? Not letting me participate in the competition. How can I find a backer and take revenge on you? He was immediately shocked and angry. Although he was angry, he did not dare to speak. Veins popped out of his hands under the clothes, and they were tightly clenched together, revealing his mood at the moment. The principal was slightly startled when he heard these words. He knew the conflict between Jang Yu and Jang Yi, and he expected Jang Yu to say these words. But what he didn't expect was that Jang Yi would be so stunned. No resistance at all. He knows how to be patient and be ready to go. Yes, he is a good seedling. With this mentality, he can become a dragon in the future. The principal looked at Jang Yi and nodded secretly, and couldn't help but admire him a little more in his heart. Before the principal could say anything to him, Jang Yi knelt down in front of Jang Yu, hugged Jang Yu's thigh tightly, and burst into tears. Dad Yu, I know I was wrong. I never dare to go against you again. Can you just let me go this time? Headmaster. Seeing Jang Yi crying bitterly, Jang Yu felt a chill in his heart. Do you really think I can't see Xiao Juju in your heart? Oh, look at you, I feel soft when you cry. Jang Yu scratched his head with an honest expression, and there were many flaws for a while, but Jang Yi, who was holding his thigh, didn't see it. When Jang Yi heard this, he cried even more vigorously. Today's shame. I, Jang Yi. Well, I'm not unreasonable. As long as Xiao Chang'er and Dapeng agree, then you can go ahead. Jang Yu gave Luo Yichang and Li Dapeng a look, but this time Li Dapeng was a little confused. Have you never encountered this situation before? Luo Yichang nodded and said, I agree. Then the 3 of them looked at Li Dapeng, who looked confused. Then I also, I disagree. Jang Yu patted Jang Yi on the shoulder and gave Li Dapeng an appreciative look. The principal's eyes twitched when he saw this scene. Good guys, you guys are real dogs. You've seen it too. It's not my father who doesn't agree, it's your Dapeng brother who doesn't agree. It's not my fault. Good guy, just dropped a generation. Li Dapeng pursed his lips and gave Jang Yi a resentful look, as if I'm not happy and you just have to deal with it. Jang Yi hurriedly knelt and crawled to Li Dapeng's feet, crying loudly like, father, and, brother, which made Li Dapeng shudder violently. Okay, stop crying, my mother-in-law. Let's vote again. Hearing this, Jang Yi stared at Li Dapeng eagerly, almost making Li Dapeng feel sick. I agree this time. I agree. Then the 3 people's eyes turned to Luo Yichang. Then I disagree. Are you guys playing tricks on me? Jang Yi wiped the snot and tears from his face with his hand, his eyes suddenly filled with fierceness. Are you kidding me? Are you still a human being? Are you dogs? Jang Yu rubbed the tip of his nose with his hand. He seemed to be a little cruel this time, huh? The child was so anxious to see it. Why don't you go and beg Xiao Chang'er again? She might agree. I bother. I begged her and then you disagreed again, right? You are so shameless. Dirty. No morals. Jang Yi stopped acting. The last hope of revenge was gone. How could he be so patient? Ahem, stop making noise. The principal on the side coughed twice and said to the four people. Okay, the final decision-making power is in my hands. It's up to me to decide whether you go or not. That principal. A flash of hope flashed in Jang Yi's eyes, like a person falling into the deep sea grabbing a rope. Don't worry, I have no reason to refuse you. The principal looked at Jang Yi with expectant eyes and patted his shoulder. He really couldn't think of a reason to reject him. Ahem, principal, I want to be quiet. Jang Yu's voice came from the side. Yes, there is a reason. Classmate Jang Yi, have you ever thought about a problem? People in a team must trust each other. If they don't trust each other, then... Woohoo! Jang Yi cried. His mentality was really broken. No one could bear to jump repeatedly between hope and disappointment. Just like a person who fell into the deep sea, he saw a piece of rope exposed not far away. After swimming desperately, he found that it turned out to be a piece of seaweed. Just when he was resigned to his fate, another big boat came towards him on the sea. He felt that he was definitely going to be saved, and then the ship just passed him by. Destroy this world. If he could do it over again, he would never come to the beach to play, just like Jang Yi would never provoke Jang Yu. Shortly after Jang Yi left, the principal also rushed the three of them out. Jang Yu lay on the corridor window and looked at Jang Yi's back in the playground, and sneered in his heart. Do you really think that I, Jang Yu, am a good person? Want revenge? Can I give you this opportunity? The principal's office not far away. The secret compartment in the drawer under the desk. The principal took out a few printed materials on A4 paper and looked at them for a few times before carefully putting them back where they were. Jang Yu didn't even know that $500,000 was a drop in the bucket to others. Chapter 21. On the playground. The senior high school students looked at the tower-like awakening instrument and opened their mouths in surprise. It's hard to understand how the school moved it. Although I was a little shocked by the huge instrument in front of me, I was more nervous and excited about awakening my powers. Jang Yu scanned the playground for a moment but did not find Han Han. It's strange that she's not here on this occasion. Jang Yu thought of the time when Han Han held a notebook to record their awakened powers in the brass-level beast space. A researcher studying the awakening of superpowers didn't come when they were awakening superpowers. Something is wrong, very wrong. Jang Yu seemed to have thought of something and had some guesses in his mind. How did a girl who had lived alone without a father or mother since she was a teenager grow up to this point? Moreover, when he first awakened his powers in the beast space and his talent dropped to S level, although Han Han said he blamed her, there was no regret in his eyes. But a flash of pity flashed through. Jang Yu, who has lived for 2 lifetimes, has seen this look many times. Jang Yu retracted his thoughts and his eyes fell on the classmates who were awakening in Taichung. His purpose this time is to select an assassin and damage dealer to participate in the first round of the Los Angeles College competition. Zhao Tianyu, F-level water power. TCH, it doesn't matter if my talent is low, I am the water element among the 5 natural elements. As he said that, the young man pointed with his big hand. The big water column of death. For a moment, a weak trickle erupted from the boy's hand, which was comparable to the way an elderly person goes to the toilet after their urinary tract has aged. It's not even close to that. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Brother, do you call this the big water column of death? Let's just change the name to the little urinary tract aging water gun, ha ha ha. The words of the people around him fell on the young man's ears. The shy young man's eyes turned red, and he lowered his head and left the public's sight with red eyes. Ooh mom, I'm a waste, I want to go into the factory to make screws. The people who just spoke looked at me and I looked at you. No one expected that they would cry childishly. Next, Lu Yumeng, E-level healing power. Phew, it's not bad. Lu Yumeng wiped the nervous sweat on her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Awakened healers can still find a relatively good position. After all, the most indispensable and least wanted thing in the world is to get sick. At that time, she can open a small clinic to treat fever and brain fever, which can be considered a good career. Classmate, don't get too excited. Try your skills first. Looking at the excited Lu Yumeng, the teacher in charge of the instrument reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yumeng condensed all the awakening factors in her body into her hands and released them towards the teacher responsible for testing the skills. A burst of orange light came. Teacher, how about it? Is it a healing skill? Classmate, your skill is for relaxing muscles and activating blood circulation. It has no healing effect. After hearing this, a flash of disappointment flashed in Lu Yumeng's eyes. However, if she could relax her muscles and activate blood circulation, she could also serve as a physical therapist. Classmate, please listen to me first. This skill of yours is non-specific. What's the meaning? It means that non-specified skills can only be used on a single part. For example, yours can only be used on your feet. Lu Yumeng was a little in disbelief. What the hell? Can the skill of relaxing muscles and activating blood circulation only work on the feet? Wouldn't that be? Would not it be? She could already imagine the title technician number 8. Jang Yu, I think this girl's powers are very good. Although her talent is a little low, she is of the healing type. Li Dapeng looked at Jang Yu excitedly, and then glanced sideways at the ignorant Luo Yichang. After realizing that she didn't understand what he meant, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jang Yu nodded seriously, expressing his agreement with Li Dapeng's point of view, and handed the matter over to Li Dapeng. What is it like to recruit a pedicure girl for the team? After Li Dapeng received Jang Yu's affirmation, he walked towards the disappointed Lu Yumeng with a pig-like smile. Jang Yu, her talent is much lower. She is just a healer. Are you sure you want to recruit her? Luo Yichang looked at Jang Yu with suspicion. She always felt that the drunkard was not interested in drinking. Jang Yu shook his head, showing an unpredictable look on his face. Do you really think I'm such a superficial person? Besides, it's not her abilities or talents that I'm interested in. Jang Yu smiled obscenely in his heart. Yes, I am just so superficial. Luo Yichang's face was full of suspicion, but she didn't say anything this time. Lu Yumeng, who came down from the awakening stage, squatted on the steps with her head lowered, her hands folded around her knees, and she let out a weak sob. Well, your name is Lu Yumeng, right? Hearing the sound, Lu Yumeng looked up, with a hint of vigilance in her red eyes. He's a bit fat, and he looks like a vulgar person, so he's not a good person at first glance. Well, that's it, it's a national martial arts competition, you know that, right? Li Dapeng felt uncomfortable being stared at by this look, and he felt like his thoughts were being read through. I know, what does it have to do with me? Lu Yumeng's tone was a bit cold, but her choked voice sounded a little cute. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Dapeng. I have SS-level armor-defying abilities. On behalf of the team, I invite you to participate in the National High Martial Arts Competition. Li Dapeng scratched his head and tried to make his facial expression as kind as possible. Oh, I know you. Have you heard my story? Lu Yumeng's expression froze when she heard the words Li Dapeng, and she moved her body vigorously to keep herself away from the pervert in front of her. You go to the women's room and eat. Eat shit. Li Dapeng. Depend on. Dog thief Jang Yu. This hatred. I, Li Dapeng, have endured this hatred. As for why you don't blame Han Han. Please, I am Li Dapeng who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Although Jang Yu is also a tough guy, it doesn't stop Li Dapeng from scolding him in his heart. Well, don't listen to those rumors. I have never done this. Jang Yu framed me. Is it Jang Yu from Class 1? Will he also participate in the competition? Lu Yumeng's ears twitched when she heard Jang Yu's name. Li Dapeng nodded in confusion, wondering why Lu Yumeng's tone was a little excited. Yeah, well, I'm going to participate in the competition, okay. I won't hold Jang Yu back. If I hold him back, Jang Yu won't blame me. I'm going to change clothes. Let Jang Yu wait for me for a while. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yumeng wiped away the disappointment on her face, stood up and ran towards the dormitory. Lu Yumeng lives out of town, so she lives on campus every day, unlike Jang Yu and the others who go home every day. After Lu Yumeng stood up, Li Dapeng's jaw almost dropped in shock. My dear, what did you eat to grow? I have never heard of such a hormone. Lu Yumeng running on the playground is like a beautiful scenery, attracting the surrounding male students to turn around frequently. Half an hour later, Lu Yumeng, who had changed her clothes, rushed over panting. It almost blinded Li Dapeng's 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Lu Yumeng was seen wearing a knitted jacket with her arms open, and a short-sleeved front shoulder jacket underneath. The waistcoat line in front of the abdomen is vaguely exposed. The girl's cheeks were flushed red due to the cool breeze on the December day, which was so captivating for a moment. Goblin, don't say I like it, even if my dad comes here I still have to like it. Li Dapeng thought in his mind. Let's go. Jang Yu and the others should be anxious later. Sun Wenbin, A-level wood power. Wow, there was an uproar on the playground for a while. A-level abilities are already considered outstanding, let alone wood type. The wood type's control and recovery ability are the strongest supports. What are your skills? The teacher in charge of the skills test said to Sun Wenbin kindly. One of my control skills is called Spirit Vine Binding. Sun Wenbin moved his fingers a few times, and a 5-meter-long rattan sprouted from the big tree, attacking the teacher in charge of the skill test and tying him into a rice dumpling in the blink of an eye. The teacher broke free twice casually, and the rattan broke. Another skill is to restore mental power. Dead trees welcome spring. As Sun Wenbin's mental power disappeared, a light green awakening factor gathered from his hand. The test teacher instantly felt that his mental energy was replenished, and the amount was still quite large. It can probably restore 1/5 of the mental power of the same level as the releaser. Jang Yu looked at Sun Wenbin, who was pretending to be 13 on the awakening stage, and curled his lips. Why couldn't he be given this opportunity to show his holiness in front of others? Teacher, can I participate in the martial arts competition with my A-level powers? Sun Wenbin asked the head teacher of his class not far away. Yes, of course, I'll go find the principal right now. There is hope for our one middle school this time. The head teacher's face was excited, and his eyes were warm and kind. This scene makes the head teachers of other classes extremely envious. Why is there no student like this in his own class? But Li Mingyi in the crowd chuckled. Is a mere A-level talent worthy of envy? There are 3 SS level and 1 S level time systems in my class. Tell me, I envy you to death. Except for Luo Yichang, everyone else had just woken up a few days ago. Han Han only told the principal and Li Mingyi, the head teacher, and Jang Yu was also waiting for a suitable occasion to pretend to be 13, so the other teachers and students did not know affection. Li Mingyi was thinking about whether he should show off to others in advance, but then he thought, if Jang Yu's opportunity to pretend to be 13 was taken away, the little fool would have to make trouble for him. Jang Yu, I haven't even had time to pretend, so you're pretending for me. For a time, Li Mingyi was full of tangles in his heart, constantly weighing the pros and cons of appearing as a saint in front of others. Do you want to pretend this time? If you don't pretend, you'll feel so panicked. Pack, Grandma, I'm done pretending this time. This is something that can last a lifetime in front of other teachers. I taught 4 students with God-level talents. Teacher Li, what do you think of this kid Wenbin? Sun Wenbin's head teacher looked at Li Mingyi with a smile, his eyes full of pride. Although it's not as good as Luo Yichang in your class, it's still pretty good, right? Huh, how do you know there are 3 SS level awakeners in our class? What the hell, 3 SS talents? Head teacher Sun Wenbin's face changed from pride to shock as if visible to the naked eye. He couldn't believe it. Isn't it just Luo Yichang herself? Why are there 2 more? That's nonsense. 3 SS levels. There aren't as many as your class in the entire city, right? Li Mingyi felt secretly happy. What I want is your attitude. If you believe it, what will happen when I appear in front of others later? Isn't it true? Are you shocked by 3 SSs? If I say that Jang Yu in our class has awakened the S-level time system, your jaws will drop. Although his words were plain, his face was full of show-off. Harm, isn't it just 3 SS talents plus a time system? Isn't it easy to teach them? Cool, no wonder everyone likes to appear holy in front of others, it feels so good. Li Mingyi enjoyed everyone's envious gazes, his eyes narrowed slightly, and every pore in his body exuded a smooth atmosphere. Oh, time system, time system, time system. Shocking sounds spread one after another and fell into everyone's ears. Suddenly the playground exploded. At this time, Jang Yu and Luo Yisheng, who were completely unaware, were still squatting on the steps waiting for the return of Li Dapeng, who was recruiting people. On the awakening stage, Sun Wenbin watched everyone's eyes leave him, feeling sour in his heart as if his jealousy was overturned. He admitted that he was sore. After all, it was the time system, and he couldn't compare to it, let alone beat it. A flash of inspiration flashed in Sun Wenbin's mind. If you can't beat him, just join him. After all, you have to gather 5 people to sign up for the Gaowu competition. If I, a novice like myself, could hold him on my lap, wouldn't I be ranked first in the Los Angeles team competition? Thinking of this, Sun Wenbin's eyes gradually became flattering, and he looked for Li Dapeng in the crowd. As for why you should find Li Dapeng first, it's very simple. Except for Li Dapeng, he doesn't know the appearance of anyone else. After all, Li Dapeng is a famous person who went to the women's restroom and ate xie te. At this time, Li Dapeng was taking Lu Yumeng to the school playground, and Sun Wenbin recognized the two of them at a glance. To be precise, I saw Lu Yumeng first. Blanche, 2-pound girl, why is she with Li Dapeng? Lu Yumeng and Sun Wenbin were both students in class 3 of No. 1 middle school. Coupled with Lu Yumeng's explosive figure, he recognized them at a glance. Impossible, didn't she just awaken an E-level healing system? You shouldn't be here to steal your own job. But then he thought of the nicknamer Jinmei, and he figured it out in an instant. Everyone the boss brings is a loser, so why not bring a girl with a good figure who can relax the muscles and activate blood circulation in the feet? As expected, he is here to destroy his own job. No, I can't compare to Jang Yu, and I can't compare to you, a girl. This time I have to be the one taking advantage of everything. Seeing that the two of them had joined Jang Yu and the others, Sun Wenbin quickly walked down the awakening platform and ran in the direction of the few people. A flattering smile on his face. The head teacher of class 3 was confused. Who did he learn this from? Thinking of my performance in front of the principal, I suddenly figured it out. It turns out that I learned it from myself. Next, a tragic fight between men and women unfolded on the screen. Jang Yu, I brought you the man. Li Dapeng pointed at Lu Yumeng behind him and raised his eyebrows at Jang Yu with a look of obscenity on his face. When Jang Yu saw Lu Yumeng for the first time, he almost didn't move his eyes away, and blood suddenly came out from his nose. For an 18-year-old young man, such a close distance is really unbearable. Darling, this figure is so good. Jang Yu thought to himself, reached out and took out 2 pieces of paper from Luo Yichang's small bag and blocked his nose. He didn't even move his eyes while doing this. Lu Yumeng, who had been stared at, lowered her head shyly, showing the look of a little girl. It's completely different from my attitude toward Li Dapeng. Still looking. Don't look. Luo Yichang took a lot of effort to move Jang Yu's eyes away from her, with a hint of jealousy on her face and a resentful tone. Ah, brother Jang Yu, if you stare at people like this, they will be embarrassed. Lu Yumeng lowered her head, pulled her 2 small hands together and placed them in front of her lower abdomen. Jang Yu's nosebleeds started to rise again with her small movements. Only this time he held back. Li Dapeng, that's not right. Isn't that the voice she just came from? Luo Yichang pouted angrily and pinched Jang Yu's waist. Looks good, right? You like green tea, right? Hey, look at the sword. Luo Yichang was about to say something when he was interrupted by Sun Wenbin, who rushed over. Brother Yu, I have admired you for a long time, you must accept me as your little brother. I'm very good at doing laundry, cooking and taking out the trash. Jang Yu didn't reply after hearing Sun Wenbin's words. Instead, he made a thinking gesture, but he was still rubbing his fingers back and forth. Sun Wenbin understood immediately. I'll also cover all your future expenses. Jang Yu's eyes lit up. Couldn't he have said that earlier? As for Sun Wenbin's purpose, Jang Yu was not a fool, so how could he not figure it out? Okay, all I need is a rich little brother like you, so I'll take it. When Lu Yumeng heard this, she immediately quit. Will she accept him? Then who will accept it? Shui Lingling's big eyes suddenly shone with sparkle. She stretched out her hand to hold Jang Yu's arm, and said in a low voice. I can do pedicures, can you take me with you? Jang Yu. Looking at Lu Yumeng's explosive figure, nosebleeds came out once again. Okay, take it. You must take it. As for why Li Dapeng has never had a nosebleed from the beginning to now. It's simple, he rewards himself often. Sun Wenbin looked at Lu Yumeng, who was acting coquettishly towards Jang Yu, his eyes filled with anger. Grab. You can grab everything. My talent is better than hers, brother, you should accept me. I'll do a pedicure. I can do laundry, cooking and housework. I'll do a pedicure. I can cover all brother Yu's expenses. I can do pedicures. Sun Wenbin, you're speechless, right? Okay, don't argue anymore. Take it all. Anyway, there are 2 people missing, it's just you 2. Jang Yu looked at the 2 people who were arguing with a headache, and almost felt troubled. One is a girl with such a good figure that she can also do podiatry. The other is a younger brother who is extremely wealthy. How does he choose? Just accept it. Fortunately, I had the foresight to drive Jang Yi away. Otherwise there won't be enough space. Besides, no matter which one you choose, it's all about your own feet. The 2 of them were stunned when they heard this. Wasn't there one missing? Why are there 2 missing? It just so happened that our previous teammate betrayed us, and now we are missing 2. Jang Yu seemed to notice the confusion between the 2 of them, and said with a full mouth. I, Sun Wenbin, hate betrayal the most in my life. Brother Yu, tell me who he is, and I will kill this idiot. Sun Wenbin looked indignant, as did Lu Yumeng next to him. That's right, I cursed the aging of his urinary tract tube when he went to the toilet. After the problem of joining the team was resolved, the 2 came to a united front. Jang Yu shook his head with a lonely look and said nothing, but a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For a moment, Jang Yu's performance made the 2 of them feel sympathy for him, and they also cursed Jang Yi for half an hour for betraying his teammates. In the classroom, the decadent Jang Yi sat in his seat and sneezed wildly for half an hour. On the steps, Li Dapeng and Luo Yichang looked at the 2 people who had been scolding each other for half an hour with twitching eyes. Li Dapeng immediately said that he had learned another trick. Haha, aren't you the gentle Sun Wenbin in the class? Why are you acting like a shrew now? Sun Wenbin's face turned red when he heard this, and he immediately responded to Lu Yumeng. You still have the nerve to talk about me. In class, you were still the cold and hot girl Lu Yumeng. Why are you acting like a little daughter-in-law now? And, brother Jang Yu, can you accept me? As he spoke, Sun Wenbin pretended to vomit. The 2 continued to squirt at each other for half an hour, but finally stopped due to Jang Yu's obstruction. In Luo Yichang's opinion, Jang Yu was a little hasty in accepting the 2 of them. But Jang Yu didn't think so. After looking around, he found that Sun Wenbin was the one with the highest talent and the best abilities, otherwise he would really have to think about it. He swore that he accepted Sun Wenbin not entirely for his money, but at least 10% because of his talent. As for Lu Yumeng, I really can't make this up, it's just to relax your muscles, activate your blood circulation, and make you feel happy physically and mentally. Time passed slowly, and the students on the playground had almost completed their awakening, but Han Han was still not seen. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some are sad. The students who had awakened relatively high-quality powers had smiles on their faces, and they all walked out of school happily. As for the students who had awakened inferior powers, they all looked sad. Some even tried to stuff books into their school uniforms. Needless to say, you usually have to get beaten several times when you go back. At this time, in a dark basement, there was a pretty woman sitting on the main seat, holding a small notebook full of notes and flipping through it. The woman had a beautiful figure and exuded a charming aura, but no one dared to look up. Because there was no one in the other seats. Soon after, the woman closed the notebook with a look of satisfaction on her face, and carefully placed the notebook in a hidden compartment on the wall. Bang bang bang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The door is unlocked, come in. Through the entrance, the woman saw clearly the appearance of the person outside the door before letting her in. As per your instructions, the awakening experiment records have been sent to the Chinese officials. Hearing this, the woman nodded. This experiment was secretly supported by China, and its purpose was to benefit the people. Jang Yu took out his mobile phone and created a group and added several people into it. The group name is Wakai Wealth. Several people were speechless after seeing this group name. Blooming and prosperous. My grandma won't use this online name, okay. This is too tacky. Okay, you two newcomers, please send a red envelope to the group. This is our team joining ceremony. What the hell kind of joining ceremony is this? You simply want their money. Luo Yichang was speechless watching this scene, and quickly reached out to cover his face, as if he didn't know him. Brother Yu, I see that the teams in the last Gaowu competition all had names. What is the name of our team? Sun Wenbin looked through past competition records on his mobile phone and said to Jang Yu. I'll do it, I can do this. Upon hearing the name, Li Dapeng quickly raised his hands in the air, and then took out a crumpled paper ball from his trouser pocket. There's even some yellowing. Several people watching felt a chill. I thought about this the night I awakened my powers. Let's call it the Pengcheng Wanli team. How about that? It means that like Kunpeng, we will skyrocket to 90,000 miles. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Yu and others looked at Li Dapeng in shock. Was this really written by him? When did he have such literary talent? Facing the eyes of the people around him, Li Dapeng felt a little guilty, but he didn't show it. Even if I beat him to death, he wouldn't say that he spent a whole night looking up information to come up with it. Jang Yu immediately quit. How could you come up with such a meaningful team name? At this moment, a feeling of jealousy came over my heart, and I immediately used my identity as captain to deny him. I don't agree, I still feel, well, I feel. Jang Yu, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't even hold it in. The question of naming really stumped him. Sudden, an idea flashed in Jang Yu's head. Otherwise, let's call Jang Yi a fool. Forehead. Everyone was speechless for a moment. When it comes to personal attacks, it has to be you. Okay, please be more serious. Besides, Jang Yi is not a famous person. Who knows him? Luo Yichang followed Jang Yu's example and ruffled his hair, with a playful smile on his face. Celebrity. Jang Yu thought of his father, the Grandmaster must be famous enough. But he shook his head and dismissed the idea, because it was really painful when the 7 wolves hit him. Brother Yu, look, the official list of personnel for the Gaowu competition is out. Sun Wenbin, who was still looking at his phone, looked excited and quickly ran to Jang Yu with his phone in hand. Jang Yu picked up the phone and took a closer look. The list of organizers of the National Gaowu competition is as follows. Los Angeles. Referees. Luo Yuming, Sun Ruonan. 4 referees. Narrators. Zhou Cheng, Hana. Zhou Cheng. This name sounds familiar. I looked at the photos displayed on the profile again. Jang Yu squinted his eyes slightly, and the memories of his previous life came to his mind. Isn't this the same girl who said she rear-ended her when the car ran into her in her previous life? Good guy, we are really on the wrong road. The grievances in the previous life haven't had time to settle, so let's do it in this life. Of course, a good young man like Jang Yu would definitely not do anything murderous or illegal. After all, this is China. Okay, I've decided, our team's name will be Team. Everyone, are you serious? But looking at Jang Yu's determined look, I'm afraid the team name can't be changed. Poor commentator, where did you provoke this thief? Li Dapeng silently mourned for the 2 commentators. Okay, it's settled, little grandson, go and submit your name. Sun Wenbin, don't give people random nicknames. Still such an ugly nickname. Although Sun Wenbin was dissatisfied with Jang Yu's name, he still said, scumbag, obediently. Enter the team name. Click submit. Submission failed, please do not enter insulting words. Jang Yu, then change it to another one. If you change it to the commentator, he will be a fool, team. He is stupider than he is, and he is stupider than he is. Enter a name. Click submit again. Submission passed. Well, the team was established and the awakening day was almost over. Jang Yu and the other 4 waved goodbye to Lu Yumeng and returned to their homes. Taking out the key and opening the door, a familiar aroma of food hit his nostrils, making Jang Yu's stomach growl a few times. In the kitchen, Zhang Han, who was wearing his mother's apron, heard the sound of the door opening and quickly poked his head out. When he saw that it was Jang Yu who opened the door, a gentle smile appeared on his face. My stinky brother is out of school. Did you miss your sister after not seeing you for 3 days? Go wash your hands quickly, my food will be ready soon. Oh, by the way, you don't have to wait for your parents, they won't be back today. Is your cheap sister back? How long has it been? Is Tito University so free? Jang Yu did not take the initiative to ask because he knew that his sister would tell him. I quickly went to wash my hands, and after washing, I poured water on them. Well, who let the feeling come so late? By the time Jang Yu came out, Zhang Han had already brought all the food to the table and thoughtfully served him a bowl of rice. Mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, braised pork. 6 courses for 2. It would be better for my sister to come back. Finally, I no longer have to eat leftovers every day. As for why you don't cook your own food. Haha, I have traveled through time, can't I just enjoy it? Brother, when I come back this time, I am going to a silver level beast space. You should obey your parents at home and don't make your father angry all the time. Sister will bring you a gift then. With that said, Zhang Han stretched out his hand to tidy up Zhang Yu's hair that was messed up by Luo Yichang. At this moment, a voice popped up in Zhang Yu's mind, which almost shocked Zhang Yu. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the reward selection. 1. Agree to Zhang Han's request, listen to your parents at home, study conscientiously, and get a reward. Good baby, your math score will increase by 30%. 2. Strongly request to follow Zhang Han and bring his small team with him to get the reward, large-scale Molotov cocktails. X3. 3. Tell Zhang Han that I am disobedient and want to Zhang Tiancheng, and get the reward, a 7 wolves that can't stop fighting. Zhang Yu's mouth twitched when he saw the 3rd reward. What do you mean by beating the 7 wolves incessantly? So I decisively chose the 2nd one. Why not choose the 1st one? Haha, who is a serious student who likes to go to school? Sister, let me go with you. No, the silver level beast space is too dangerous. With my current strength, I can't protect you at all. As soon as Zhang Yu finished speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Hanyi. Are you kidding, letting your brother take risks? She couldn't do it. Good sister, just let me go. Zhang Han. Under Zhang Yu's coquettishness, Zhang Han's little heart almost melted, but Zhang Han had no choice but to agree to Zhang Yu's request. And repeatedly told Zhang Yu to follow her closely in the beast space. Zhang Yu naturally nodded obediently in agreement. By the way, sister, can I invite our team to join us? No, Zhang Han rejected him without thinking. Protecting just one Zhang Yu was already her limit. What if there were others? There was absolutely nothing she could do. It's okay, sister, don't worry. Just protect me. I'll just protect them. Let your sister put herself in danger. Zhang Yu is not that stupid. Shaking people, you can't trick Uncle Luo into being a thug anymore. Zhang Yu didn't speak. He made an okay gesture with his hand, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, edited a message and sent it. Zhang Yu, Teacher Han, I want to take a leave of absence. My sister is taking me and my friends to experience the silver level beast species space. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han. I disagree. Can she lead the 5 of you by herself? Zhang Yu, my sister has already agreed, and I also saw her taking a bottle of blue potion, which seemed to be something to enhance strength. At this time, Han, who had just got off the plane, looked a little ugly. A blue potion that enhances strength. Zhang Yu doesn't know, but she does. That's basically exchanging lifespan for a short-term improvement in strength. Even the foundation will be damaged. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han. When will you set off? Zhang Yu, it just happened in the past 2 days. Director Han agreed. Is this it? After receiving Zhang Yu's message, Han silently deleted all the itinerary for the past few days in his notepad. Xiao Han is not afraid of Han. Well, I happen to have an experiment to be completed inside. Remember to inform me before you go. Done. Zhang Yu at the dinner table made an okay gesture to Zhang Han, then put away his cell phone and took a big mouthful of rice. Demo, in my previous life, I was a little boss who made his employees 007, just exploiting his weak points, so let's sprinkle some water on him. After receiving the notification from the system, Jang Yu thought about tricking Han Han into, well, asking her to come over as a bodyguard. He even thought about how to threaten Han Han if she didn't come. Teacher Han, you don't want your sister to be put in danger, right? If Zhang Han was alone, Jang Yu wouldn't go no matter what. Although Zhang Han's strength is not weak and he can fight with gold-level beasts with ease, he can't do it himself. He is just a little person. If Zhang Han is entangled, then he will basically be over. What is the difference between a 99% survival rate and a death rate? ... After dinner, Zhang Yu and Zhang Han set a time for noon tomorrow. Zhang Yu sent the news to Han Han, and also issued a notice to the Huakai Fugi group. Of course, Zhang Yu didn't tell the other friends where they were going. I have asked for leave for you all. Our team has just been established. As the captain, I have prepared a meeting gift for everyone. See you at noon tomorrow. At this time, the group was silent, and no one knew what Zhang Yu was planning. Send a face-to-face gift. This is not like Zhang Yu. Luo Yichang looked at Zhang Yu's news notification with a suspicious look on her face. A woman's sixth sense told her that this was probably not a good thing. Receive. Luo Yichang couldn't figure out the reason and stopped thinking about it. Could Zhang Yu still harm her? But Li Dapeng next door had an evil smile on his face. Zhang Yu, didn't you just want to trick me into skipping school? Do you think I, Li Dapeng, would still believe this kind of trick? Childish. The smart aleck Li Dapeng sent a received emoticon in the group, turned around and went to eat. Eat early, rest early, he will be the first to arrive at work tomorrow morning. In a small villa at this time, Sun Wenbin, who was having dinner, had the same reaction as Luo Yisheng after seeing the news, full of suspicion. Would the captain who has to give red envelopes to new members when they join the team so kindly give them gifts? Although he was a little skeptical, he saw that both Luo Yisheng and Li Dapeng had replied in the group, so he responded accordingly. Sun Wenbin was not optimistic about this gift, but when he thought about it, it was just that Zhang Yu was paying for the treat. You can't drag everyone to the Silver Beast space to find excitement. Lu Yumeng, who is staying at the school, has not responded yet. To be precise, Lu Yumeng, who was fighting with her roommate, didn't see the message on her phone at all. Yeah, Yumeng, don't hit anyone with the ball. Tisk, tisk, with this figure, if any man marries you, will you die happily? Little girl, don't touch it. Early the next morning. The door of Li Dapeng's house slowly opened, revealing a sneaky head. After looking around a few times to make sure no one was around, Li Dapeng walked into the elevator quickly. Haha, Zhang Yu, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. He felt relieved when he thought about Zhang Yu's surprised and confused expression when he came to class later and saw him. But the fact is that Zhang Yu didn't get up until 3 o'clock in the morning, and he woke up hungry on his own. When you open the door, you can smell the aroma of cooking in the kitchen. Sister, what are you having for lunch today? I made chicken soup for you to replenish your nutrition. The beast space is a very wasteful place for energy. Today's lunch meal is just 4 simple dishes and 1 soup. Well, simple. If these 4 dishes weren't all meat dishes, which would be troublesome to prepare, Zhang Han wouldn't have to get up early at all. After lunch, the group of people gathered together after agreeing on a place. However, what surprised Zhang Yu was that Zhang Han and Han Han had not spoken to each other since they met until now. There is a contradiction here. Zhang Yu immediately regretted asking Han Han to come. If it made his sister feel uncomfortable because of Han Han, it wouldn't be worth it. Where is Li Dapeng? Luo Yichang glanced at the crowd and didn't find Li Dapeng, so she asked doubtfully. At this time, in the class, Li Mingyi and Li Dapeng looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Teacher, you already told me that I'm asking for leave. I'm just sleepy. Just let me go. Li Mingyi patted Li Dapeng's shoulder gently and praised the students in the class. Classmate Li Dapeng asked me for leave yesterday. He had a fever of 42 degrees. He came to class today because he was in good condition. Although Dapeng's academic performance is a bit poor, his spirit is worth learning from. If you don't believe me, look at classmate Li Dapeng's face. He's so sick that he's turned blue. Li Dapeng, very good Zhang Yu, you won again, you predicted my prediction. After Li Dapeng talked hard, Li Mingyi let him go because of his livid complexion. After the 7 people gathered together, Han Han didn't do much ink, and he and Zhang Han drove a car directly to the silver-level beast space. In the car, everyone saw that the direction of travel was not right. What kind of meeting gift needs to be delivered in the wilderness? Besides, if I remember correctly, there is a silver-level beast space ahead. Should this meeting gift be? Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned pale. Sun Wenbin was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Even the sound he made was trembling. You, brother you, this meeting gift shouldn't let us go to the silver-level beast space. Jang Yu, who was sitting in the front row, snapped his fingers. You're so smart. Did you guess all this? After receiving Jang Yu's affirmation, Sun Wenbin was almost scared to the point of peeing. He is just a rookie who just woke up yesterday. He can't even beat a silver level 1, let alone a bronze level 1. Lu Yumeng on the other side was not much better, her face was pale and she looked scared. Lu Yumeng, opening parenthesis D winking face. Jang Yu, are you sure you want us to go here? You're not kidding. Hearing this, Jang Yu waved his hands, looking indifferent. Please, we have my sister and Director Han to protect us. Even if you are swallowed, you won't die. Don't panic, Jang Yu, never do anything I'm not sure about. After hearing this, the two of them felt a little more relaxed. That's right, with 2 big guys escorting them, they were still in a panic. In the other car, Li Dapeng had been thinking all morning. He couldn't figure out what Jang Yu was going to give as a meeting gift. He was still wondering why he didn't follow the routine. Did you actually ask for leave for yourself? Luo Yichang, who was in the front seat, looked at the direction of the vehicle and thought of the purpose this time. Although she was a little scared, with Zhang Han and Han Han around, she didn't panic at all. As the vehicle moved forward quickly, everyone finally arrived at the entrance of the beast space after less than an hour. At this time, a voice came from Jang Yu's mind, Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, large-scale Molotov cocktail X3. As several people stepped into the beast space, they were greeted by a lonely scene. There were 3 blood-red moons hanging in the sky. Although they were moons, they looked dilapidated, as if they had been eaten by something. The surrounding air was gray, as if there was a heavy fog. The depressing aura frightened Lu Yumeng so much that she ran away. I'm just a hot foot massage girl. Even Jang Yu was overwhelmed by this aura. Upon seeing this, Zhang Han threw out a few golden rays of light at several people, and his suppressed aura disappeared. After walking a few dozen steps forward, the gray fog disappeared, and there was only 1 moon left in the sky. This scene shows that we have passed the entrance and come to the interior of the beast species space. Next, all you have to do is follow us. Zhang Han's expression was serious, his brows were slightly pressed, and he changed from his usual gentleness and warned everyone. Be careful, be careful, be careful again. Han Han on the side has not said a word since they met until now. His expression is cold, but he looks at Zhang Han with complicated eyes. Brother, can you give Exener something to eat? Exener hasn't eaten for 2 days. Just as Zhang Han was exhorting everyone, Zhang Yu felt the corner of his clothes being pulled by someone. When he looked down, he saw a little girl covered in dirt and in ragged clothes. The little girl looks young, probably only 7 or 8 years old. Brother, do you know where this is? My father disappeared after he brought me in. Can you take Exener out? Xiao Exener burst into tears, and Lu Yumeng felt a little distressed by her pitiful look. Just as he was about to reach into his bag to get some food, he was interrupted softly by Luo Yichang. Be careful, there is no legal protection in the beast space. Zhang Yu lowered his body and gently brushed the little girl's hair. Okay, of course, no problem. Pocket person. Pocket people or relatively short adults who only look like children. A trace of excitement flashed in the little girl's eyes, but Zhang Yu changed the subject and asked the little girl. Then can you tell brother why you don't go to find dad first? You are an unfilial child. I have decided not to help you. When Zhang Yu said he wouldn't help her, the little girl's face was filled with disappointment, and there was a hint of pity in her eyes. It's this look again, the same as Han Han's last time. In his previous life, he had seen many capitalists look pity as they lost money on certain projects. Did the prey not take the bait this time? Jang Yu glanced at Han Han, who had a dull expression behind him, and had a vague understanding of Han Han's strength. At least in this space, nothing can hurt her. Brother, please, my dad said I'm a fool and doesn't want me anymore. He also beat Exeter. The little girl pulled off her cuffs, and her arms were covered with bruises and tears falling to the ground. This made Lu Yumeng feel distressed for a while. If Luo Yichang hadn't been there to remind her to be careful, she would have rushed forward according to her temperament. This child is so pitiful. Then just follow us and I will take you out. Jang Yu rubbed Exeter's head, lowered his head and spoke softly. The sunny smile and magnetic voice give people a sense of security. Feeling the warmth of Jang Yu's hand, Exeter immediately turned from sadness to joy. She grabbed Jang Yu's hand tightly and wouldn't let go, as if she was holding the only life-saving straw in her life. Acting. I have to perform the whole set. No one noticed that a hint of cruelty flashed through Exeter's eyes. I finally don't have to be beaten today. Brother, are you here to find that milky white stone? Shinner has seen many brothers and sisters who are here to find it. Yes, Exeter, do you know where to find it? Zhang Han leaned down and asked the little girl. Exeter knows. It's right there. There are a lot of them there. Let's take them and go out. Exeter pointed her little hand to the left, with a look on her face that was about to praise me. She performed the role of the little girl vividly. But except for Lu Yumeng, everyone around him was not a fool. Even Li Dapeng noticed something was wrong. This kind of acting can only deceive those holy fools. As soon as you enter the beast space, a little girl pitifully asks you to take her out. And you have exactly what you were looking for. How could it be such a coincidence? The bruises on his body were probably caused by being beaten because he was too stupid to fool anyone. Even Zhang Han knew that she had other purposes. She just wanted to try her luck there. What if they really had won? Then it will be settled once and for all. Besides, Han Han is still here, confident. The little girl led the way in front of everyone and kept chattering. On the way, the little girl kept telling her tragic experience, about how miserable her father was and how miserable her mother was, and everyone felt pity for them. If someone who didn't know about it came, they would definitely. I was confused by her miserable appearance. Soon after, Exeter brought everyone under a dense tree. Brother, please wait for Exeter. Exeter will go get it now. Before everyone could agree, Exeter hurriedly ran towards a dense bush. Haha, a bunch of fools are really stupid enough to fall for the trap just by cheating. While running, he also gave everyone a middle finger, his face full of the pride of a fish taking the bait. HMPH, want to run. Time to stop. A golden clock appeared above Sheener's head, emitting golden light and freezing her entire body. Get out of here, don't you just want to trick us? Jang Yu walked over and held Exeter in his hand, and said to the person hiding in the dark. Holy shit, what is this? Time system. Quick, get out. This person can't move. The people hiding in the dark were shocked when they saw this scene. After recognizing that Jang Yu's superpower was the time system, the boss who was hiding in the dark quickly called on his younger brothers to escape. Why are you running, boss? I feel like his level is very low. One of the younger brothers scratched his head, looking puzzled. Are you stupid? If the time system is touched, there will be no place for us in the whole of China. The boss was so angry that he slapped the younger brother on the head. The younger brother looked aggrieved after being slapped. Then, if we don't move, it will be the end for him. He can't do anything to us, so why should he run away? The boss was stunned when he heard this. That's right, he can't do anything to us anyway, so won't it be over if we make peace? It is not good to beat and kill too much. Just as the two were talking, Zhang Han heard the sound and rushed to not far away from them. Holy light barrier. With Zhang Han's shout, 2 pairs of wings grew out from her back. Like an angel. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light emitted from Zhang Han's hand, forming a cage of light around several people. In fact, Zhang Han's awakened power is exactly the same. SS level Holy Angel. Although Zhang Han was strong, it was very difficult to control so many people at once. As several people struggled fiercely, the holy light barrier also dimmed little by little. Sao, he's a tough guy. We can't beat him. He broke free after a while and ran away. The boss said in a deep voice to the younger brothers. Brothers, try harder, this woman's mental strength can't bear the strength of so many of us. For a time, the trapped people struggled violently. And the facts are indeed as he said, Zhang Han alone cannot control so many people for a long time. As time went by, Zhang Han's pretty face turned pale. It was obvious that her mental strength was about to bottom out. The holy light barrier that controlled everyone was also dissipating little by little. Quick, brothers, this woman can't hold on any longer and is ready to run away. Remember, we spread out and ran. The boss glanced at Jang Yu and the others with a solemn look in his eyes. Not while they're under arrest. Are you confident? Or a group of inexperienced rookies? But he had no time to dwell on it. Yes, following the boss's order, all the younger brothers started to take off. 3, 2, read the file. Jang Yu stretched out his hand a little, and Zhang Han's exhausted mental power instantly returned to its peak, and the holy light barrier condensed again. However, Zhang Yu's own mental power was almost drained, and he quickly used his few mental power to read a gear for himself. Fortunately, Zhang Yu was afraid of accidents when Shinner was leading the way, so he secretly saved a place for everyone. Otherwise, Han will have to take action. At this time, several people who were about to escape were suddenly choked. It's like the feeling of holding it in half after going to the toilet. Can the time system be played like this? Sun Wenbin and Lu Yumeng in the distance both had their mouths open with shock on their faces. Although they had heard in school that Zhang Yu was from the time department, they really didn't expect him to be so perverted. Dapeng, Xiao Shenger. Hey, I understand. Li Dapeng laughed ferociously, and the awakening factors in his hands gathered together to form a shield. Then stick the reverse side into the gap in the barrier. Because the boundary is like this. Gun gong 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 gun. Zhang Yu repeatedly read files to Li Dapeng, allowing him to gather more shields. Soon, the gaps in the barrier were covered with shields, leaving only 2 small gaps. Li Dapeng laughed evilly, and a devilish voice came out. Shield, stab. Following Li Dapeng's order, all the shields condensed into a shield and thrust forward, poking everyone in the barrier to the point of crying for their fathers and mothers. Hiss, holy shit, it went in. Ah, I got rid of the one who stepped on the horse. You. No, not here, stop. As the sound of chickens and eggs being beaten came, Li Dapeng said with a face of relief. Ever since he felt that feeling, he always wanted others to feel it too. Luo Yichang on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and took out the edible salt and chili oil from Li Dapeng's bag, and sprinkled them in through the 2 small gaps left by Li Dapeng. For a moment, heart-piercing cries came from the barrier again. Zhang Han takes control, Zhang Yu maintains battery life, and Li Dapeng and Luo Yichang deal a double blow to them both physically and mentally. The 2 newcomers, Sun Wenbin and Lu Yumeng, looked horrified. We should be joining a team for a high-level martial arts competition, not some criminal gang, right? Why are their movements so skillful? Especially Sun Wenbin. After seeing Li Dapeng stabbing someone to death with a ferocious smile on his face, his anus tightened suddenly. Why does this person specialize in Xiasanlu? If Li Dapeng knew what Sun Wenbin was thinking, he would definitely pretend to be 13 and say, there is no other person but familiarity with you. Luo Yichang looked at the frightened look of the 2 people, and raised her hands to comfort them softly. Don't be afraid, we are all good young people. After that, Luo Yichang took out a large bottle of Fengyu essence from his backpack and poured it into it. Sun Wenbin, Lu Yumeng, I'm just a pedicure girl, why should I see this scene? Han's eyes were still full of calm, and he was obviously not surprised by the style of these people. But those charming eyes glanced at Zhang Han from time to time. It's over. My sister was really led astray by Zhang Yu. Please, let me go, I won't dare to do it again. Wu, I want to go home. By the time Zhang Han removed the barrier, the people inside were already tortured to a state of disgrace. Li Dapeng's body was pricked with holes all over his body, and the wounds were sprinkled with salt and chili oil. The people lying on the ground were all stunned from the pain. Although Li Dapeng's attacks are not fatal, he can't bear it and attacks him in 3 directions. As long as there is a wound on the body, Luo Yisheng will sprinkle it with edible salt. Let them understand the matter of rubbing salt into the wound. Where is the heart stone? Zhang Han stood in front of the boss who collapsed on the ground, with a cold expression and a cold tone. The boss looked at the condescending Zhang Han with a confused look on his face. Heartstone. If he had such a treasure in his hand, why would he rob it here? But then he rolled his eyes. I don't have the heartstone in my hand, but I know where it is. Let me go, and I will lead the way for you. Snort. Jang Yu snorted coldly, took the chili oil from Luo Mengsheng's hand without saying a word, opened his eyes and dropped it in. Ah 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 ah. My eyes. As he moaned in pain, his eyes swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, who doesn't know how to write a bad check? Since you don't have it in your hand, you have no value. Zhang Yu's tone revealed indifference, and he stretched out his right hand. Zhang Han tacitly used the awakening factor to condense a holy sword and handed it to him. Don't. If you kill me you won't find the heartstone. It is hidden in a very hidden place. You will never find it without me leading the way. The boss, who was covering his eyes, had a crazy look on his face, looking like he was about to lose everything. But what Zhang Yu is not afraid of the most is death. A life for a network. Not a loss. Immediately afterwards, Li Dapeng rummaged through his bag and found a bottle of 502. He smiled sinisterly and walked behind the boss. Learn from Brother Yu and aspire to be a good young man. What are you going to do? Don't come here, don't come here. Please, brother, we can't do it here, we really can't. The boss lay on the ground, covering Hu Chu tightly with both hands, and begged Li Dapeng with tears and runny nose. Zhang Yu, you must be the living king of hell. Shinner, who was caught hanging on a tree by Zhang Yu, was so frightened by this scene that she shivered. These people are not human beings at all, they are devils. I know where it is too. I told you, please give me a good time. The frightened Exeter quickly begged for mercy, fearing that it would be her turn next. Hearing this, everyone present looked towards Shinner. That milky white stone is in the cave where the rhinoceros king lives. Zhang Han frowned as he listened to Exeter's words and thought about whether this matter was true or false. If it is true, then this matter will be difficult to handle. After all, the Rhino King is the only gold-level spiritual beast born in this beast space. And her current level is only at Silver 5, which is still one level away from the gold level. A big difference in rank is like a world of difference. She was sure that she could escape with everyone without getting hurt, but she was not sure that she could win in a head-to-head confrontation with the Rhino King. Are you sure that the Heartstone is in the hands of the Rhinoceros King? Zhang Han looked ugly and asked Exeter who was hanging on the tree. I'm sure, that's where they beat me for the 62nd time. I'm very impressed. Exeter thought Zhang Han didn't believe her, so she quickly explained to everyone aggrievedly. Zhang Yu, everyone, little girl, get beaten often. Forced to lie. Everyone has already imagined the story of a trafficker kidnapping a little girl and forcing her to lie. For a moment, everyone's eyes flashed with anger, staring at the trafficker leader. I wish I could scratch his whole body alive. Especially Li Dapeng. He immediately threw away the 502 in his hand, turned around, took out a mousetrap from his bag and placed it on his thigh. Oh, all traffickers will die a happy death. Even the gentlest Zhang Han looked at him with cruel eyes. You know, in China, everyone wants to fight human traffickers. Stop, stop, listen to me, you guys listen to me. She is the boss, she is the leader of the organization. He noticed the resentful looks everyone was looking at him and the mousetrap that was so close. He panicked, really panicked this time. God knows what methods these devils will use to torture him this time. Seeing the boss's reaction, everyone once again looked confused. Any reversal? Okay, say it, don't get excited. Zhang Yu softly comforted the boss who was about to collapse. Oh, she has wronged me. Here's the thing. The boss's real name is Yang Jiwei, and he is a thief by profession. He met Exeter, a miniature man, by accident half a year ago. Exeter told him that they could make a lot of money by working together, and they would have nothing to worry about from now on. In this way, Yang Jiwei recruited a group of like-minded people and followed Exeter to the beast space to complete the robbery. First, let Exeter use her identity as a little girl to coax the younger and weaker young people. After deceiving people, they are responsible for robbing them. But in just 2 months, they robbed a rich second generation and made a fortune. In the end, they had a dispute over the division of the spoils. Exeter took advantage of the middle of the night and stole all the stolen money. But the plan failed, and when they found out, he was hung up and beaten. It was because of this that Exeter was beaten from time to time. Oh, I feel wrong. Yang Jiwei hugged Jang Yu's thigh and cried loudly. Okay, don't cry. Jang Yu patted Yang Jiwei's shoulder and comforted him softly. Exeter, who was hanging on the tree, suddenly turned red when she heard Yang Jiwei's rhetoric. Fart, why don't you tell me how much money you gave me? I came up with the plan. I tricked this person. Even the target was chosen by me. You just waved the knife in your hand and didn't do anything. In the end, you gave me 20%. 20%. The more Exeter talked, the more excited she became. If it weren't for the rope hanging on her, she would have gone over and slapped Yang Jiwei twice. Okay, both of you are at fault first, so don't fight anymore, right? Jang Yu grabbed Yang Jiwei, who was also about to rush over and beat Exeter, and scolded the two of them. This scene made everyone's eyes twitch. The abuser becomes the peacemaker. What the hell is this? Why is it that every time I'm with Jang Yu, my style of acting is so inappropriate? Especially Han, she twitched the most from the corners of her eyes. It's this familiar and informal style of painting again. After Jang Yu's comfort, the two of them were able to stabilize their excitement. Thank you, little brother. I, Yang Jiwei, will remember today's kindness in my heart. If there is a chance in the future, I will treat you to a drink again. Farewell. Yang Jiwei waved to Jang Yu, covered his eyes and was about to leave. When did I tell you to leave? Why, do you really think of me as a peacemaker? As he spoke, Jang Yu twisted his neck twice and made two clicking sounds. He clenched his fists hard and made a few joint friction sounds again. Now, your business is over, now it's our turn. Jang Yu grinned and called to Yang Jiwei, who was about to leave. Didn't you already hit me? Yes, who stipulates that you can only spank once and not again? These words sounded like the whispers of a devil to Yang Jiwei, and his face changed in fright. Then, why did you comfort me just now? Jang Yu spread his hands. I'm tired and I want to listen to the story. Do you have any questions? Yang Jiwei, I just acted in vain as a co-writer. The tears fell in vain. I still can't escape this beating. Don't push the honest man to a hurry. Yang Jiwei had a fierce look in his eyes, and he looked threatening at Jang Yu. Noisy. Han reached out and waved, and a black shadow blade pierced directly into Yang Jiwei's shadow. Yang Jiwei, who was about to say something, suddenly widened his eyes. Jang Yu and Li Dapeng were seen walking towards Yang Jiwei with evil smiles on their faces. Jia. Li Dapeng screamed strangely, turned around and started rummaging around in his backpack. After seeing Li Dapeng's movements clearly, Yang Jiwei was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Can anyone explain to me why a student has the top 10 tortures hidden in his bag? Brother Yu, I have used up all the things I brought. Li Dapeng looked annoyed. He should have brought more with him. Hearing this, Yang Jiwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But Jang Yu waved his hand to Li Dapeng nonchalantly. Dapeng, after so many years with me, you still haven't learned the essence. You have to remember that a truly strong person never complains about the environment. As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Yu unzipped Yang Jiwei's shirt and pressed the zipper tightly against his flesh. Pull hard. A stabbing sound was heard, and the zipper directly clamped a small piece of flesh on Yang Jiwei's body. It's just that Yang Jiwei was unable to scream. But his bulging eyes and uncontrollable tears were enough to show how much pain he suffered. But Li Dapeng glanced at his mouth in disbelief. How painful could it be if a zipper pinched his flesh? Then he unzipped his zipper and pulled it up tightly against his own flesh. Hiss, isn't this more painful than a drop of chili oil on a wound? It has to be Brother Yu. I still have a long way to go. After learning the new method, Li Dapeng hurriedly ran to Yang Jiwei to practice. After taking the zipper from Jang Yu, Li Dapeng pulled out the spark plug with both hands. Yang Jiwei rolled his eyes in pain. Looking at Li Dapeng's skilled hand speed, Jang Yu could not help but wonder how he practiced this. Director Han, can you make him make a sound? I want to hear his heartbreaking screams. Li Dapeng seemed to feel that something was missing, and asked Han Han. Han Han glanced at Li Dapeng with disdain, then stretched out his hand to point at Yang Jiwei's shadow on the ground. Oh, these children's things are so childish. I'll kill you as soon as I step on the horse, otherwise I'll kill you. Li Dapeng slapped him up with a slap. Didn't anyone teach you how to be civilized? Luo Yisheng and everyone. Li Dapeng turned to everyone, scratched his head, and smiled shyly. Isn't it reasonable for a good young man like me to educate rude people? At this time, Exener and all the younger brothers who were hanging on the tree had fainted from fright. Yang Jiwei couldn't bear the slap anymore. God knows what other devilish ways they would come up with to torture him later. This slap seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah, go and ride the horse's time system, go and ride the horse's living king of hell. Don't live anymore if you're all riding the horse. Yang Jiwei cursed at everyone with a look of resentment, and then the awakening factor in his body rioted, looking like he was about to self-destruct. But this is also the case. After no longer seeing any hope of survival, Yang Jiwei finally chose to self-destruct. Brother, be careful. Zhang Han looked at Jang Yu, who was right next to the center of the self-destruction, and his beautiful eyes instantly turned red. After a loud shout, he rushed over and held Jang Yu in his arms, with 2 pairs of angel wings stacked on his back, and a golden shield covering his body. The moment Zhang Han pounced towards her, Han Han noticed it, and then he ducked behind her. Han Han, who was about to explode, stretched out his hand towards Yang Jiwei, who was about to explode, and a strong black color emanated from Han Han's hand. Boom! As Yang Jiwei exploded with a bang, the rich black instantly formed a pitch-black wall. Block all the aftermath of the explosion. I'm so careless. After the incident was over, Jang Yu punched the ground hard. Did he really not expect that he could self-destruct? Isn't self-destruction something only those cultivators in novels have? Awakened ones too. This time, if Han Han hadn't been present, with the power of Yang Jiwei's Silver 2 self-destruction, Zhang Han would definitely have been injured. Don't be careless next time. Mainly because Zhang Yu didn't expect Yang Jiwei to be so immune to humiliation. However, Zhang Yu has always learned from every experience. He vowed to be ready to stop the next time he hits someone. In case. After blaming himself, Zhang Yu looked at the introduction of his superpower and fell into deep thought. Skill. Time stop. After selecting a target, you can pause the passage of time in its body. Skill duration and times are affected by the releaser's mental power. Archive. After selecting the target, the current physical state and mental power storage can be recorded. Note: 5 targets can be recorded at the same time. There is no mental limit. Record your physical condition at this moment. Zhang Yu wondered if he could use the archive to prevent self-destruction. You can even select a target and wait for him to self-destruct before loading the file. Does this create an explosive machine with infinite self-destruction? Hiss. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu set his sights on Yang Jiwei's younger brothers. The eyes are full of enthusiasm. On the tree, the little brother who had just woken up suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart after looking into Zhang Yu's eyes. Wake up. Zhang Yu grinned and said to his younger brother who had just woken up. No, not awake. As soon as he finished speaking, the younger brother quickly closed his eyes and a line of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Stop pretending when you wake up and be good, or I'll break your legs. The younger brother closed his eyes tightly, still looking unconscious. Yo, you still have some backbone. Zhang Yu took a spiked shield from Li Dapeng and stabbed it towards his younger brother. Poke empty. The little brother with his eyes closed sneered in his heart. Ha, I was poked out when I was in the barrier. Let's see how you poke. Zhang Yu looked at the little stubble on his younger brother's abdomen with a look of disgust. Tisk, how can you, a grown man, be better than nothing? You can't even poke me. It's really embarrassing. Younger brother, who do you think the only small piece of me left is because of? I'll wipe it, but you're still pretending to be asleep, right? If you keep pretending to sleep, I'll beat you. Zhang Yu leaned close to his younger brother's ear and whispered softly. It's just that my little brother has a strong heart, and he doesn't even make a sound even if he is alive or dead. Even people like Li Dapeng think this little brother has some backbone. Luo Yichang looked at the motionless little brother and was speechless for Li Dapeng, who was full of admiration on his face. Is there a possibility that he is really fainting now? Very good. I, Jang Yu, admire people who are tough talking. I will let you go today. The brothers who woke up closed their eyes and gritted their teeth after hearing Jang Yu's words. As long as we persist in not speaking, we can find a way out. Jang Yu walked slowly to Exener and looked at Exener who was hanging on the tree. Jang Yu slapped her twice with his backhand. The little face suddenly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wake up, don't pretend to be asleep, I know you're awake. After finishing her words, Exener still didn't move at all. Oh, I am also a tough person. Just 2 slaps, I can bear it. You have a tough mouth, right? I, Jang Yu, like people who have a tough mouth. Today I want to see how tough your mouth is. Jang Yu took the holy sword given to him by Zhang Han and cut off the rope hanging Exener with one knife. Exener, can't you let me go just by being tough? You are a person who goes back on your word, right? As the rope was cut, Exener landed on her butt and fell down. Thump, hiss. Exener was so thrown that she couldn't help but shed a few tears. My tailbone is about to be broken. Ah, just kill me, okay. I don't want to suffer that kind of torture. Exener covered her butt that had been smashed into 4 pieces with both hands, and looked at Jang Yu with eyes filled with horror. Then blow yourself up, Jang Yu said calmly and left Exener 10 meters away. By the way, I saved a file for Exener. Exener, UDU backquote. Let me go, please. Stop talking nonsense, I'll remove the ink on your fingernails. Jang Yu snorted coldly, with a threatening look on his face. Hearing Jang Yu's threat, Exener couldn't help but think of Yang Jiwei's tragic situation during his lifetime. Oh, I'm going to explode. Along with Exener's cries, the awakening factor in her body gradually became violent. Time to stop. Jang Yu raised his hand a little, and a golden clock appeared above Sheener's head. Just freeze her right before she explodes. It works. Shi Ting can indeed interrupt the self-destruction, and this time there is another way to save his life. Jang Yu thought to himself. Being disturbed by him, Exener's violent aura gradually became calmer. What are you going to do? You won't even allow yourself to explode, right? Ah, I'm not such a bully as you. Looking at Exener who was cursing at the side, Jang Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, please continue, I won't interrupt you this time. Humph, you promise. I promise. Everyone in Luo Yichang. Totally speechless. How could he have such a big explosion and act like he was flirting? Exener's aura became chaotic again, and the awakening factor started rioting again. Boom. With a bang, Exener's body exploded into powder. Read the file. Jang Yu pointed one hand at the position where Shiner blew himself up. The golden clock appeared again at the location of the explosion. But this time there is only one scale and one hand in the clock. The distance between the pointer and the scale is exactly the time between when Jang Yu saved Shiner's file and when he used the file load function. Click, click, the gears of the golden clock began to turn in reverse. Every time it turned, Jang Yu lost 1 point of mental power and awakening factor. Along with this, Exener's body went from looming to solid. After half of the mental power and awakening factor in Jang Yu's body disappeared, Exener's body recovered again. How about it? Jang Yu quickly read a file for himself to restore himself to his previous state. Huh, didn't I self-destruct? Am I resurrected again? Exener looked at Jang Yu confused, her eyes full of doubts. Can this person be resurrected? Can he be resurrected by self-destruction? Brother Yu Cowhide. This scene shocked everyone. This skill alone is more impressive than any healing awakener. Can he be brought back if he self-destructs? You want to die as much as you want, and I'll keep you safe. The time system is so terrifying. Even Zhang Han, who is usually the gentlest, couldn't help but curse. Jang Yu waved his hands towards the shocked people. Loki, just resurrected from the dead. Resurrection from the dead. Han Han held his chin with one hand and looked at Jang Yu with a deep look. The life-saving ability of the time system is very strong, but the attack power is still too weak. At this time, Exener, who had regained consciousness, looked at Jang Yu in shock. Did he pull me back again? What the hell? Do I have to blow myself up again? The feeling of self-explosion is very uncomfortable. Ouch, what are you doing? Didn't you promise not to interrupt me again? Exeter bit her lip and stared at Jang Yu fiercely. Jang Yu touched his nose a little embarrassed. Ahem, I just promised not to interrupt you, but I didn't say I wouldn't save you after you blow yourself up. Then what are you going to do? Do you have to torture me? Seeing Exeter's furious look, Jang Yu shook his head angrily. Well, it's not necessary. Let's do this. Do me a favor and I'll let you blow yourself up, okay? Hearing this, Exeter crossed her arms with a horrified look on her face. What are you going to do? Although my real age is over 20 years old, my body is only about 10 years old. You are breaking the law, I tell you. Jang Yu had a dark look on his face. Who would be interested in a little kid? Who do you think Jang Yu, You are insulting my character. Then what do you want to do? Yes, bah, I want you to continue bringing people here like before. If you behave well, I will take you to Junlong Division. Junlong C is similar to the police uncle who arrests bad guys in real life. The Junlong guards are all warriors who protect their homeland, their country, and their borders. Jang Yu stared at Exeter and said seriously. Where can a loser like me be an official? Jang Yu, I'm going to be a prisoner. Do you understand? Oh. Exeter nodded reluctantly and looked at Jang Yu with eyes filled with resentment. I thought the mouse could become a cat, but it turned out to be a mouse trapped by a cat. In this way, if you behave well, I will lighten your charge and try to let you be released after 3 to 5 years in prison. How about that? Exeter stared at Jang Yu with a suspicious look on her face. This condition was really tempting. But this devil won't lie to me. Don't worry, I will ask lawyer Zhang Wei to defend you. And, do you think you have a choice? After saying that, Jang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Shinner with a threatening expression. I promise you. Exeter pouted and lowered her head dejectedly. Also, she had no choice at all. If you don't agree, you will only be tortured by this devil until you have a mental breakdown. God knows what dehumanizing actions these two devils who can inflict torture will do to her. After all, Yang Jiwei is an example. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.